was on my way home and also talking to Theo about Clone Wars.
No.
You were
You know,
talking to
the show
Theo
that
about Clone Wars. Why were you
No
doing such a
shadow
thing?
virus.
That's illegal. That is an
Shadow
illegal
virus.
thing to do.
oh,
I wanted to listen. That would have been interesting.
We need to rewatch the Blue Shadow
What do you have to
Virus
say?
episodes.
yeah, it was
Boring.
weird. We sat down to watch LCS and we just started talking about Clone Wars because somebody else was there, and we just talked about that for like 3 hours.
What is your thoughts on the Clone Wars? Like, do you
I
think
don't
it's
like it.
No, you don't? Oh,
No.
well, you'll fit in here quite nicely because we all think the Clone Wars sucks.
Yeah, I think it's pretty bad.
I used to like it.
Me too. Yeah, I used
But
to
have
like
you
it
but
as
have
well.
you maybe considered watching like season 6 and 7 when it like actually gets really good and maybe
Yeah,
Rebels? and-
season 20.
Have you
Yeah.
considered
Yeah,
watching
season 7.
Mandalorian?
Yeah, season 7's really good, guys. That Siege of Mandalore, that's some good shit.
Shut the fuck up about Siege of Mandalore. No.
Kappa.
Dude, I need to watch this now just to see how terrible it
Season
is.
7 made me so irrationally angry because I was like, yes, they'll finally finish all the character like stuff that didn't get finished in the original show, and then they just proceeded to finish none of the actual stuff in the original show.
No, it's just
so
fanfic,
it's like,
Wink.
yo, Bad Batch guys. I'm like, I don't care about the Bad Batch. Finish the fucking Cad Bane arc. It's just like, no, we won't. Instead, we'll just
Boba Fett, Cad Bane arc.
instead we'll just forget about him and then like bring him back in
Book of Boba Fett.
Book of Boba Fett
Then you get
randomly.
killed
Where
in
he
one
was
hit and just one
terrible.
hit.
I was so fucking mad, dude, because I used to be a Cad Bane fan, and I was just like, bro, give me the closure, and it's just like, nah.
Nah.
Just gets
Instead,
killed
we
by
will wheel out the
Mandalorian.
thing and show it to you and have you go pog-o, and then we will wheel it off screen to be used later for you to go
Instead-
pog-o.
Instead, we'll have the climactic showdown between Ahsoka and Darth Maul, two characters I've never
Currently-
interacted before in these episodes. Oh god.
Anna.
The video just played in the background, and I
Yeah,
wasn't
no,
ready
I'm
for
trying
it.
to make sure that Watch Together is actually like functional.
I forgot I had it open, so I just
Oh,
started hearing
no,
his voice in the background. I'm like, what's that?
I have seen this video.
Is it any good? Because we
Good
all
as in good content, or good as in good content for you?
good as in
It's good content for us.
me.
Oh yeah,
That's the only
all
thing
of her
that
Andor
matters.
takes are
Okay.
good content
Well,
for us.
we've been live for I guess the last 2 minutes. Like actually live, like you can view this on YouTube. So I hope you guys haven't said anything racist.
Bro, what the
Um,
fuck?
You
Oh.
need to tell us when you like do
Yeah,
this.
good thing you
no.
said that now.
I heard Clone Wars talk and I was like, oh, this is a good jumping off point. So let's start there. So welcome back, everyone. We had a Nuthouse podcast last week, but that was with Sky and Editron. We're back after like about a month away or so with the regular gang, and we are joined today by Mr. Boorin, which is French for boring. Say
Yes.
hi.
Hello, it's me. Hello.
This is him. Hi, hello, hi. Boorin is a fan of a particular show that we may have covered in the past called Andor. You've seen the show like once or twice, yeah?
I've seen it like 16-ish times by now, yeah.
16 times. Damn, that was bigger
That's
than last time.
that's almost as many times as Uber's watched Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness.
It's almost as many times
Oh,
as
no.
he's listened to a revival in the last week.
Maybe. We're getting
Maybe.
close.
We're getting there. The numbers are
Close.
climbing.
We'll have to calculate it.
But Borin has decided to join us today, or rather, he was invited to join us today to cover more videos discussing Andor from a particular content creator who I have covered personally on my channel by the name of That Star Wars Girl, also known as Anna. She's released 2 videos talking about Andor. She might have released more, but these are the only 2 I care about. First video is covering, I think, the first episode of first 3 episodes, because I remember episode 1 and 3 released at the same time on Disney Plus, so I think this video covers the first 3 episodes. And then the last video that we'll be covering is her review of the season as a whole. So that should be fun. Did you just yell out fuck?
I think that was an echo.
Yeah, I think it was a neck. Yeah.
Oh, was that an echo? Okay. Never mind. Well, before we continue, Boorin, would you like to give us your views on Andor? Because, I mean, a lot of people tend to hate watch stuff, so you might actually think the show is pretty dog shit, but you might just enjoy watching it for the funnies. So, you mind giving us an idea of what you think the show is like?
I think the show is very neat. It's very nice focusing on new characters that are very grounded and feel like real people. It has very good payoffs, and I think it thematically complements the OT very well, and in a pretty strong way. It's kind of weird to get a piece of material that is actually enhancing the OT and not just like wheeling out shit from it. Because like this is a show that doesn't. It has Star Wars references, but it's not bringing out a bunch of things and just showing it to you and being like, see, this is from the thing. It's more like using new characters to enhance that story, which I think is great.
But don't you think it's a detriment to the show overall that they don't include characters that you recognize from the PT or the OT, like Darth Vader, like Palpatine, like Cad Bane, like Mando, like Baby Yoda, like Kylo Ren, all these lovable characters that we've grown to enjoy over a long period of time.
True. I absolutely want a scene of Mon Mothma being like, this we have a baby Yoda who just escaped the temple. We need to protect it. That's what I want.
Dude, I did that. You just conjured a cursed image in my head of Cad Bane being in Andor. He's just like Mon Mothma's driver. It's like, yes, I am your driver. I'm not a spy at all. It's just like, okay.
I would just find
Uh,
his inclusion in the show to just be like really off-putting because he's so cartoony. Like, and Andor's pretty grounded, so like
I mean,
but
the
yeah, I
first
think
thing we ever see
show's
Cad
very
Bane
good.
doing is 1v1ing the entire Senate building by himself and taking like half the Senate hostage by himself.
Yeah, there are people with him.
Like, he busts into the most secure planet in the entire fucking galaxy, and he's like, yo, I'm just gonna fucking do this. And I'm like, what a fucking edge. And he's just an edgelord. It's like, oh, okay, cool.
meantime
Awesome.
in Andor, you've got all these lovable characters who get scared when they see like one TIE fighter in the sky with like one pilot. They have to take
Yeah.
out a room of like 4 or 5 guardsmen, and it's like a long drawn out firefight with many casualties on both sides. You've got like
That's actually important because I feel like a lot of um franchises, like I think Marvel's falling victim to this, where they just keep trying to up the stakes because they think the
Yeah.
stakes, in order to make them bigger, it just needs to be more happening. Whereas like this show is very effective in lowering the stakes to just being these like small incursions or small things that are threatening.
Yeah.
And it makes it way. I much prefer this to, oh, we get a scene of like 50 stormtroopers just being mowed down by whatever John main character we have.
Well, that's
And
the
it's
thing. I think both Marvel and Star Wars are suffering partly because of the sequels, but partly just because of the fact that when you have a long-running franchise, you tend to do this. They're suffering from stakes creep as well. So, like at Marvel especially, it's like, hey, we defeated Thanos, who was threatening the universe, and then like one fucking movie later, it's like the multiverse now exists. That thing was pointless, and it's like, oh no. And then you try and write situations around this, and they need to be grander and bigger because the stakes are massive because it's the multiverse now. And then they fall prey to these tropes and these ridiculous fucking plot lines and these fast as fuck movies that make no sense. It's yeah, which I love about Andor. It's like, oh, you've got a small scale incursion, or maybe even like 100 men at most in the prison scenes, and it's like, yeah, this is real content. It's not
And
You have
it,
time to breathe.
yeah.
Like
yeah,
you're
and
not
it's
just going.
and it shows you can lower the stakes. I feel like there's just kind of this idea that like you can never lower the stakes. Like, it's like, oh, it needs to be bigger and bigger with each new installment. You can't ever like go back once you
Mm.
reach the level of like, oh, world ending. It's like, well, we can't just go back to non-world ending threats. That's boring. Like, we need to go to the next big thing.
well, the funny
Yeah,
thing
well,
is
yeah,
that you
Starkiller
mentioned
base.
that.
Oh, Starkiller fleet. Yeah, it's exactly what happened in the sequels.
But the funny thing is, you mentioned that because the season does actually end on the planetary ending weapon, which is the Death
Yes.
Star. But the way they implemented it is actually really cool because you see the parts that Cassian was building in the prison being used by these droids and like hundreds and thousands of them at a time to build like one small segment of the Death Star. So in like a single, I'd say, how long is that sequence? Like maybe like 30 seconds? It's not very
Yeah,
long.
yeah, it's 30
Yeah.
Yeah.
seconds.
In about 30 seconds, it gives you an idea on how large the scale of the Empire's like fist is, and how many people they've been using for building these contraptions, or how many contraptions that they've made over such a long period of time. Because in the prison arc, I think that it takes them like 30 seconds to about a minute to make one of these things, and it takes like 5 to 6 people at once working in perfect unison in competition with like uh, 8 or 9 other tables doing the exact same thing they're doing, and they're all trying to compete against each other because the people with the most amount of these things made before the time ends gets food with taste in their meals,
Yeah,
and then the people who fail get tased. So
yeah,
they
it's
have
pretty
like
cool.
very strong incentives to not only like not lose but also to win, because otherwise it's just like eating
Yeah, it's
bland
fucking
oats.
horrifying.
Yeah,
The
it's this.
the Empire is fucking horrifying, and this is what something that I'll say. The Mind Flayer, like,
Yeah, exactly. It's horrifying in the not like ontologically evil way that I think the Empire is always portrayed in. Like Bad
yes,
Batch does this recently, where it seems like there's not an understanding that this is a governing body over people's lives. If you continuously fuck with your people, they're going to get angry.
yeah,
And but it's always portrayed in the just like, oh, they're ontologically evil, and the people just sit there oppressed. It's like
yeah, no, no,
it's
and
not
that's
really how
like the
it's gonna
whole
go.
conflict about it is that the politics is multi-layered. Because
Yeah.
it's like you've got people on the far, like the absolute rebellion side, like Nemec, who writes his own manifesto on what a government body should be, and is played over the episode in one of the most beautiful segments of the whole thing. And then you've got people that are, like Marva, who you would expect to just be a citizen, but secretly is someone who wants to rebel, even if she can't physically make it happen. So she does it in spirit instead of in physical nature. And then you got like so many different people fighting this political struggle on so many different sides, and you get a view of each side and what it means to them. And no one's portrayed as overly malicious or evil. The people on the government side are ruthlessly efficient and have a strong sense of justice, like Cyril, and that's why they work the way that they do. But it doesn't seem like any of them like cartoonishly evil, which is what you tend to get in when you try and make politics and fail very hard.
Yeah.
Like, and you don't have these ambiguous characters, and I think that's where the the prequels fail in particular.
This here
Like when you
sometimes.
have a character, you're gonna yell at me because I forgot her name, but the receptionist of Luthen, like her, who's been in the background doing things the entire show and saying things that like almost cryptic in the way that they sound, but could almost be like pawned off as, oh, she's not really in on it. And then you get that Mon Mothma in her scene, and she's just like, back the fuck off.
I think you mean
Like,
Vel.
yeah,
Yeah, this is like the quote I have in my Discord bio. It's
it's
such a
so
good
good.
line, and it characterizes her in such a good way of like, even she's sitting here basically being like a reception desk job person. She's
Yeah.
not engaged in the action. She's not going out and doing heists, but her role is still vitally important. She
Oh,
takes it
yeah.
extremely seriously. Like that
Yes.
line is, I don't have lately, I have always. I have a constant blur of spinning plates and knives on the floor and needy panicked faces at the window, of which you are but one of many. Even though like she's not spending the
Oh, yeah.
time, she's not like the I don't have lately, I have always. Vel is lately. She did this one thing that she spent 6 months building up for, but that's not how Clea is. Clea is constantly monitoring all of the things that are going on and trying to keep it all in check so that they don't get caught.
Yeah, I
But
think one of
quickly,
the sorry, yeah,
oh,
go
you
on.
can go ahead. No, you can go ahead.
I was-
It's unrelated.
One of the coolest scenes is like when Luthen's like, he's like, I want to shut. She's Claire's like, oh, we need to shut it down. He's like, and then he goes through that conversation, and then in the end, she's like, you're slipping. And he's like, I'm not slipping. And it's like,
I've
yep,
just been hiding for too long.
yeah, so good.
And then he
But quickly, the meta of the Death Star scene, I feel like typically it's the first post-credit scene we've ever gotten in Star Wars, right? And typically those types of post-credit things, it's always advertisement for the next thing. Whereas like for the low amount of cameo bait we get in the show, it actually makes it meaningful, and it's not like, oh, this is what's coming in season 2, etc., etc. It is kind of in the sense that we are leading to the Death Star in some sense, but like you have. It's more the main thing you get from that scene is that it was Cassian who helped build the thing that destroyed him. It's a post credit scene that enhances the show itself. It's not just leading to advertisement for the next thing, which I think is really great.
Yeah,
it
that's true.
also helps make movie like Rogue One better in the long
Yeah,
run
that's what
because it gives a scene where Cassian is like sitting on the beach with what's her name again?
Jin.
That character.
Rebel lady, Jin,
Jim Urso, yes.
John Jim Rebel, yeah. When
Jane
they busy
Urso.
Jin Urso,
Jane
yeah.
Urso.
John Urso, when they're sitting on the beach looking at the Death Star about to like kill them, it makes that scene a little bit more sad in hindsight because Andor's looking at the very machine he helped to create that's murdering him as a result of him like trying to progress this ideology that he never really like fell into, but something that he took up as a means of or as a consequence of the actions that he took in the season. Because
Mm-hmm.
in that movie, he mentions to Jin that he has been in this fight for like his entire life since he was like 6 years old. But this show recontextualizes what he means to that, what he means when he says that to being like, I've been surviving on my own or I've been having to look after myself since I was 6 years old against the Empire. But it's only recently that he's actually like started becoming a part of a team and starting to incorporate himself more into like the rebel cause, which I find really cool because in Rogue One he's kind of just like stern, gruff rebel dude who will do everything that needs to be done in order to win. But this kind of makes it go, oh, we had to really dig in to get him to that point, which I really like.
Yeah, he's only, I think he's 9 in the flashbacks when we see him. So we don't actually see where he is at that like 6-year-old point, which I don't think is super important. I think that comes as like he's lived his life up until I think the prison arc is where he starts to kind of think about his life and how it's affected where he is and like the world he lives in. And then he would retroactively be like, okay, this shit started when the then Republic invaded my planet, and it's not explicitly stated, but I'm assuming their parents were taken for like slave labor or something. There's no adults in any of the village people and
Yeah,
all
because
that.
wasn't his planet supposed to be like a mining colony?
I think so. Yeah, we see the shots of like the big open mining facilities and whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah, so the prison segment is like probably the starting point for him to like actively take on rebellion as a role because he needs to rebel in order to escape the prison. Where with the Aldani arc, you could argue that he's mostly doing that for the sake of money because he wants to look after himself and he wants to look after his mother. He wants to get them
Mother,
both to both to a place of safety and sanctuary. That's the reason why he's like doing it so adamantly. He went in there with payment beforehand as insurance that he would get a larger sum when he was done, and when he was done, he just took his money and he ran. Where with the prison arc, he didn't get anything out of it other than his own life and the safety and preservation of other people. So that's kind of like, as you said, where he starts becoming more like a rebel and less like a hired gun, which is
Yeah, I
cool.
think like Rogue One isn't the best film, but I think
No, it's not
it
very
doesn't
good.
really fuck with any of the stuff in this show. If anything, it's like the show enhances those moments. Most of that movie is spent on Jin and all that, not really as much on Cassian. Um, but I mean, that's shot specifically like of them looking over at what looks like a sunrise. I think it can be contrasted with Luthen's speech as well, where he talks about seeing the sunrise or not seeing the sunrise ever. Um, Basically, like seeing the outcomes of like his actual actions that he's probably going to die before then. Cassian actually does get to see that payoff. He gets to see
Yeah,
that they send the plans off. He gets to see like the result of his actions, and then he dies.
yeah. It is
Quite
a
good.
good moment in a movie I would not consider to be very good. I don't
Yep.
like Rogue One very much. I think it's rather shit. But
pretty bad.
yeah, we're not here
Looks
to
good.
talk about that today. We're here to talk about Andor and more specifically Star Wars Girls coverage of Andor. Now, I've linked a watch together room in the chat just above where we are now. So is everyone in? I see 4 users
I'm in.
there, so everyone looks like they're in. I'm gonna do a little
Content is
quick
not for children.
transition here for the actual Strumeth, and once it shows up, yeah, there we go. We can start going. So 3, 2, 1. Content is not for
What's up, all my
children.
Ewoks, Tribbles, Droids, and
Okay.
Wookiees? It's Anna, also known as Star Wars Girl, and in today's video we're going to be talking about the Disney Plus Star Wars show Cassian Andor. But guys,
Sorry,
before
can we pause it for a sec?
Yep, you have the ability to pause it whenever you want.
She needs to fix her mic like immediately.
I think she might have a cold, to be honest, because I have heard her speak before, and she doesn't
Okay.
sound as like raspy, so she might just be a little sick.
I think she's got a compressor on it, and it's like really overdone. Or she's just speaking into it really loud with gain because it's like peaking. Anyway,
We're up to a good start, lads.
Before I get into that, my channel is Hardcore Shadow Band here on YouTube. So every single like, share, comment really helps out my channel, fighting the pesky YouTube algorithm. And
So she does this in every single video, and I don't really understand it. If your videos are being like the narrative that they're being shadow banned and whatever, why would a like fix this?
I suppose it's
If you're
because
being hardcore shadow banned, yeah, you would think YouTube would like try to hide your content as much as possible. I don't know why they would let likes like influence their shadow banning of it, but yeah, it's just interesting.
I don't really get it either, but I do know that liking and commenting does engage the algorithm more and makes it more likely to recommend your content to other people. So she
For
might
sure,
just
yeah.
be,
What
might just
idea
be
if you're
trying to
shadow
flip them.
banned, your content doesn't get recommended to people?
I think
Yeah.
it's like they're trying to cancel me thing. Just make sure you like and subscribe, but it's done like with that framing. But I don't really think that she's probably shadow banned. Probably just other
I mean,
other factors.
She's got what, like 55,000 subs or something like that. I don't check. She makes regular content, so. Oh wait, no, she's got 242,000 subscribers. Oh yeah,
Yes.
very clearly getting shadow banned. Of course.
Yeah.
if you guys haven't yet, maybe take a minute, smash that subscribe button and ring the bell for notifications. Make sure that that bell is set to all. That way you actually get notifications when I post videos and live streams. And if all of
dude,
those
I don't even know
things
who you
don't
are
work,
yet. Why
you
the
guys
fuck
are
would
more
I
than
do
welcome to
this?
follow me on Locals. Locals actually will
It's
send you
been
notifications.
40 seconds in the video.
Unlike YouTube. But guys, now that that's out of the way,
What?
let's get on to the topic. All right, so I have this article pulled up because so many people
Is Andor better than the original trilogy? And it's a Screen Rant article. Oh, of course it is. So I don't know if we've covered Screen Rants or any like contemporary sites on this channel beforehand, but I have done it with Sky on Ecom beforehand, and just general like research purposes for my own videos. Screen Rant as a website is awful. They make
Yeah.
some of the worst
Yeah.
points I have ever seen, no matter what it is they're covering. They might have like the correct conclusion, like X is a good movie or X is a bad movie, but the way they got there is is just incredibly stupid. I've seen some of the shittiest takes from companies like this or from websites like this. So we're restarting off great with a Screen Rant article, but the actual like title is Andor better than the original trilogy. Um, I find that an interesting talking point, because this is something that's been brought up in our circles beforehand. You know, just talking amongst friends and something. I don't think it's entirely fair to compare Andor to the original trilogy because I think they're doing very different things. The original trilogy is focusing more on that like space opera vibe. You know, you've got your classic hero's journey. You've got good versus evil. You've got rogue shenanigans with Han Solo, but he's not depicted in nearly as much of a bad light as someone like Andor is in Rogue One or in his own show. And there's a lot more of a light-hearted tone, especially in the third movie. So I don't think it's entirely accurate to say one is better than the other because, firstly, it's movies versus a TV show. TV shows have a lot more time to develop their characters and understanding of motives and progressing world building. Movies, you know, it's 2 hours per movie, but still it's only 6 hours of content compared to Andor's, what, like 9 to 12 hours worth of content? How long is each episode, Boorin?
They vary. I'd say it's 12 episodes with like an average of 45 minutes, so it's
So about
probably somewhere around 9 hours. Yeah.
9 to 10 hours, yeah. So more time, more content, and they definitely use that time well. There's a lot of world building. There's a lot of character development. I don't think there's a single wasted scene in Andor, as far as I can tell. You might be able to correct me on that if you think I'm wrong, but they definitely do more with the material that they're given as compared to something like the OT. I'm thinking more along the lines of Return of the Jedi, which does have a few wasted moments, like the shit that they do with the Ewoks. I don't really like a lot of the stuff they've got going on there. The plan rescuing Princess Leia and Han Solo from Jabba at the start of the movie is really cringe a lot of the time, so I don't really like that part. But besides that, uh, tone and just different amounts of time. But
I just
what would you guys say?
I just don't see the point of like the question. It's like, oh yeah, which is better? I'm just like, I don't know, they're both good. It's like I already like I'm already invested in like I need to know which of these is better than the other. It's just like they're both
It's
pretty
going to come
good.
down to like the personal preference of which you enjoy more, which I enjoy Andor more than the OT.
I haven't seen the OT in a
Um,
long time, so I don't know if I can say that. I do remember really liking the first two movies. I don't really like the third one. So
yeah, I'm the same.
if I were to put on the first two, I would probably still enjoy really watching them. But I mean, I binge watched Andor when I first started it. It took me like a day to finish the show. Anytime you and me stream it for people, I could easily watch as many episodes as that get put on as possible. I
Yep.
think Andor is really easy to get into for even casual audiences because there's a lot of like really good stuff going for it. It's visually one of the best looking Star Wars pieces of media out there. So if you're like a really surface level kind of person, you only really like seeing something because of pretty colors. Andor's good for that. Acting's really great. No matter what people tell you about Cassian's actor, I think everyone does a really good job. Especially
Yep.
the actor for Luthen, is it Stellan Skarsgård?
Yep.
Yep. I think him and the actress from Mon Mothma easily carry the show. I think they give the best performances available. Music in Andor, fucking spectacular. Andy Serkis is back and he plays an actual person rather than a CGI monstrosity. So that's always nice. I don't know. I mean,
You mentioned it earlier about like there is this common narrative that the first 3 episodes have a bunch of like filler, or that it can be cut down and condensed into like one episode,
oh
sometimes two
yeah,
episodes. I just don't think that's true at all. Like I've had the talks with over 10 people at this time. Um, it always comes down to shaving like 2 to 3 seconds off of like an establishing shot, which I think is really dumb. Like one of the best things about the show is like it feels like a lived-in world. They built a 7-acre set for the town of Ferrix that they used. Like, please show it off.
it would be
Show
like
characters
someone.
moving from place to place. Show them like with their jobs and their
Yeah.
shifts. Spend time in the environment. Establish your tone. It's all fine. Like the only thing that you could like maybe cut is the scene in episode 1 where B2 is like going across the town, and he gets peed on by the dogs and shocked and whatever, and then he goes over to Cassian. I still think it's important just because it shows that Cassian is staying outside the town. It shows us a little bit of the town, and then some personality with the droid that we end up getting like more of later. If you're cutting it by like 15 to 20 seconds. So we're not condensing these 3 episodes into 2 or 1.
It would kind of be like people asking to cut out Luke hanging around on the farm in the first movie, meeting Uncle Owen and Aunt Peru. It would be like them asking to cut down the establishing shot of, oh, sorry, not the establishing shot, the twin suns sequence where Luke is like sitting out and then looking across the horizon and he sees the sun setting and rising. It would be like people asking just to remove stuff like that because it doesn't add anything to the overall plot and narrative. But that specific scene, the twin suns, is regularly regarded as like one of the best sequences in all of Star Wars because of, you know, symbolism, because of just how good it looks, the use of music, the tone that it's setting, and just the vibe that you get going forward of like how uh desperate Luke is to get out of his current situation, that he like constantly looks out to better things. I don't know, like if I were to look at it more and if I were to hear more things about it, I have more to say. But just on like a surface level thing, I think it's a really cool looking shot. I really like the use of music in it, and I think it contrasts nicely to the situation Luke finds himself in, where he's basically just a moisture farmer. He's not doing anything really cool with his life. He wants to go into, was it like Imperial Academy or something like that, because he wants to get out of Tatooine. So
I
him,
think so, yeah.
yeah, it it's like a hope for him for a better future that he constantly looks towards. And you get tons of shots like that in Andor. One of the ones that come to mind is the one where what's his name, Cyril. He's sitting inside his room and then he like looks out into uh Coruscant for like that 5 seconds of sunlight. There's no spoken dialogue. There's no like plot building, anything. It's just the scene of Cyril sitting in his room looking at like 5 seconds with the sunlight. But the reason why that scene's important for Cyril is because he's been used to an environment where he's had like a lot of exposure to outside elements. He had a level of authority attached to him. He was a pretty important person, but now he's put into the situation where he's confined, he's restricted, he doesn't have as much freedom, he's living with a person who doesn't treat him with a lot of respect, and to tie it all up nicely, the environment that he's being held in is incredibly harsh in a sense that he is not exposed to natural light about 99% of the time. So it gives you this really dour and depressing feeling. And if you were to remove that scene, I feel like the show as a whole would be worse for it because you're removing something that, while it doesn't contribute anything in terms of plot or story, it's a very good character moment, even with no spoken dialogue, because it gives you a look into Cyril's personal life that you wouldn't get otherwise if you had people like explaining what was going on. It's the classic show don't tell type of mentality that lots of people ask for and clamor for, but then when they get it, they complain that it's boring.
Thomas Flight pointed out in his video, it was a point about the establishing shots, where the way the establishing shots are handled makes the show feel like in the setting feel a lot more real than other shows. And one of the reasons you point out is because a lot of shows would do like the big like, oh, here's the CGI or CGI makeup to the location. They'll do like an overhead shot of like, oh, here's like, I don't know, the planet or like this city or whatever is a CGI, and then it'll just kind of cut to like, oh, yeah, here's them in the room in this location. Like it's like the practical set. They would just like cut from wide CGI shot to, oh, here they're in the practical set room that we created. But what Andor does that they kind of fills in that in between, or it isn't just like CEO being like, oh, I arrive at Coruscant, here's like the CGI Coruscant thing, and then we cut to, okay, I arrive at my mother's apartment. It does the whole in between where he like, he gets off at like the spaceport, he like walks through like the corridors, gets on the elevator, goes down, like it connects these two like aspects, like the CGI and the practical. It doesn't ever look fake. It looks like pretty real. It mixes the CGI really well with the practical, and because of that, it creates this feeling of like this is a real location. I kind of like understand how things are placed and wherever, like how things are spaced out. It isn't just like, yeah, like obviously this is like a fake place. And the Toss Fight video, I think, is like made a really good point in that regard. That is like having all that in between, that extra time in like the establishing of locations is really important for the real feeling the show gives with all its settings, not just in
Yeah, you
Coruscant,
can
but everywhere.
you can contrast it with Mando. Like the new season of Mando, you can tell in almost every single scene they're in that they're standing in a 30-foot wide circle of screens. You have like all of the real things that are actually there that they help to like fill in the scene and make it feel real in quotes. But then you have like the blurry backgrounds. There's shots of them like landing in a specific spot where you can tell the rock they're on is real, but the background is like super blurred for some reason. It's becoming more and more noticeable, and it's just you can't buy into them actually being there. It just feels fake.
It's nasty, it's rubbish, I don't like it! Oh my god, the echo. But yeah, I think there's a lot of really cool elements about the show that a lot of people don't take into consideration because do you guys think the excuse of Star Wars fatigue is applicable? Yeah, like if someone says, "Oh, I didn't get into Andor, or I didn't like watching it because I'm just so sick of Star Wars by this point." If someone told you that, would you like be fine with it, or would you be like, "No, but
I would
like
want them to
actually,"
watch
and
the
you poke them with a stick
show.
and you like encourage them to watch it more?
I want them to watch it because I think like, oh, this kind of like is, fresh and new. It's not like typical Star Wars that feels fatiguing at this point. But like
I
I can
think
definitely
it's
understand why someone would feel that way about Star Wars currently.
yeah, I totally get it. That's usually the thing is like the issue to get people to watch the show in the first place is like, man, I don't give a fuck about Star Wars. Like it's all shit at this point. Why am I expecting this to be any different? Which I think is fine because most of it is shit and it is hard to like get invested in the world and they feel like, they don't want to get hype built up for something that's just going to be bad. But I don't necessarily buy it if you watch the show and then you're like, I don't care about Star Wars. I don't get that because the show doesn't do that. The show makes you care about the characters that are in it, not necessarily like the other films or referential material.
Yeah, but you see, it relies on Rebels and relies on Phantom Menace.
Yeah, but product fatigue is a real thing now. I feel like so many like franchises just feel the need to just constantly just be like pushing stuff out all the time. And part of that's because like everyone's running on subscription services
Yeah.
now, so there's kind
They
of like
have to have their
incentive
thing to put on
to
their
have like
service so that you'll
yeah,
buy their thing.
there's like a big incentive to have at least something like every month. So like, if you pay the subscriptions. But yeah, it's crazy. It's like big content fatigue and things like Star Wars. There's constantly shows coming out, new show, or with
Obi-Wan, Boba
Marvel.
Fett,
Yeah,
Mando,
with Marvel,
Mando.
with Marvel, it's the same thing. It was like, oh, we need all these shows. It's not just like the movie franchise anymore. Now they have to put out all these shows as
She-Hulk.
well.
The funny thing
Yeah.
is, as well, I think EFAP also mentioned this when they were talking about, I think they were talking about Ant-Man and the Wasp. It was some of the other Marvel property. Um, thing with Marvel, oh, sorry, just franchise fatigue is that a lot of people get excited for product to come out. It comes out and then they talk about it for like a month or two, and directly after that they just cease all conversation about it. It like just ends abruptly, and then they quiet until the next thing pops up, and then it's the exact same cycle over and over and over again. Versus something like Breaking Bad or early Game of Thrones, which was talked about for ages. Even something that wasn't like particularly great writing wise, but was still really popular, like Harry Potter. It was talked about for ages before controversy around the author came about. But you don't get that kind of thing. No one's talking about Doctor Strange: Multiverse of Madness. No one's talking about Book of Boba Fett. No one's talking about Kenobi. I mean, they got what's his name again? Not Ian McKellen. They got what's the actor for Kenobi?
Ewan McGregor.
Ewan McGregor. Yeah, they got Ewan McGregor to reprise his role as Obi-Wan Kenobi, and I mean that's a legacy character from the prequels. It's a beloved character who people grew up watching. Like he's one of
In
the
the Clone
best.
Wars.
He's one of the best aspects of those movies, and they fumbled it. They completely fucked it up. No one. I don't think there's like really that many people left anymore who considers that show to be good. I think a lot of people kind of like had that clarity of vision given to them a lot earlier than they would have like a few years ago when the stuff was still new, because no one is talking about Kenobi. That show is getting actively shat on everywhere I look. Versus like
What's
when it was starting to come out where people were like, oh, you guys are just hating because you want to hate or something.
It's essentially it's just junk food media. Like
Mm.
it's just so much of it. It's just more. It's like feels mass produced. Like watching it, you can feel like there's just corners cut everywhere. Like it like visually just doesn't look nice. It feels very uninspired, very like
Especially
awkward.
Mando. Jesus
They,
Christ, Mando.
it's just like yeah, like it's not doing anything interesting with any of his characters. It's just kind of like just like hey, like they're gonna like
Yeah.
oh it's Obi-Wan versus Vader. That's cool. I
And then you
guess.
finally get something like Andor, which actually tries in each department, and you're like, wow, this is what media can be like. People actually give a fuck.
Yeah, junk food media is just the best way to describe it. It's essentially what it is. It's all like stuff
Yeah,
that's
so it's,
constantly being pushed out, that's mass produced, that constantly has corners cut, that isn't really trying to do anything
yeah, and
interesting or
Andor
unique,
is a filet mignon after
creative.
you've just had like 20 bags of chips.
I'd be really sick though if I had to eat a
No,
filet
not like
mignon.
that. You know what I mean.
If I had to eat a filet mignon or mignon directly
You don't
after
eat
like
them all
20
at once,
bags of chip.
Shandy.
No, but you just said that. You said
I didn't
directly
say
after.
that. I didn't say directly after. I just said
Maybe not
after.
directly, but if you eat it after,
You can have
you'd
one
probably
for you can have one for every dinner for like the last month, and then you're like, yay, filet mignon.
We haven't
Mignon.
gone anywhere with this Anna video, by the
No,
way.
we haven't. We're 44 seconds in, but to be
One-
fair, she's 44 seconds in and she said nothing.
Sure.
One thing, I feel like a lot of people that hate the new stuff and also kind of hate on the show will say, "Oh, this show is only perceived as good because it's surrounded by the sea of garbage." Where I think, like, even the sea of garbage aside, I think this still stands on its own as good.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
would say that as well.
Yeah, it's the exact same argument people were using for the prequels when the sequels came rolling around. The only difference is the prequels suck and Andor is actually really, really good. I tweeted
Yep.
this out a while ago. I think Andor is like the one of the only good pieces of Star Wars content to come out in the last 40 years. Now, keep in mind, I haven't read any of the expanded material and I haven't played that many of the games. I'm mostly just comparing Andor to like the more mainstream things like the movies and TV shows. But when it
What
comes to
about
like,
the Plagiarist book, Shandy? What about the Plagiarist book?
I don't give a shit about the Players book. I genuinely don't. Anytime I talk about Star Wars and someone brings up fucking Plagueis, I'm like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't.
What about
Move
the
on.
Thrawn books? Read the Thrawn books.
Who?
What about the
That blue
Plagiarist book?
fucker? No. The blue
What
Shadow
about-
Virus guy? No. I don't care.
Dude,
Fuck
he
him.
should get his own series.
He
So
is.
in
To be
chat-
Oh,
fair,
it's coming. It's coming.
It's
Thrawn-
coming, you know it's coming.
If the Throne series is done as well as they did Andor, I would be super keen to watch it.
Lol.
However, I highly doubt that because Thrawn is a very popular fan character. It's got a lot of pressure going on, so I have a very good feeling that a lot more executive meddling will be involved there. It's kind of like what they did with Avengers: Age of Ultron, where they realized, oh, the first Avengers movie, where you were given like maximum freedom to make what you want, turned out to be a massive success. We're going to restrict your freedom, and we're going to implement more rules and regulations onto what you can and cannot do, so we can maximize profits. So I feel like that's what they're probably going to do with the Thrawn series. Andor was a side character from a so-so movie that most people really didn't give a shit about. So I feel like Andor kind of like
showed up and killed a bunch of people. It was so cool.
I feel like Andor kind of like slipped under the rug because of how unnoteworthy he is as a character. So the people behind it were able to do more with what they wanted, as opposed
Yeah.
to a popular. I feel like if that is the case and if that is true, then most people have been asking this for ages. Just make new stuff. Stop regurgitating the same shit over and over again.
It's like Theo says this shit all the time. It's Star Wars' incestuous relationship with itself. You can't just have Boba Fett with his cool armor that is unique. He is now part of a culture that is purely based around their armor. They all wear that armor, and then we get arcs of characters all around like the society that is based on their armor. And then that's we're following the conclusions of that with Bo-Katan, of just bringing her in, not doing anything with her, forgetting about the fact that she's like a terrorist against her own people, and then we just move forward because it's like the thing that people
No, but, like,
recognize.
it's quite literally a plan of the hat situation, but with like Mandalorian armor. It's like, oh, their culture is that they wear cool armor. It's like, okay,
Cool
wow.
story, bro. But I think we need
I
to
hate it. Like,
Helmet off.
people said that about Mando Episode 3. I hate Mando Episode 3, but like people's complaints about it were like, I don't care to follow like these nobody characters, etc., etc. It's like, no,
Wait.
please, like, give us new people to care about.
I want to see the Mandalorian. I have 50 Lego sets of Mando Fett. Like, Jesus Christ.
A funny thing that you've mentioned Lego sets now is one of my biggest like cringe factors growing up was seeing people who like spend a lot of time building these massive Lego sets and then someone breaks them. I hated watching those as a kid. But
Yeah, that's cringe.
recently I've been seeing a few more Millennium Falcons being destroyed. And I don't know why, but I find that very cathartic.
I feel really bad for, because like I work in the toy industry. The
Yeah.
Razor Crest, there was like the big
Yeah.
Hasbro large scale one got announced, and then the Razor Crest got destroyed before it even shipped. How
So
fucking
sad.
shitty must those people feel?
So
They're just sitting there with the
sad.
pensive clown emoji on their face, like, oh, okay. Well, I guess I have this thing that he used in season 1. Nice.
The best part is
Unlucky.
that it gets destroyed in the episode as
It's
well.
lore accurate then, so they should
Oh yeah,
scrap
it's in the
it.
worst episode too, is when it was destroyed.
Yeah. But I
Fucking
think we should probably
tragedy.
continue. I've been looking
Yeah.
at Anna's what do you call
Expression?
that face? I've been looking at that expression for a little long now, so I want to
What
move
do you
on.
call that face?
That's the expression of someone whose video we're supposed to be responding to, but then we went on a whole.
She's annoyed
side
that we
tangent.
talked about something else.
We're like, we're not really going to talk about Andor in full length. We're just going to react to the video. Anyways, so Andor in full length.
Yeah.
People
Yeah,
have
it's
been
'cause it's
sending
better
it
than
to me. I
whatever's
usually
happening
don't
here.
cover Screen Rant articles because they're either just rumors or just
I cover Screen Rant articles because they're low effort content and they're basically the CinemaSins equivalent of news articles. They don't do anything substantial. They don't make any good points. They're very, very, very common because I think there's like a Screen Rant article written like every 6 hours. I don't know. They're a lot bigger now than they used to be. And when I read them more frequently, there was a crap ton of them like releasing every day or so.
I've never read any of this site's content.
I spent a lot of
don't-
time
I
on
see it quite a
Facebook,
bit.
and I see, yeah, growing up, I spent a lot of time on Facebook, and I saw people like posting this fucking everywhere. So it was kind of like the BuzzFeed equivalent of like nerd
it's
media.
cringe.
Yeah, it's very cringe.
Very clickbaity.
Yeah, I learned from a
I
young age that this stuff is
never-
bad.
I never read any like entertainment media articles. I never really get anything valuable out of them.
There is nothing valuable to be gained out of them. So the fact that she admits to regularly covering their content is like, ooh.
No, she says she doesn't.
Doesn't.
She
that's
doesn't.
what she
Okay, I missed that
yeah.
part. We'll go back.
I think like
Okay.
she says don't really cover these things because they're always like this or this, but she's gonna cover this one because it makes her point.
It makes a
Okay.
point. Yeah.
I want to hear that part again just to make sure.
Let's get on to the topic. All right, so I have this article pulled up because so many people have been sending it to me. I usually don't cover Screen Rant articles because
Okay, that's much better than what I thought I heard. So good job. But you're still covering them now, so shut up.
Bad faith Shandy.
Bad face.
they're either just
Intentionally
rumors or
misunderstood.
just completely made up, or in this case, this is an editorial. And for those that do not know, an editorial is an opinion piece. And this one was clearly made for clicks because it's titled, "Is Andor better than the original trilogy?" And at the end of the article, it's like, oh,
It's an
no, it's
opinion
not.
piece,
and it's
so
like,
you
well,
can't possibly
no
have a
shit,
good
Sherlock,
opinion.
of course it's not. But we are going to be
No shit, Sherlock. No, it's not.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess it's like really obvious to him.
I can't wait for
Oh.
her to substantiate these points.
Wait, did she just say that it's pretty obvious that it's not better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ah. Oh, okay.
Like even if I'm being extremely charitable, they are very close.
Yeah, if you're being charitable.
But I think it's most people like they hold those movies as extremely high, whereas I hold them as like 7s and 8s.
Yeah, no, I don't. I
Right.
don't think those movies are like high 9s or 10s. 7 or 8 sounds
Nope.
sounds about right. Yeah, except for
Yeah.
the last one. The last one's like a 5.
Yeah, true. It's like a 4 or 5.
I mean, the main thing the original trilogy has over Andor is that for its time, the original trilogy was pretty revolutionary for the industry. So, I mean, that's, I guess, an important distinction. But it's more of like a meta thing and not really related to like the sheer like quality of the work itself.
Yeah, and I like Return of the Jedi is such a weird thing that I almost like just don't include it because I think Andor is clearly better than Return of the Jedi. Like you have the Luke payoffs and stuff, but like I don't think the Luke payoff beats Luthen's monologue. Like that scene, in my opinion, is the best scene in Star Wars.
The Luther monologue is really, really, really good, but it's
is so
only good
incredible.
because of the build-up that you have getting up to that point.
Yeah.
And Stellan Skarsgård gives a phenomenal performance. It's really good. Go watch Andor, lads and ladies. I don't have women watching my channel, never mind, except Sky. So, let's go.
talking about this because of the sheer amount of volume of people that asked me to discuss it.
The amount of people
And
of
also
volume-
just because Andor has had 11 episodes now, and
11 episodes? I thought this was the first 3.
Oh no, nope.
Uh-oh. Okay.
and
All over.
from what I have seen from the
You haven't watched the
actually
whole thing?
watching it and then the reaction, it seems to be pretty divisive from people that are, still currently watching it. Now, when I see people going,
I don't remember much of the discussion around Andor when it was coming out, but I do know when like the final episode came out, like the discussion around Andor was like predominantly positive. Like I only saw positive feedback wherever I looked. There were like a few people here and there who were saying things like Mandalorian is better, but they didn't say Andor was bad. They just said Mandalorian was better.
Because like I had the complete opposite interactions where most of the people were shitting on it, in my opinion, and like the largest Star Wars YouTuber was saying that it was
Oh, yeah,
bad
yeah,
and it
Star
was
Wars
boring,
Theory, yeah.
etc., and all that stuff.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
Yeah,
forgot
like
about
I
that.
saw basically the opposite.
Wait,
Okay.
who was saying was bad?
Star Wars.
Star Wars Theory thinks that like after episode 8 ended, he said it was like a pointless episode where absolutely nothing happened. And that was right when Tales got released because Tales dropped as a batch of 6 right when episode 8 dropped.
I hate that you remind me of Tales of the Jedi because I had
Oh my god! Yeah, he said, yeah, fuck this shit. I'm going back to watching Tales of the Jedi. That's what Star Wars is supposed to be. It's so much more interesting, and for anyone who's seen that series, it is such a nightmare fuel compiled piece of garbage. It's almost nonsensical. It breaks the laws of time and space. Like, it's so fucked up.
It's like they took like the worst of the Clone Wars and made a nerd shit like miniseries out of it. It's great.
I think that probably has to. He publicly he said he'll be like, oh, I said I liked Andor and stuff like that, and he'll meme on the bricks and screws comments and whatnot. Like, he's kind of embraced the meme that was a stupid opinion. But no, I don't think he thinks that they're good. And he wasn't a big fan. Like, he said the Death Star cameo at the end was the best scene in the entire show. And like, it's wild.
I'm about to ask why, but I think I can figure out why.
Hi,
it's because it really So I watched the show when it came out. Some people said it was poorly paced. I don't think the show itself is poorly paced, but I do wish that they released it in 3-episode chunks instead of episodically, because I think it would help a lot with like the skill issue people have of paying attention and following threads.
Well,
and
I don't think so.
Well, that's just what it is. Like, a lot of it is just a skill issue.
Even with the first 3 episodes, you were saying that was like really boring, and
yeah, they were.
So I don't know if that will actually help.
People had to like see active engagement from the characters on screen in terms of like them shooting each other with blasters before they went, oh, this is actually what I care about. I remember a lot of people saying episode 3 was the best of the first 3, and that's just because it's like the only episode of the first 3 to actively feature a firefight between characters.
That was the common sentiment, that episode 3 was where it got good, which I think is funny because episode 3 is probably the worst episode of the season.
Yeah.
I've talked about it with enough people.
Not just the first 3 episodes, it's one of the worst episodes of the season.
I think it is the least good of the season, of like the entire season. It's between like that and episode 7 or 10, but episode 10 has some of the best payoffs in the entire season. So you're weighing what are the lowest lows and the highest highs. I think that episode has not the lowest lows, but it also doesn't have the highest highs.
Episode 10 was the one with the Luthen thing, yeah?
Yeah, it's the prison escape and then the Luthen speech.
Yeah, and also the Kino Loy speech as well.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't think I would consider episode 10 one of the worst. I think it's got a few problems, but because of the Luthen speech and the Kino Loy speech, I'm like, yeah, no, this is not anywhere near the bottom.
Yeah, it's my favorite scene by far. I think like the biggest issues with the show is the ending of episode 7, just like that whole scenario kind of being contrived. Unfortunately, like, it didn't even need to be. It's just, I don't know if it was just a matter of like putting the script on screen and it not looking good, but that's like probably my biggest issue. And then the prison escape is a little bit weird. We can maybe talk about it when we're done with the video. But
what contrived situation are you talking about?
Where he gets arrested.
What's that?
He gets arrested at the end of episode 7.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, 'cause I think that scene is like, I think some of the like intent is it to feel contrived from Andor's perspective, because the idea is that like literally like the Empire has quotas for like incarceration. It's like, oh, you're supposed to arrest a specific number of people because obviously they use prison labor as slave labor, like for a lot of projects. Because it is mentioned earlier on, so I think it's supposed to feel contrived, but maybe like it could have been handled a bit better.
Okay.
I don't think they have mandatory arrest numbers.
Yeah, Mando.
I don't think that's ever stated, but like my issue with the scene isn't really that he's getting caught up on some bullshit, because that's fine. It's that when Andor's like walking behind the wall, the trooper isn't looking at him, and when the trooper looks at Cassian just looks behind his shoulder, and the trooper stops him. He's like, "Hey, stop it! You keep looking around." It's like, you didn't see him do that. You saw him look behind his back. And then during the questions, initially Cassian gives some not bad answers, but they're not like good answers. And I think when you contrast how he treated the corpo guards in episode 1 with like extreme care and respect, and then he treats a military official that way and kind of like hand waves him and tries to turn around and walk away mid-scene, which leads to the trooper then like detaining him and being like, no, you need to stop. It could have been fixed. Like, you could just have the people that are doing their protest or whatever that are being chased after, like the actual criminals, turn that corner with Cassian and kind of like knock him over, and then that trooper sees it, picks him up, and like make it seem more like from the trooper's perspective that Cassian was actually a criminal. Don't just like make him, a fucked up person.
Yeah, I can understand him not being careful being out of character. But I think it was mentioned in one of the ISV scenes where they did like bring up the idea of like detention numbers. It's just like, oh, your things are well above the quota. So need more that work that way. And so I interpreted that as like they literally have quotas for we need to arrest this amount of people, like for
It would
like
make
this like
sense for me
time
for them to
period.
need to arrest a certain amount of people because they need people to build the parts for the Death Star. And Kino Loy, or I don't know if it's Kino Loy, if it's another character, but someone in the prison arc makes it very clear that they get regular new recruits in because they actively have people dying on the job, or they get people released because they've met the certain sentence that they were given. So yeah, I mean, it makes enough sense for me to say, yeah, we have quotas that we need to meet because we need to add more people in order to build these parts of the Death Star.
Maybe. But it's just my issue is that these prisons already existed and had their function before the PORD ever went into effect or any of this ever happened.
Sorry, I just read this comment. Okay, Shinji is still simping for the space Mexican who crosses space borders. I like that. For those of you who remember the last time we covered Andor, the big point against why the show is bad is because Cassian is supposed to be a space Mexican, and what's his name again? Um,
Who?
uh,
Who?
the
What is his character? What does he do?
he's the guy with the really terrible mum.
Cyril?
Oh yeah, Cyril is supposed to be an allegory for Trump.
Ah, yes.
It's just like the dumbest shit ever. Like, it's all pulled. There's one interview where Genevieve O'Reilly, the actress for Mon, she's giving her opinion on like the show overall, just being like asked by a person, and she gives her opinion of like, oh yeah, it's like a take on the Trumpian world, whatever, whatever, and then goes on to explain a bunch of other stuff. And then people kind of like ran with that and published it everywhere as if it was like her stating that this is what the intent of the show is, when it doesn't really map at all onto what we actually see. There's a bunch of people saying weird. Like, there's one person who told me that the Aldani arc is white man bad because Skeen ends up being a bad guy, and that there's no black villains in the show. There's no people of color villains in the show, and I don't know how he could think that because there is one. Like, we have Blevin. He's there.
There's two.
He exists.
It's great.
There's Blevin, and then there's the guy in episode, I think 11 or 12. We like rats out Cassian and his crew to the stormtroopers.
Oh,
and
Nurchi. Yeah.
Yeah, Nurchi. But not just
Yeah,
that.
it's such a weird way to frame and attack the show.
The two
so
people
weird.
who are part of Andor's crew during the Aldani arc, one of sorry, one of them is a former stormtrooper, and we've seen some of the shit the stormtroopers do in this series. I mean, they're regularly regarded as like some of the worst human beings available. And what's the Indian girl on their team? I forgot her name.
Cinta.
Cinta. Yeah, apparently her entire family was killed by stormtroopers, and he very likely could have been a part of several similar situations, and he just decided that he wanted to leave to avoid a guilty conscience or to like atone for his actions. And then you have the other guy who's like the commander of the station at Aldani, and he's been working there for like 8 years, and he's also contributed to a lot of the shit that's going on with the Aldanis, like actively reducing their culture to the point where instead of like several thousand people making that Aldani migration, it's only like 60 to 100 people. And I think it was only recently where it's like, oh, I'm going to try and get back at them, and the reason why he got back at them was because they like killed his girlfriend and reduced his post. Can't remember the exact reasoning, but yeah, two black characters aren't necessarily good, aren't necessarily bad. They're just trying to atone for their mistakes and trying to get back at people who got them first. So yeah, moral complexity. It's quite cool.
and saying, "Oh my
Shows
gosh,
look.
this is the best ever. Oh my gosh, it's so close to the original trilogy." And then I go and watch it. I'm like, is there some magical show that I missed that's under the same name? And am I watching the wrong show? Because for me watching it, it's incredibly boring. And yes, there are some scenes where there is action pack, and it's like, oh, that the animation or the
'Cause-
special
'cause-
effects was done well.
Yes,
You know, but
it can
at the
only
end of the
be
day,
one
the
of two
story-
things:
Oh,
action-packed
the pain.
scene or boring. Yes,
The pain, man.
that is exactly how Star Wars.
I would use like the same words to describe this person's opinion, where it's like, is there like some magical like thing that I'm missing? Where it's just like, oh, what makes shows good is like, oh, when the fights happen, that's what I really watch it for. It's like, yeah, they're shooting each other. That's cool.
I don't want to know
I
why
think.
the guys are shooting each other, or why I should care about why the guys are shooting each other. I just want the guys to shoot each other. They
Dude,
don't
this
do that
person
enough. It's
simps over-
boring.
This person simps over Baby Yoda, like hardcore.
Creature.
You think they care about complexity? They simp over a fucking frog. A creature like that. Something
I
responsible
think it-
for like committing genocide against an entire species. She actually like has plushies of that fucking thing.
It just feels like a skill issue. I don't really blame people for it because it's kind of like the content that they have been conditioned to like with how the shows function, where you have your Mando episode that's a succinct story where you go, you meet your village NPC, he gives you your side quest, you go on your side quest, you have your action scene, and the plot of that episode is resolved within that episode, and then you have something at the end that leads to the next week. And then all of the YouTubers take that and they build their fucking hype videos or whatever, their speculation about the stuff to come, half of which is usually always wrong. And then you get that next episode that doesn't do what they said it was going to do, and then it just does its next like side quest thing. I don't know if it is just a matter of that they can't follow the story beats from episode to episode. Like it has to be it, or they're just missing the subtext or not understanding what the characters are saying to each other. Because for people that say like nothing happens in the first two episodes, like a lot happens. You go from Cassian murdering the Corpos, he goes home, you establish the relationships and the dynamics that he has with the people at his home, and then you get like Bix and Tim's whole dynamic, you get all the flashbacks, you go to the next episode, it progresses, there's people after him, Cyril's coming after him, we get all of that development, the introduction of Cyril from episode 1, then we move to the end of episode 2 where he's gonna meet with Luthen, they set all of that up, like stuff is happening and the plot is moving. Like I don't know what people say when they say, "Oh, nothing happens," or it's really boring.
Yeah, I can't like because I try to like try to understand things from other people's perspective and try to explain myself, but I just cannot understand like the perspective of like, oh, it's boring because there's just not enough action. I just don't think there's anything inherently like exciting like about action that is like, oh, it's action therefore exciting, and I just like I don't have that experience at all. Usually it's the context around the action, as we said earlier. It's like the characters involved, like the stakes or this and that, and like things happen stuff. That's what makes the action interesting. Like the rules of the world, like there's all this stuff. The context of it that makes it interesting. The action itself is not interesting. You can't just like have a bunch of random like, oh, let's shoot each other's scenes and then like expect it to be like good. But apparently, some people just find the action to be this really important, and if there's not enough action, it's like, oh, it gets really boring. And I don't understand that at all.
Skill issue?
I guess yeah, it's a skill issue on my part. I guess I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean,
you can just contrast like the ending ship chase of Aldhani, which is one fucking Rono freighter being chased by 3 TIE fighters, has more weight to it than the Mando ship chase in episode 3 with Bo-Katan, where there's like 18 fucking TIE interceptors, they all miss all of their shots, and it goes on for like 5 minutes, like no investment. We don't even know why they're there. Like it just happens.
I didn't even watch that episode, which sounds really funny. I still need to watch episode 3.
I think is episode 3 the one with the flippy Grogu? Or is that episode 4?
That's episode 4.
Oh
That's
my
episode
god.
4.
I saw a clip of that on Twitter, just out of context. I'm like, what the fuck? Is
I
going
almost
on
had an
here?
aneurysm when it happened. I'm not gonna lie.
Same.
It's
Same.
like it's very hard for me to understand or to not understand how people are just not insulted by it. Like it's bad quality. I had someone defend Pirate King Captain Gorian Shard to me as being campy.
Did you unironically call him Pirate King Captain Gorian Shard, even though...
What do you mean? That's his. It's Pirate King Captain Gorian Shard.
Captain's
The,
not
the episode
included.
felt the need to No. So they address him as Pirate King Gorian Shard, I think 3 times. They address him as Gorian Shard 3 times, and then they address him as
Captain
Gorian Shard 1
Yeah.
time. So I include it just to be
I know,
absolutely clear.
I know,
You
that-
also
that's-
made
that's like
up
an-
time to say his name.
The episode
Why
made it
you-
extremely clear we
When he
need
gets
to know his full
counted,
titles every single time.
Why you even kept track?
It's important.
To this day about the exact number of times they said each variation of his name.
It's important.
I've seen that
man.
episode like 3 times. I hate it.
But were you bored after the 3rd time?
Yeah, there was action. And,
Uh,
there was like a fighter chase. That was pretty cool.
It's usually not boring because every time I watch it, I'm watching it with somebody new, and we get to like laugh and like
Yeah.
have the fun of watching the silly. So it's never really been boring. I think episode 3 wasn't boring. It was like just it was infuriating because they don't understand like what they're setting up with the government they're trying to portray, like the New Republic. They don't understand what they're doing. It's very apparent. It just makes me mad. Like I like that they're spending time with characters and they're attempting to do it. They still fail. They're attempting to do it though. But yeah, all the implications about the New Republic, just like throwing away shit for no reason, just simply because it's attached to the Empire, is very weird. They just leave ships with perfectly good medical supplies in a bay for no reason,
And then blow them up.
and then blow them up. They have like these weird robot interviews that definitely aren't creepy and are, I'm sure, super effective at actually like finding dissidents within the
Unless
thing.
they're just
They also
using them
refer,
as...
they refer to them as numbers. That's so weird.
Yeah.
All hail
Very
Pirate
odd.
King Captain Gorian Shard,
And
Lord
then they
of
like
the
just put
Andals and
you...
the First Men, Protector of the Realm.
They just put you... If you like do something like wrong, they'll just put you in the hell machine.
What
The
are you
hell
talking
machine.
about?
They'll put you in the hell machine and then leave and let
then
someone
leave,
sit there
so-
with the
yeah.
controls.
So
And then they
yeah,
come
they'll
back
just
to
let s-
fried brain.
Yeah, they'll leave you in the hell machine. Not only will they leave you in the hell machine, they'll leave the room and leave you
fear
in the room
machine.
with the person who betrayed you to put you in the hell machine, so that they can walk in and turn it up and kill you. Yes,
Isn't that a
It's literally
skit
Empire
from?
stuff.
Isn't that a skit from what's it called again? Austin Powers. Where it's like, I'm going to kill you by feeding you to my laser shooting sharks, but I'm going to walk away and not see it being done. And then his son is like, well, can't you just shoot him and kill him right now and make sure he's dead?
yeah.
It's like, no, you see, I'm going to feed him to my live sharks and I'm going to leave the room and presume it all went to plan.
Yeah, that is one of the jokes.
Is that what happens?
Something like that. Yeah.
It doesn't even make like they want it to seem like she's still working for Gideon, but why would Gideon want to kill this guy who has the very specific knowledge that he needed to even employ him in the first place? He would be wanting to like capture him and get him
Yeah.
back on his side to do the cloning, not fry his fucking brain.
After watching Better Call Saul and finishing season 6 like a few weeks ago, I'm genuinely concerned why Gino is... Fuck, what's his last name? The guy who plays...
Giancarlo Esposito?
Yeah, that one. I can't pronounce his last name. Who plays Gideon in the... I'm confused why he took a role like that after something like Gus Fring, where he's like this incredibly intimidating, well-written villain with like a presence that like lasts several years after his character dies, and then he's like a fan favorite return character when the new prequel seasons come. Why does he take roles like Gideon in this fucking abysmal Star Wars show? Why does he look at that? Why does he read the script and go, "Ah, yes, this is what I will lend my acting talent towards"? It's just sad. Like
Must be a lot.
I remember watching season 1 and then like the last episode of season 2 where he like gets into a lightsaber fight with Mando, and I thought to myself, this is just 2 old men poking each other with sticks. It's pathetic. It is genuinely sad watching this happen. Why is he doing this? Has he no shame? And then I watched Cyberpunk and he was like a voice actor, and then I was like, oh, okay, this is what good content looks like again. Nice. But yeah. Should we move on?
Mm-hmm.
he just isn't there. It's incredibly boring and drawn out, and it's very, very clear that this was supposed to be a movie, and because of the
What?
failure of
Wait, what?
Solo, and then the
What?
Whoa, I remember this. Oh,
9 to 10
Wow.
hours worth of content was just supposed to be a James Cameron-esque movie.
How?
Source?
Do you know how cringe this would be if it was a movie? It would need to be like 4 hours long, and even then it wouldn't be good enough.
You'd have to have the extended
So-
cut of the long movie.
You need to cut out
If
so
I
much
remember-
good shit.
If I remember correctly, because I have seen this before, I'm pretty sure she has only seen up to episode 6 at this point.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew when she was like inconclusive on how much she'd watched, I was like, you're just
Yeah.
gonna call this thing shit without even watching the whole thing? Yeah, cool.
It's clear it's supposed to be a movie. I was like, okay.
How do
supposed
you
to be a
know?
movie, I'm only
Episode
halfway
6 is
through
the
it,
end of
but-
the Aldani arc. How do you get to
Yeah.
that and then go,
It
it
blows
should have been a
my mind.
movie? This should have been like a
Blows my
third of
fucking
the
mind.
total content.
Uh,
I agree. I agree.
it would be like a fucking Rogue One.
Yucky.
It would be a slideshow at the beginning between 17 million
Yeah.
different planets.
Imagine how
Yeah.
good Rogue One
T-
could have ended up being if it was
TPM
just given the
season 2
time
slideshow.
Andor got
Yeah.
given.
Imagine if Rogue One was a series, and it was just Andor season 3, and it was good.
That unironically might just make that movie good. Like if you just
Maybe
like
they
just
do
write
that
down the
explained a
movie
lot of the
and
shit that
make
goes
it.
on in there.
They just delete the movie and remake it as
Yeah.
Andor season 3.
Do it. Fuck it. I'd watch it.
Well,
A 12 episode season of Rogue One where Andor like completes his. Unironically, I would watch that like in a heartbeat. That'd be
Ben's
great.
like a real
All I'm
character.
saying is release the Tony cut. That movie does not feel like Tony Gilroy.
No.
It very much feels like he probably just had to dress it up with different shit, and I think he was the one that changed the ending a little bit.
Can't wait to hear
Please.
him voice Baxter Stockman and Tmt. I agree.
success of The Mandalorian, they took this screenplay that they had from Tony Gilroy and they stretched it out into a 12 episode season.
Who's
And
they?
it really
First of all, this show was written as 2 seasons and then shipped. So like, but like, who is they? Like Tony Gilroy puts in the script, and then Disney's like, "Yeah, we're just gonna like change everything and then stretch it out to be this thing." And Tony just sits there the entire time, like, "Yeah, that's fine." I don't know if she's seen any of the interviews Tony Gilroy has given, but that guy is very against people fucking with his shit. He got like he had to come out after episode 4 got released because in Luthen's shop there's a bunch of like hidden Easter eggs, like there's Starkiller's armor, there's the Calicori from Rebels, and he got really mad because he didn't want any of that shit in there. He didn't want references to other things for like Easter eggs and whatnot, and he had to like he called his prop department and said like, I don't want any of this shit in the next season. Please remove it.
Based?
Damn.
Like
That's
all the
funny.
interviews he gives, like people always ask him like, so like what story did you take for like inspiration to write this? It's very clear and like purposeful. And he's like, I didn't take anything. I'm just like I'm doing my same shit. I just like there's a bunch of themes throughout history that I think can be like adapted into different stories, and that's what I did here. And then the interviewer's like,
Just shuts down. The coding did not incorporate
That's
actual
so
human
funny that you didn't know
development.
about that and then got mad. That's so good.
That's unironically very funny. Like he's just, I didn't do anything. I just made a show. Fuck off.
He's just
Fuck
giga
off.
based. He's just like,
Fuck.
yeah, no, I didn't base it off anything because
I'm
I'm
not cringe like that.
And I think that's why it's timeless.
Starkiller armor.
You and me are not
It's
the same.
It's the same thing that goes into the OT. Like when you don't directly reference your thing based on modern contemporary politics, it has age.
Yeah. It can last you a long time. I mean, if you were to watch the show again in like another 10 to 20 years, I'm pretty sure it would still be just as good then as it is now. Like, because there isn't anything in it that you go, oh, well, this aged like milk because this was directly tied to modern day politics. It's like, no, this is a very general theme that can be applied throughout all of human history. Just the idea of rebelling against oppression, taking up arms, fighting for your freedom. The idea that there's good people on both sides and people need to understand that not everything that works for them works for other people. And it's like, yeah, it's cool.
I don't know if there's anything like wrong inherently of like doing stuff on modern day contemporary politics. It's just I feel like a lot of times when people are writing about modern day contemporary politics, they feel a need to be like, okay, I need to like pick a side and then like prove how right I am essentially. And it doesn't feel like an actual like exploration of like the other side in any capacity. Well, with this show with Andor, it feels like even though it's obviously like against like fascism, it still tries to like depict it in a very accurate way and to try to understand it and like have some understanding of what it's trying to like be against. It's not just doing some
Would you
wacky
say
stuff.
it's anti-fascist art?
Oh no, please no.
But it is like trying to be like it is trying to have some understanding of what it's trying to critique. Isn't just trying to critique something. I think that's like a very important distinction that I feel.
But
like
it's
a lot
not
of,
only
like,
critiquing it,
media
it's also
misses.
exploring both elements of it and
Yeah.
reasoning for why both
Yes.
of these things would be done in the first place. Like Luthen outright, like he requires the Empire to act out against his open rebellion because he wants them to enforce their fist more onto people because by making more people angrier, it's going to end up making them like rebel even
It's
harder.
going to breed more rebellion.
Yeah.
One of my favorite quotes from Luthen, I think it is, that is like the Empire has been choking us so slowly and for so long that we've started to not notice it or something.
Yep.
It's like, yeah.
Luthen, a real choke me harder daddy kind of guy.
Why did you say that?
Cyril's character is showing how people can get invested in these types of systems.
Yep.
It isn't.
Yeah.
It's not anti-fascist,
I
like
think
in that way. It's showing both sides of both
think-
conflicts, like as well as with Skeen and the Aldani arc. It's kind of the same concept.
I think there's a conversation that Mon Mothma has during one of her parties where one of her guests points out, the emperor is right to want to tighten security because we know what too little looks like, referring to the Aldani thing. And it's like, yeah, these people have more. They have more of an inclination to want to join the emperor's side because the emperor promises security, promises to hold for his new empire. Yes, he offers to revoke any like sign of rebellion and to basically unite the galaxy under one single empire, and that seems to be really appealing for a lot of people, especially if you like look at the Clone Wars and how dismantled everything was there politically speaking, and how the entire galaxy was basically split up into two segments with the Republic and the Galactic Senate, and how that affected relations between different planets. And this show actually does talk about that a little bit between Luthen and fuck, what's his name again? I almost called him Gurren Lagann. That's not his name.
Saw Gerrera?
Saul Guerrero. That's the one.
Just
Saul Gurren
that's not his
Lagann.
name.
It's not the same though. I know that,
the
but
fuck
I don't know why I wanted to say that. I think I just wanted to because of the fuck of it. But yeah, I mean, like he brings up how people who were like once divided in between their own war have kind of like joined together in their own bands to fight the Empire in their own way. And then Luthen's like, yeah, but I want to stop having like these single unit parties fighting. I want to build them all together, join forces, and then fight the Empire as one singular unit. But at the same time, Saw Gerrera actually like mentions just the fact that he like mentions that they all have like different political ideals, kind of like implies that they have their reasoning for why they don't join other people because they differ so politically, and that would be enough for them to like not want to join forces. And you get an example of that with him not wanting to join the other guy,
Anto Krieger.
Anto Krieger. Yeah, yeah. So you don't get it like overtly explained to you, but you get like it's subtext. Like you understand what they're trying to tell you without it being outright explained to you, and I really like that. Like
One thing I like on that note specifically is Cassian will constantly talk to the subtext of what other people are saying and just cut through the bullshit. Instead of just having two characters talk at each other, responding to explicitly their words, characters read into what other people are saying and will comment on the subtext of what's being said. Or even like with Cassian and Bix's exchange in episode 1, Bix doesn't answer a question and he pushes him, or pushes her, like, you didn't answer my question, answer my question. Because she tries to, like, walk
This
around
is the
it
way.
in a weird way.
This is
Yeah, true. You could just be like, you didn't answer my question, and then play, oh, this is the way, and then we could just end the conversation.
That's one part of the reason why I really like Paracast. Paracast is basically just that without like the character.
God, I hate that show so much.
It's just like this is the way. It's just like, are you trying to be intentionally vague?
No, it's
Are you
when-
trying to be
when-
intentionally stupid?
when Tedra, when he asks like what's the ISB's mission statement, and she gives like the by the book answers, and he just looks at her and he's like,
Wrong. That's such, I love
he's like, that is ISB, that is verbatim from the ISB mission statement, and wrong. This is the way, and just walks out.
Yeah.
Paracast is such a good character. I love him. I hope he's
great.
never in any other Star Wars show that's not handled by Tony Gilroy to ruin him. Just like how they're gonna ruin Thrawn in the Ahsoka show.
I need to point out something. We've been streaming for about an hour and 20 minutes. We are 2 minutes into this video.
It has been great content, though. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, I really like the conversations that we've been having. It's been really cool. So, but yeah, we have 2 videos that we need to get through. So I kind of like want to get through a little bit more of this one before we continue talking. Just because you've got like 2 to 3 hours that you can be here with us, Uvu. I don't know how long you can stay here for, Boorin, or Whirvos. I know you have nothing better to do, so you can stay here as long as you want.
Thanks.
No,
Damn.
you've mentioned this beforehand. You're like, you've got nothing planned, so I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just saying you've got nothing else to do, so you can stay as much as you want. That came out wrong, but fine. You get what I mean. I'm sorry.
It's Friday, so I'll be hanging out for a while.
Cool. Yeah, but yeah, let's get through it.
Really shows. There's some, you know, episodes where it's like this was clearly supposed to be just one scene. One short scene, and it got dragged out into a 45.
Citation.
I can't wait for him to
please.
give examples. I can't wait for examples.
I've heard so
Thesis,
many
please.
critics of the show try to like make the same claim, where it's just like, oh, you could just condense like half this episode. It's like, could you? Like, what do you mean?
Do it. Show me. Do it. Do it. Try it.
I want to see someone
I'll
try and
point out
edit
all
the
the things-
season.
I'll point out all of the things that you missed that are important later.
I want to see someone
Like,
do
I've
an
had the
edit of the
discussion with a lot of
show.
people.
Yeah, you go first. I'm not important.
I've had the discussion with a lot of people. It just like it's something that they have like that feeling about the show that is like too stretched out or whatever, and then when you actually start like forcing them to come up with examples, they usually can't come up with one. Or like I said like earlier at the beginning of the stream, you're shaving like a few seconds off of a couple establishing shots, and that's it.
Yeah, which you need. So.
I want to see someone make an edit of the show where they just like take out all the stuff that they think to be filler, and then they just give us the final product. I want to see what that looks like to them.
50-minute episode, and it shows. It really shows because nothing really happens, and they're doing, you know, I mean, they're
Citation, please.
really trying to drag it out as much as possible to make it a TV show. And it's very clear that Tony Go
Citation.
Is
She
it-
didn't give a single fucking example, did she?
I just want the examples so we can talk about them. Like, but there's never any given. We can talk about the merits of like keeping a specific scene. Like, people have said that the serial scenes can be cut, and it's like those are some of the most substantive scenes in the entire fucking show.
Mm-hmm.
Ubu, this is the same person that's saying that Picard season 3 was actually good.
Yeah, I can imagine it.
It's like, oh, Andor's the one that's like stretched out, like right, and like feels like nothing's happening. Actually,
You need
Yeah.
to watch Picard.
We should, yeah, but I don't want to get into something that
you,
requires like
whoever
25. No, but the one episode you showed me of where he was like arguing with some random chick about like a kid that he adopted or something, it sounded really funny.
Well, it's like not even as bad as the other seasons, so it's like funnier when you watch them too.
Damn.
where I mean he's been on record saying that he doesn't like Star Wars and he has no interest, not because he's got
Unironically based.
Good.
Like I was really skeptical hearing that from Darth like a month or two before the show came out. I was like, oh, do you really want a guy who like doesn't like Star Wars making Star Wars content?
Yes.
How fucking wrong I was. Yes, please give me more people who don't like the. I think the reason why I didn't want that to happen was because I've seen something like that happening in Marvel beforehand, where you got people who didn't like the source material, didn't read the comic books, making the shows, making the movies, and they're fucking terrible.
well,
Mhm.
that was the infamous quote that was said during the Halo 4 like development, where it's like we hired people who specifically don't like hate Halo.
Yeah,
these
the Halo 4
hired
example,
people
that's
that hate
another really good
Halo.
one because Halo 4's garbage.
It's like literally the Picard plot point where it's like, I'm going to hire people to be on my starship that hate me. Like, what? Why? It's like, because they'll make a good crew.
They're all united by one single purpose: to make sure I die in my sleep.
They'll do it too.
I mean,
Gilroy never even said that he hated Star Wars. Like, the quote is, by his own admission, Gilroy was never interested in Star Wars before he worked on Rogue One, and he's still not a fan of the franchise.
Based.
oh,
Yeah,
oh, you're
completely
not
based.
a fan.
that's definitely changing the context of that conversation. So thank you for providing false information, Anna. You
It's how it always is. Like,
silly.
these quotes about, like, actors or actresses talking about, like, what they personally gain from the show or, like, all this stuff. It's large misquotes.
You're not a
Very cool.
fan. I guess you just hate this franchise.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a fan, and I do hate the franchise. I only like Andor and like 2 of the movies and the games.
Just
I like the games.
paraphrasing.
I like a couple of the books and or a couple of the movies. That's
Plagueis?
about it. I think Plague's book is alright.
I haven't
He's
seen it.
okay.
Has
You
a lot
haven't
of
seen the. You have
Boorin
no
got
idea
yelled
that
that are
you haven't
weird.
seen
Boorin
it.
got yelled at either yesterday or the day before when he was like, I think Plagueis is alright, but I think Andor's better. Someone yelled at him in like the Star Wars
The guy that
chat.
yelled at me is in chat if you want to ask him.
Oh,
Yeah, I was waiting for
fantastic.
that.
Oh, I
waiting for
didn't even know. That's amazing.
No, it's
Oh,
cool. It's good, Rick. He's cool. We've had many of discussion about this show.
cool.
that.
All right, let's go.
Contempt for Star Wars just because he doesn't have interest in it and in the world. And so it's very clear that he doesn't know very much about the universe, because there is an episode, and I did stop doing dedicated reviews.
It's funny because I think Andor connects to the prequels a lot better than the prequels do. It does a lot more with the fucking concept the prequels had than the prequels did. Like,
Well, the main thing is that actually like does an exploration on politics, unlike the prequels, which pretends to have like a political like themes and messaging, but then doesn't actually like do or explore anything.
but not just
I
that,
guess,
like
like,
you actually see
main
the
difference.
impact that the Empire is having on the universe as a whole. And I mean, you could argue, oh well, you know, Revenge of the Sith ended just as the Empire started, so that's not really fair. But like, I would argue against that because half of the movie, the Emperor wins. Also, the first half of the movie has the Jedi falling and then being replaced by the Sith, and then the second half of the movie is the Emperor's in control and he's busy like handling everything. But it just focuses on the fight scene between Yoda, Palpatine, and then the one between Anakin and Obi-Wan. It's like no interplanetary like politics being discussed. There's no like trade routes being disputed. You don't see anyone on the Senate being like, I oppose this because who the fuck put you in charge? Why are you some scaly old wizard now who's like permanently in black? You look evil, my guy. Why are you in court? Why are you here? We don't get anything like that. We get minimal stuff for that, yeah, but it's still more than the prequels do.
Well, yeah, it just sucks because it feels like in like the people who are like prequel defenders like to praise the prequel so much of like, oh, it's such a good like political piece on how a democracy can become a dictatorship, but then like none of the mechanisms or reasons or ways in which that could happen are ever actually represented in the prequels. So it's kind of awkward. But in Andor, it's like, oh, here's how like a fascist government operate and how like and what Pride Rebellion would look like and the type of people that would like be a part of that. It's like, oh yeah, it's actually kind of like exploring that like in a way that has depth. Like it feels very different. It feels much more genuine as an attempt to explore those themes.
I think like the scene for me is when Jar Jar just declares that Palpatine will become Supreme Chancellor. I don't know why it's his decision. I thought we were a Senate that voted on things. Maybe I'm misremembering it, but like that's how I remember the scene.
Hey, Jar Jar had emergency
no,
powers.
basically he has like a lot of weight behind him because he's replacing
Because he's
Amidala,
got a dump truck.
and he's like representing all of Naboo, and then he's just like everyone looks to him for suggestion as to what to do, and he's like, I requested that we immediately give the Chancellor supreme emergency powers or whatever. Then everyone's like, yeah! So they give him emergency powers.
My understanding is that
Politic.
Palpatine already controlled the Senate at that point.
Yeah.
Because But I just don't know why he doesn't really want Jar Jar specifically to
'Cause he's a
keep, like,
troll.
advocate for him having
You
new
want Jar Jar
powers.
to be in the deepest shit of all time.
Alright,
But
let's keep
like
going.
the way he's pictured is so comical, where it's just Jar Jar of all people presenting this idea, and the whole thing is like, yeah, and it's just like everyone, and then everyone claps. It's so funny. Because yeah, Palpatine took over the Senate off screen. He's
See,
just
he's just it's his grand plan.
I'm the
It's
secret.
the grand plan. He's like a chess master, except we don't get to see the chess.
Like in
yet.
one movie, he's like, "Oh, I'm the Chancellor now," and then and then he jumps from that to, "Oh yeah, I control the Senate and the courts." It's just like, okay.
And
How
I'm
does
letting
this
out
happen?
Bunard Snoo or whatever his name was. What was his name?
That's new. Are you talking about Newt Gunroy?
Yeah, Newt Gunray. That's the one.
Who knows? What? I think Shandy's left to do something, so we got to fill in the time. Oof. Who's new?
We can talk about the cereal scene because I know it won't be discussed in this video.
This
I
is
had to
serial.
leave. I am back.
Oh, nice, nice.
Okay, no, never mind.
If you want to
missed
talk
it.
about the cereal scene, you can.
Serial.
It's okay. It's very. We can talk about it maybe
You want
after
to
the
talk about
videos.
cereal scene, then you can. Yeah.
The scene where he just sips cereal, cringe, lol, bad
he
scene,
just
nothing
drinks
happens.
cereal.
He
Ugh.
fucking
The one
eats
where it has
Twix.
like one of the best like facial acting sequences I've ever seen, where him diluting a pupil was of such like importance to me that I had to like press pause on the scene and like talk about it for 10 minutes because of how much it like meant for him as a character and like how much it shows him hiding behind his facade of I think you're cringe, mother. And it like actually
Yeah,
shows you just how annoyed he actually can be just because his eye moved. It
Am I just being an
dilated.
emotional bias for me with stories? But I just had this very like I mentioned before, just like this attraction is characters just being assholes towards each other. I just like love scenes like that, where it's just two characters who clearly just hate each other, and so just like talking in such passive aggressive ways towards each other. I have such a like affinity for those types of scenes. I really enjoy it. One main reason why I really like House of Dragon because it's filled with scenes like that, especially with like Damon.
Oh,
as a
Damon
character.
posting is amazing.
Yeah.
But we'll carry on.
Just because, guys, it's so boring.
Why is she showing her subscribe thing again? She
I,
spent, like,
I
the
didn't want to
first-
mention the UI, but yeah, it's really
She
bad.
spent like the first 40 seconds asking people to like unshadow ban her from YouTube, and then she shows that again like 3 minutes in. What the fuck?
The layout is very messy and
It's
confusing.
very loud. Very, very loud.
It's so boring. It's not like Ryan Johnson or even like She-Hulk where the people that are making this have contempt for the audience. It's just
You did just say that the guy making this doesn't like Star Wars.
But then it's also not made with contempt. It's just boring, I guess. She didn't like Star Wars because it was exciting, so they made it boring.
If I'm
Hmm.
being best faith, it's that she's probably thinking that he doesn't understand what Star Wars is. And
Good,
that's why this is
because
boring.
what
It's because it
Star
doesn't
Wars
do what
is
Star Wars
very
does.
cringe.
Wait, actually what is Niv currently? So he doesn't like Star Wars, and so he doesn't understand what it is, so it's boring, but also he wanted to make a movie, but then they made it into a show and stretched it out. That question mark? Wait, who's at fault here? Is it Tony Gilroy or is it they? Now I'm confused.
I'm so confused.
Unless Tony Gilroy's the one who won, is also they and wanted to make a movie, but then stretched his own movie out into a show.
Also, how classic is it to bring
Randomly.
Ryan Johnson up again 6 years after his fucking movie came out? Like, why? There's been so much content from Star Wars that's come out already. Like, talk about Dave Filoni. I mean, he doesn't have contempt for his fan base, but he still makes garbage. Like, fuck.
Well, from what I understand of Anna, she really likes all of that stuff. So
I know, she's a simp for garbage.
It makes you question whether or not like a lot of fandom Mans people actually hated Last Jedi because it was written badly, or if they hated it just because of the way Luke Skywalker was handled.
I feel like a lot of
Where,
them
like,
just
he's
hate
not
it because they're
cool.
like, Ryan Johnson said a mean thing about us, so grr.
It's like, oh, Luke Skywalker wasn't the cool like Master Jedi he's supposed to be.
No, exactly. It is
Like,
literally the atmosphere because they doubled down on his assassination in the Book of Boba Fett, and those episodes were like universally praised by people for being good. But they do literally the same thing that was everyone's issue with TLJ. It's just dressed up in a different atmosphere, so people don't notice.
That's also not Luke Skywalker. It's what's the funny
Jake
name?
Skinwalker.
Jake Skinwalker. Yeah, that's a good one. Ahsoka cosplay as Sims for Filoni. Impossible. Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, that is a very good point.
It's just mediocre. Like one, it doesn't follow the rules of the Star Wars universe, and two,
How?
What?
How?
Which rules?
Explain one.
What is a rule of the Star Wars universe?
Let's
Yeah,
take
I-
some time. Let's see if she explains.
I don't know.
She explains.
I
Okay,
can't-
well,
I said let's see if she
scenes every
explains.
5 minutes.
Never mind.
I can't steal Amanda's point. I don't know what she could possibly be referring to. If that is like a new.
As far as I'm
territory.
aware, it followed internal consistency. It kept the Force out as much as possible. Like, there's not a single Force user, so they couldn't fuck up anything. Emperor Palpatine is mentioned by name only. The show is heavily focusing on the internal politics of the Empire versus like the free planets that are like trying to do their own thing. Like, it does its own thing, man. Like, even the Tizumi episodes, they don't have magic bullshit appearing out of nowhere. So what do you mean not following rules?
it's obviously I shouldn't say it's a planned out narrative, but
Also, I want to point out something.
Why shouldn't you?
What?
She said, I can't say it's a planned out narrative. Wait, but it literally was.
This thing took 2 years to make.
And it was
they were
shipped
writing
as
it
2
beforehand.
complete seasons. Yeah,
Yeah, what the fuck?
it's literally a planned story.
It's not planned. There's no plan.
I do want to mention something. This is not a live video. She could have scripted this. She could have written down her points on a piece of paper or in a Google Doc, and she could have read over them and been like, oh yeah, this is what I want to say. This is how I want to say it. And then she could have just, memorized those points and read them off of like a PowerPoint or something in the background while her camera is focusing on her. Just put a little bit of prep work into your disgusting fucking 12-minute video. It wouldn't take you long, maybe about 30 minutes to an hour just to like do it properly. It doesn't take me long to do that shit, ever. She chose to do this live, and she doesn't even know what she's talking about at all. She's like, I don't know if I really want to say that this was given much thought beforehand. It's like, what are you talking about? This isn't a live video. You didn't have to, what's the word I'm looking for here? Improv this. You could have just put a little bit of prep into this. Just a little. You could have finished watching the show, firstly. That would have been a good idea. Second one,
Boring.
just do a little bit of research before you actually like talk shit. I mean, you've already gotten one thing wrong with your quote that Boorin's kindly like provided context for, and secondly, just you're covering Screen Rant. Why? Why?
Well,
are
wasn't
you
Even
doing
wasn't
said
this?
anything
point-
about the thing yet. She
What
We
was
haven't
the
talked
point?
at all about the premise.
hasn't even talked about the fucking thing. She's trying to
Screen
give her
rant
own
article. Yeah,
thing.
I was about to say the screen rant article she's talked about for like 20 seconds and then immediately moved on. So
It's just funny because if she'd actually covered the thing, she'd have like a thread of thought to talk about. Now that she's had to like provide her own context, she has no fucking clue what she's talking about.
Oh wait, cause like I saw this a long time ago, and I know where it's going. And yeah, let's just keep going.
All right.
but it does have a plot to it, and it just drags
Good.
because it was supposed to be a movie.
Not good.
And so in that sense, it's
has a
made it
plot.
not bad, but it's mediocre. And
What?
It has a plot that was meant for a movie that got dragged out into a TV show, therefore mediocre.
So how does this not follow the Star Wars rules? Like what?
Correlation
premise,
meet causation. What?
the
Hello?
premise the premise doesn't really work because it's because something was meant to be a movie at first doesn't mean it necessarily needs to feel dragged out just because it contained a TV show. Not going to the fact that it's probably what was supposed to be a movie in the first place. Like not even the factually it's wrong, but like logically it doesn't really follow. Like one doesn't really lead to the other. Like, oh, it's supposed to be a movie. Oh, then it must drag. Obviously.
This movie, sorry, not this movie. This series uses its time. Like, there's a reason it's a TV show and the episodes are 50 minutes long. It uses that time.
Not just that, but there's like an in-universe explanation for why they take so long to do certain things. It's because they're trying to be careful. It's because they're planning out routes. They're making sure that they have their backs covered. They're making sure that I'm specifically referring to the Aldani arc, but I mean this can be applied to a broader sense with Luthen and his operations. Even the prison arc thing. I mean that was a 4-month thing that Andor spent his time planning out, and then he set that into motion in the final episode. But like people take time trying to figure things out because they're working against a system specifically designed by hundreds and hundreds of incredibly intelligent people whose sole purpose in life is to make sure that you enjoy the taste of their boot. These people have got to be careful, otherwise they die, their hometown gets eviscerated, their way of life and their culture gets irreversibly changed, and eventually at some point their planet might be fucking blown up. So yeah, they definitely need to figure things out, and it takes them a long time to do it. I mean, Vex said in episode 4 that they were on a 6-month operation before Cassian arrives. And it's like, yeah, I can definitely believe something like this took you 6 months to accomplish because a lot of planning went into this. You guys have needed to retrieve a lot of information from an inside source that can't leave that frequently. So you need to wait for him to get a good opportunity to deliver this information to you. You need to study operations. You need to find out how many guards are on what kind of patrols, when's the best time to do. There's a lot of stuff that needs to go into this. So yeah, it's a long process to get to everywhere where we need to be, but it's an understandable process. You need that process to exist before anything can happen. You need the build up before you can get the payoff. These people are so used to Mandalorian where it's payoff, 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 and like minuscule amounts of build up. There's nothing really to like set up. It's just action all the time.
I would
Does
argue there's
Mandalorian have
not even
payoffs?
payoffs. Yeah, there's not even
Yeah,
payoffs.
like wait. I guess Luke Skywalker was a payoff for something.
The payoff is
Yeah.
Mando
Yeah.
flying in, doing his super cool thing with that annoying fucking whistle over
Exactly, that's
anything he
exactly what I was
does.
going to say. The payoff is literally you hearing. And then the scene ending. Or starting.
These people have the attention span, to quote Birdman, of a thimble. They are
Said.
very silly.
The skill issue.
And what I think is going on right now is because
Go
people
filtered.
are so used to the people that are making Star Wars and Marvel now just to be, giving a big FU to the fan base, that something that's not, people are like, oh my gosh, I've been getting fed dog shit for years now. And
Yeah, it's
instead
true.
of getting fed dog shit, I'm getting fed dirt now. And oh my God, this
No.
Oh, that's so funny. It's so funny she would choose dirt because she eats dirt.
Is this really funny coming from the person who has a video saying that Picard season 3 is actually good?
This is very funny from
I gotta
someone
ke- I
who
gotta
owns a
keep bringing it up, I'm
plushie of
sorry.
Grogu.
I gotta keep bringing it up. I'm sorry. This is funny to me.
God damn, this woman. I thought she would have at least like gotten better since my coverage of her Captain Carter video, but no, she's actually just gotten dumber. So that's great.
dirt is like gourmet. And yes, for those of you that follow my channel, you guys will get the reference and you guys can laugh about me in the comment section. But that's literally
Boorin, you got that.
Yeah, she on EFAP talked about how she likes to eat dirt.
Cool.
If
Yeah,
did a
that's
40 backflip twice, once in reverse, then people would come around to Andor more.
She likes to eat dirt.
Allegedly, yeah.
Wait, did the double backflip and then also cheated in the rules that were established.
Yeah.
It shot first
Yeah,
3 times.
Exactly. That's what I was gonna say. He just shoots 3 times.
Literally, the
just like-
difference is we have absolute dog shit, which is the Disney fan fiction sequel trilogy, and then you get the shows, which okay, yes, we have Baby Yoda, which is cute.
Also, I like how they're referring to it as fan fiction when it's like official content that was sold to them by George Lucas. Like he gave them the rights to. Like people are molding so fucking hard over that, but that is official content. That is officially licensed content from Star Wars.
Yeah, I hate these people like fucking. What's his
Pretending
face?
like George
fucking Rick
Lucas never
Worley-
made
Rick
garbage
Worley
in
and
his life.
Anomaly. Well, Rick
Like-
Worley and Anomaly, who are like, oh, George Lucas didn't make it, so therefore it's not Star
Right,
Wars.
this just get into a kind of a complicated like thing about like I mean like what's the real difference between something a fan would make versus something like a writer working for Disney who's interpreting the original like Star Wars material would make. Like,
Funny
it's a
thing
really
is that the
great
person who made
between-
Andor isn't even a fan, and yet he made better Star Wars content than Star
Like,
Wars
is one
creators and
considered, quote,
fans.
I think that's
It-
the reason. Is it's
Amazing.
not wank. Like that's what most of the Filoni shit is. It's wank atmosphere, and that's just what it is.
Though, to be fair,
I wouldn't
I
say
think-
the word wank and Filoni content in the same sentence, otherwise you'll be accused of
Ah.
sexual misconduct.
Is that though? I think
I'm a
fan
groomer
fiction.
now. Fuck.
I think fan fiction in this context really just means bad. Because like obviously if like Disney made a bunch of good like Star Wars content, then people would be calling it, oh yeah, it's like it's
The
basically
funny thing
just
is that
fan
Dave
fiction.
Filoni makes fan fiction. That's entirely what his content is. It's, do you guys want to see Boba Fett doing cool shit? Do you guys want to see Mandalorian fucking flying around blasting stormtroopers up? Do you guys want to see Luke Skywalker being a badass superhero who like destroys an entire horde of like nameless robots? That he makes fan fiction content. So why is that
Indestructible, nameless robots.
indestructible? Oh, that's even.
Also,
How
also
are
they're
they
not
indestructible? How did he
Wait,
destroy
wait.
indestructible robots? The fuck?
Nameless. Wait, also they're not nameless. They're called Dark Troopers.
Yeah, they're Dark
okay?
Troopers.
Yeah,
And they were
you're
built
right.
up the whole episode, except they weren't, except the Clone Wars that we never got a thing to, and then Moff Gideon didn't kill himself. And
Like it's
the
ironic to
season ended.
call Ryan Johnson's movie fan fiction when he explicitly made that against fan wishes. Like he's admitted several times that he read like fan theories online and he wrote his story specifically so that it would not follow fan fiction that he read online.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
anti-fan fiction.
The anti-fan fiction, if you will.
The anti-fan fiction equation.
He's like, I'm gonna do the
Anti-fan
most
fiction
whack
equation.
thing because no one will predict it, and then everyone's just like, wow, that's just shit. And he's
It's
like,
garbage. Great, thanks. I
Oh,
appreciate
fuck.
it. It's like
Dang, Farrah.
yeah. Definitions, people. This is why we have them. Don't call it fan fiction if you don't know what it means. If you called the J.J. Abrams stuff fan fiction, then sure, why not? That one?
Again,
He's got a
fan fiction is
lightsaber
content.
with the hilt on it for some reason.
Again, fan fiction is context just means bad. Like that's all it means. Is like if it's bad, like it's basically fan fiction.
Yeah, it's like home cooking. It's-
Home cooking is fan fiction. The fan fiction of cooking.
The flaming mignon has returned, except now it's made at home.
the flaming mignon, yes.
I don't know what it's called. Shut up.
The
Flaming mignon. Mignon.
Let's move on.
Oh,
Cute.
this is important.
Mandalorian's a complete idiot, and he should have died a million times in that show.
Yeah.
I
And then
agree.
Boba
I
Yeah.
agree. Like, yeah. I agree, yeah.
Fett, oh my god, that was just horrific.
I agree, yeah.
I agree. Face Anna.
Absolutely horrific. And then you have this show, which is like, okay, it has a point, it's got a plot, it's got these characters, and they're all building up to this big event.
Actually, wait, no, I'm actually extra confused now. She thinks Book of Boba Fett and Mandalorian are bad. Our entire point for like the last 2 hours was that she thought those were good. I'm confused now. What's going on?
As
Well,
far
your
as I'm
point was
aware,
shitty. My point
the
wasn't that.
yeah,
What do you
as
want?
far as I'm aware, she likes the Mandalorian and she likes Grogu and all that shit, but
Yeah.
she still admits that like the plot-tism stuff.
That's better
him,
than what I
like-
thought it was. So, you know,
It's
props to
really
Anna for
hard to
that.
ignore. Like him
Yeah.
just tanking 24 blaster shots only in the armor.
Yeah, I was gonna be like, well, I think we've already mentioned that. How it's like really hard to miss what's wrong with those shows, but I'm surprised that she's actually like admitting that it's not too good. So good on you. It just makes your points even weirder.
And so there is a little bit of thought that's going into it. And if it was not in the Star Wars universe, if it was in a universe that didn't have aliens and robots and, you know,
What?
Sith and Jedi, it
Why?
could
What?
make a little bit more sense.
Okay,
But it
so
literally
that's her
has
entire
droids
point.
and
That's her entire point.
Oh.
Is that it's
It-
lacking droids? Sorry, it's lacking Sith and Jedi. Therefore, it can't be Star Wars. And that's
she's
its
also saying
detriment.
droids, even though there's droids in the show.
No, I
It's
think she
like
said that there were
a
droids
droid.
in the universe, but
There's two. There's a security droid that hangs Andor.
Oh yeah. Oh
I
yeah.
hate droids. And there's a KS-2O unit.
Did you just say you hate droids? That's the whistle. That's my attempt at the Mandalorian whistle.
I like Eva's attempt. It's much more unhinged.
I can't even hear his attempt because he like cuts out halfway through.
Yeah, Beak's microphone.
Well, Boba Fett.
Boba Fett, Boba Fett.
But because you have the guy that wrote it that doesn't really care about the universe, that doesn't know much about the universe, it doesn't make sense.
We
Like-
keep circling back to the same reason every time.
What do you
Substantiate! Citation
mean?
needed!
No,
So
no.
she's
I
like-
find she's annoyed that the show doesn't pay attention to like Sith and Jedi and droids and shit. But the show's like, yeah, we don't care about that. We're not talking about that.
Wait.
We're talking about like the 98% of other shit that doesn't get talked about in the Star Wars universe involving real people and real situations that don't have magical Jesus powers that can save them out of any other scenarios. We're
That-
talking about them.
Like, I feel like we didn't go back, alright? Like, I feel like we're just
No.
circled around
So
the
her
same
her original point was that it doesn't follow the rules of the Star Wars universe. She then proceeded to give no evidence for that point for 5 minutes. She has now dropped the fact that it doesn't work in this universe because of Sith and Jedi, because it just doesn't. And it has
Yeah, that's
given
my
no
issue, is that
point.
she's saying it doesn't work because there are Jedi and Sith and robots and whatever in the universe. But, like, why does
Why?
it not work? And, like, Goodra pointed out in chat, A New Hope barely has any Sith and Jedi, aside from, like, the two old fucks slapping their flaccid sabers together for 2
I just want to
minutes.
correct one thing that he said there. Those sabers are not flaccid, my good sir. They are right and proper stiff.
Power of the Schwartz.
But I feel like we're circling around, like, we're circling around
Yeah,
the
we're
same points
circling
now,
around the
where-
drain is what we're
Where,
doing.
where it's just like, oh, it's boring, because it's made by, because it doesn't follow the rules, because it's made by Sony doesn't care, and we can see that it doesn't care because it's boring and doesn't follow the rules. It's like we keep like bouncing between these two things, but we haven't actually like discussed anything in particular.
No. Why would we do that? The show's boring.
It
It's
doesn't
not like
follow the
there's an article she could follow. Is
rules.
this gonna be the whole thing?
I hope
Well,
so.
we'll find out.
Make a little bit more sense. But because you have the guy that wrote it that doesn't really care about the universe, that doesn't know much about the
Again.
universe, it doesn't make sense. Like having them on, having him
Oh,
go
shit.
to a prison and everyone in this prison are humans instead of aliens. If anything, they would be majority aliens. And then making the comment, oh,
Okay. So, I
split
agree
them.
that there is a lack of aliens in the show, but in my mind, if I'm going to organize people in a sense that they need to work together, probably going to try to separate people based
Yeah.
on like aliens and non-aliens.
You probably don't
Yeah,
want
this
to
is
put him
so-
in with like Glorf the brain suckler who just eats him. You want to put him in with a bunch of other Glorfs, not like.
This is like this is actually one of my few like things I kind of am like iffy on the show on, but this is the worst possible part of the show to critique it based off.
It's the
because you can
only-
just-
Go
you
ahead,
can
sorry, I cut you
find-
off.
Yeah, you can probably say like it's weird how pretty much all the characters we follow are all like human characters, and we don't have a single like alien character like in any of the cast. And it's like that's my thing argument for like why someone might be like it doesn't really feel like Star Wars, because then like be like okay maybe we could have at least one or two alien characters besides I guess those fishermen that catch Andor and their like sticky net. But the prison itself feels like it probably makes sense that they separate species and then like make prisons that are very very specifically designed. Like this one is like designed to support humans in a very like minimal capacity, and like in a very optimal capacity. I could.
It is
I could
designed
see that a lot
specifically
more.
for
Yep.
humans, it seems.
And that's
Yeah.
what I think it adds to the story in two ways. I think the fact that it's all humans and they're all separated up into 5 different prisons as well means that it's like an uber specific thing that they're doing. I mean, they need these Death Star things in such large capacities that you could imagine like them building a completely different type of factory that works specifically for the anatomy of another alien race that they've subjugated on another planet, but just creates the same parts.
Yeah, because
Like
different
you can
species.
definitely see that happening. And it also strengthens the point that we've never really seen before in Star Wars. Star Wars has always been super like multicultural on every planet, but when you think about it, it's like Tatooine, spaceport, Mos Eisley, like literal spaceport, and Tatooine's like a trade hub. We've seen Coruscant, which is like a mecca for all the different alien species. Like if you're going to a planet and it's like majority human and you're like a squamflobble that doesn't like breathe air and have tentacles for arms, it's like yeah, you're not really gonna go to this planet that's not really like
I
made
mean,
for
like
you.
the
And these
creature
backwards
from
planets will
Han
probably
Solo,
be
who's like somehow a global kingpin, but can't leave her building. That's like secluded from sunlight, and if you like break one glass in her building, you like set her on fire.
Oh my god, we
fucking-
did watch 10 minutes of that
that
movie,
did
didn't we? And then we
happen.
noped out so fast.
That
That
movie
did
was
happen.
so bad. we
Why
had to
would you
dip out 10
surround
minutes in.
yourself? Why would you surround
Painted
yourself in a
windows?
glass dome?
Wait, what?
And it's
movie?
like, so in Solo, the very beginning, there's this giant like bug creature person who's like the kingpin of whatever, and she's like in this dark like area, but Han Solo just like throws a rock and breaks the glass and then just like kills her immediately. Why would you make your hideout out of glass? And it's like you made it out of glass and then you painted over the glass.
So it looks
to
like
be-
a cave.
Yeah, so that it's not dark. Like just use any other material that isn't just breakable by one fucking
Look,
rock.
they're all poor people. Okay.
Not just
Yeah,
that, but
but
she
it's
like
not
points
paper.
out how what he's holding is a rock, and he's like, "No, it's not. It's a thermal detonator. What are you talking about?" And she's like, "I can literally see you holding a rock." And instead of like getting her guards to like shoot him on the spot, or like asking them to escort him out the building, or like
Or
just set
beat
him
him
on
in the
fire
head.
or something, she just lets him throw the rock. A rock that she knows is probably going to break the glass in her glass dome, and then she's surprised when it breaks the glass in her glass dome. Dumbass. Like yeah,
Back
that-
to Andor. I do wish that we had like maybe a few more alien characters because we don't really see that many. We see them mostly on Coruscant in the background of Mon's like thing, and then we have like a couple on Ferrix. There's like the first shot of Cassian walking through the whole town. There's one guy who's like looks like a creepypasta almost. It's like a really funny screenshot. And then there's like Vetch, who is amazing by the way.
Mhm.
Best character of the entire show. We stand Vetch.
Wait, who's
But
Vetch?
Star Wars, Vetch is Nurchi's like friend, who is like clearly just a humble, nice dude, but he like hires him as the muscle. And
Oh, the
Cassian's
guy
just
is
like,
just
what
like,
the fuck,
"What?"
bro? Yeah, that guy's
Whoa.
great.
What?
But like Star Wars, the OT didn't have a POV alien character. It like Chewbacca's there, but like, bro, he's
He just goes,
arguably a character. Yeah,
We just filtered through Han, basically.
He's a
a
talking
dog,
rug.
essentially.
It's a talking rug with a crossbow.
so like if someone says like I want more aliens in the show, I would agree with them. But if someone says like it doesn't feel like Star Wars because there's not an alien main character, I don't think I would agree with that.
I don't
know
even
what
know
you're on
where you
about,
would
bud.
put. I don't even know where you would put these alien characters to make them fit in the scene without being distractions to the overall like story. Like that's
Yeah.
an issue I
It
had.
can't be Aldani.
No, it can't be Aldani because Aldani is like home to a very like
Well, Aldani has
specific
the
group of
like
people.
the shaman people anyway, so it's
Yeah.
kind of a bit.
This is a super
Make
interesting
him
note
make
because
Nemec into a Chewbacca.
well, the
That's
reason it
interesting.
can't work is because they're disguising themselves as troopers and they're going off the fact that
That's
like
true,
the
actually,
troopers
yeah.
wouldn't really know who they are, but if everyone would know that there's an alien. This is like one of my questions around the Aldani arc, and I think it's why Luthen was so afraid and was going to shut them down anyways, and he says we were cutting it close and all of this stuff, is because if Andor doesn't go, either Vel or Cinta is part of that 4-man group that is that squad. And even if you've never seen somebody, I think troopers stationed there would know about a girl who was stationed at either the airbase or the garrison. Like, it is almost predominantly men. I think it's all men. it's a much harder to disguise like either Vel or Cinta as somebody who just like, oh, you would slip by, because like they're so noticeable. You would see them immediately and like start questioning them. But with Cassian, it's fine because he appears more like a soldier.
Yeah, that's a good point that an alien probably wouldn't work in the arc because like aliens aren't stormtroopers like most of the time in the lore. Like it's kind of just like a
Yeah,
the Empire's supposed to kind of be like anti-alien a bit, but we don't really see that at all in any mainstream like Star Wars like show or movie.
Aliens
I think a
fit better
Ferrix
in
alien
a...
would be nice.
Aliens
Like
fit better
in that first arc, a Ferrix alien.
I was gonna say
Go ahead, Shandy, sorry.
aliens fit better in a situation like what you have in Episode 4 on Tatooine with that like that pub or that like diner that what's his name, Obi-Wan and Luke go to when they meet Han. Like situations like that's fine. You know, you've got aliens drinking and partying and murdering each other aplenty. Yeah, it works. But I don't really know any environment in Andor besides maybe the strip club that Andor visits in the first movie. Oh, sorry, not in the first movie, in the first episode where he's looking for his sister. I mean, if you had aliens there, I could buy it because it's just like a hub for people
Wasn't there
to.
an alien there?
If
Am I
there was, then
misremembering?
there was, but I don't remember an
Yeah,
alien being
there was
there.
a blue alien lady who served
Yeah.
him, wasn't there?
No, I
No,
think
wait,
she
no,
just
that's
had an
something else.
afro, and she was like,
There was a
Wait,
blue. Sorry, no, I'm
in
thinking
Andor?
the bowl.
In
The
episode
yeah,
bowl lady.
yeah,
Oh,
episode 1
I
of
think
Andor, yeah.
you're thinking of the ball alien.
The
I
lady in
think.
the bowl is what I was thinking. Of.
No, the first lady that greets him, like the bartender lady,
Yeah, I know.
in Andor episode 1, she's an alien, but the guy that comes in, or the girl that comes and serves him, she's a human.
Okay,
Oh.
well, yeah. Even better, that
That's
just strengthens my point because that's an environment where you see aliens and you're like, yeah, no, this makes sense. Aliens would probably like frequent places like this. This is kind of like the pub area.
Aliens probably go to whorehouses quite frequently. Yes.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
One of the
Yes!
dancers is also an alien. When
Of
Cassian like
course!
gets the drink and then sits at the counter, turns around, and he's looking at like an alien projection.
But yeah, I guess yeah. But the thing with the prisoner, I think as mentioned before, is that aliens probably have different needs, like that you would have to fulfill, and that's probably easier to just kind of separate different species and then like have facilities that are just designed specifically for that species, rather than just have this weird system where you have to micromanage like your different prisoners and be like, okay, we need to add this to this person's like kind of like cells so they have like what they need to actually survive, and like this person may need more rations or this or that. It's just like some whole complicated process.
They're also
I-
there
I
to
can see that.
to fulfill a specific need, right? Like they're building this thing. They need to have 5 fingers like a functioning human would in order to do what like the Empire needs them to do efficiently. Like maybe you
Was
do
there any-
have like an alien prison and they're building different things for the Death Star that require like more complex appendages to assemble.
Yeah, I guess like the thing like that Samantha is like, was there aliens in that scene where they have to like where they get lined up in front of those 3 transports and they have to be like, oh, what's your name? It's like, oh, it's my name. It's like, okay, you're in that one. Like, was there like aliens in like the line at all?
No. There is not. I checked.
Hmm. Interesting.
I
Yes.
was talking to somebody about how they were like sorting the people, because I think it's based on like home planet and charge when they're walking out to that line, and then there's 3 separate ships, and the trooper like confirms name and home planet, and then says where to go. I think it's like a predetermined thing based on sentence, and then they're just basically confirming who you are and then putting you in
Yeah.
your assigned ship. But yeah, there weren't any aliens standing in the line.
Llama
No
just
aliens?
noticed you on the stream.
Yeah.
Further evidence that humans
Okay.
are criminals and aliens are respectable citizens.
Well, true. They own
Which is
the
why they frequent strip
government.
clubs, because you don't see them anywhere else.
Think about
because they're
it.
being
Andor's the one who
respectful.
like breaks into those 2 like the dude's like
Andor's
hotel
an alien.
room
What do
to
you
get-
mean?
to
He's
get-
from
to get his-
space, Mexico.
he gets his
Space
box from his
Mexico.
room. Like he has to break into those 2 dudes like hotel room.
I think that we should probably carry on.
Yes.
It's cheaper to have humans than it is to have droids. It's like, well, that's 100% not true. That was the whole point of the droid army.
They make
What?
a very specific reference to why they use humans instead of droids during the prison arc, which you would have known had you watched past episode 6.
Wait, what was actually the reason? I missed it.
Humans are
It's that humans are
significantly
cheaper.
easier to replace than droids are, because droids you have to like build and manufacture, and you have to like maintain them.
Mm.
And in an environment that's like predominantly surrounded by water, they would probably have fuck ups consistently. Where with people, you just need to arrest someone for looking at you funny in a galactic empire. You won't run out of
I-
people anytime
I find
soon.
it funny that we're appealing to the Separatist droid army, the notoriously like successful like force.
Oh yeah, the fucking
no
separatist
issues.
droids army where Clone Wars canonically says, "Oh, we made them shit by design." My programming is just not competent enough to run this machine properly. Uwe, you remember that episode, right?
They just kind of like accidentally their way into a war. Quite funny.
There's a couple other things that make it like okay though, because you have your prisoners, so you should make them do something. We see other steps later that are involving droid work in the assembly of the Death Star, but like the alternative is to have these prisoners do nothing and have droids do it. So you're paying to house your prisoners and then also paying for separate facilities and droids and the apparatus to run all of that to manufacture it, when like you could just be making use of your prisoners to make this basic like structure, like what is it? It's like a structural connector between like the different plates or reflectors that's in the laser.
Yeah, I guess like the question would be, what would be cheaper, like sort of like assembly type droids, or like slave labor that you have just kind of lying around anyway because you're already arresting people.
Yeah,
Like,
like you
it's-
already
I guess
have the
that's
prisoners, and you're like, as a galactic government, you're going to have some amount of prisoners. Like, why not put those prisoners to use?
Interesting. Warren
Yeah.
arguing for slave labor. in the prison.
We're already spending such a incredibly large amount of money building these prisons to hold people. Let's just spend even more money making factories all around the galactic empire to put them inside these prisons so that they can make these materials for the Death Star while our prisoners do fuck all. Yeah, very good idea. Very nice.
Also, droids don't need sleep, they don't need breaks, they don't need food.
They do need maintenance, they do need repair, they do need to be looked after, they do need to be put into conditions that are suitable for their making. You can't just have them work literally fucking anywhere. They do break down, especially if they're built on the cheap, and they cost money. They cost a lot of money. I think there was something mentioned by what's his name again? Me and
I think Goodrick put what you're looking for in chat.
uh,
Count Dooku in the Clone Wars, upon witnessing Grievous's decapitated B1 battle droid, those droids are very expensive.
Oh, that's even worse. I didn't even remember that part. Oh yeah, so they're expensive to make too. I just thought they cost money. Like, you know, there's a total sum you need to have in order to make these things. But if they're expensive to make too, and they're shit, well, you just shot yourself
Yeah,
in the foot.
droids in general in the current like canon are in a very weird area in terms of how like their intelligence actually works. Because currently it is like the implication is that they're like I don't know how the intelligence is created in universe, but droids have more intelligence than they seem to be they need for whatever they're doing. Like R2-D2 is obviously like has some like amount of intelligence. All the like battle droids we see throughout the Clone Wars clearly have like more intelligence than they would probably need for being like killer robots, and that's part of their downfall in a way. And then Solo established like the idea of like putting bolts on droids to make them like work in a specific manner, like and that have them not be able to think more. Like it's kind of in a weird gray area, so it's hard to like kind of like discuss like, oh, droids should be used in a specific way in the universe, because it's like I don't even know how they work, honestly. It's kind of like muddy. It's probably one of those muddy parts of the Star Wars canon currently is like droids, I would say.
I'd agree, I think.
Also, making a meta argument here, but this show is supposed to be in line with the canon of the OT. And in the OT, the Empire didn't have that many droids on standby. I mean, they had protocol droids that went around cleaning everything, but none of their soldiers were droids. None of the people that they had flying ships were droids. None of the people that they had like securing prisoners were. Why would you then like advocate for more droids in the Galactic Empire when that would drastically harm the canon of the OT, and yet you're claiming that the people making the show don't know anything about the OT when you're advocating for something that directly harms the OT. You spungus. Like, how do you not say that and then think about it for 5 seconds and go, hold on, what I said is actually kind of stupid? No, I don't get it.
And they don't need security, all of which are resources that are wasted on humans. And right there in and of itself, it shows that, you know, the people that are writing it and working on it don't know much about the universe that they're trying to, you know, pitch and sell to an audience. And at this point, I think the people that are left that are watching it aren't, you know, diehard Star Wars fans. They're either
Correct, I'm not a diehard Star Wars fan. You're very correct. Anyone else?
Star Wars always had a bunch of like slave labor, even in the EU. Like I remember, like there was like a lot of like stories where it's like, oh, like they saved the Wookiee population after like conquering Kashyyyk, and then they used them because they were like really strong, so they used
mean,
them a lot for
Anakin's a
like
slave.
slave labor.
Yeah, Anakin is a slave.
Like,
I like how
think
you
it- I
mentioned
think a lot of-
Kashyyyk, because the only other piece of Star Wars content that I can think of that I actually remember would be the Force Unleashed game, and in there they used the Wookiees from Kashyyyk to like build their weapons and like towers and shit like that. They used them as slave
Mhm.
labor. It's like, yeah, why
That's
wouldn't
definitely-
you? I mentioned this earlier.
when you
Why would you
grind.
have all of these people on standby who are like political prisoners who
think
oppose
they
the
were
Empire
around
and not put them to work? Why would you just have them sitting around?
my point is that it's like that argument that's like, oh, the only reason this is the case that they don't understand Star Wars. But like when I think of Star Wars, like yeah, even in the prequels, like there's
You
like the
think
idea
of
of
slave
slavery
labor.
and a lot of the EU, there's stuff like that. So I don't know. It feels like this has always kind of been around. Just trying to like get Tony Gilroy on this point specifically for like, see you have this, you don't understand the universe. This feels really weird. Like, seems like this has been a consistent trend.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know. Very silly point to make.
they're people that came in during the Disney era and they don't know too much about Star Wars, or they're people that are so desperately holding on to the hope of Star Wars that, again, it's kind of like being traumatized or having what is it, that syndrome where you like get an emotional bond to the person that's like captured you. It's Stockholm syndrome, that's what it's called.
What?
What? What?
Not-
Andor, liking Andor is Stockholm syndrome?
Yeah?
I guess.
No, not liking. Thinking Andor is good is Stockholm syndrome.
What? Why?
Lamau.
Because droids replace humans, slave labor, no goodie, Empire, no use humans, people expensive. I don't fucking know.
You'd feed them through a tube, though. It's probably less expensive than oil.
Yeah, I actually wanted to mention that, but then I think my mind like got sidetracked on something else. They just feed them like gunk.
Slop.
Yeah, just slop, just
Through a tube.
food.
They literally
Yeah.
pump it in. It probably doesn't even have an expiry date.
Kino Loy even says you can eat or drink as much of it as you want. They want you
Yeah.
nice and
You to be
healthy.
healthy.
It's like, yeah,
Yeah, it's just a nutritionally perfect, bland food that's probably really easy to synthesize.
clearly this stuff isn't expensive to make if they let you eat as much of it as you want. And it's easily accessible. Just eat it in your cell. Just slurp it up. Bro.
Also, humans are naturally competitive, so like,
Especially when you
probably-
have the choice of food with flavor
yeah,
or electrocution. Like, damn.
Dude, that's one thing I found funny about that. It's like morbidly funny. Is how like the way like it's kind of stuff looks like one of those like reality like TV shows like Survivor or something. Where it's like, oh, welcome to today's challenge. Like each team needs to create this thing, and the fastest team will get this reward. It's like, oh yes, like a cake. It's just like, wow.
The bottom team gets voted off the island.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
That was the way it was said. It was kind of morbidly funny in that way.
Well, yeah, I've heard some very interesting takes from people on what they think would be funny if they included them into the show. So I can see why you would laugh at something like that.
And so it's like, oh, I went from getting fed dog shit to getting fed dirt, like I said earlier. And it's like, oh my gosh, dirt is so much better than dog shit. And so, you know, you hold on to that. And there's little moments that give you a glimpse of what it could be like in this last episode with Stellan Skarsgård's character and him escaping the Empire. And it's like,
oh god, no, not that episode. Is she referring to the one where he like laser beams TIE fighters
About
with
the
his
TIE
ship?
fighters.
Yeah,
Yes.
is she referring to that? That's
think
just
so.
goofy.
Yeah, one of the corniest scenes in the entire show.
No, Anna, come on, tell me that's
I mean,
not... oh.
I like what it does in terms of world building and the technology that he has to evade things should it need be, but like at the same time it's like, bro, come on, man.
Wait, is he saying that it's a good scene or a bad scene? I
She
missed
said
the
that
point.
that's
Saying
like...
it's the only glimpse of a good Star Wars in Andor.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Honestly, I forgot that scene existed. It was kind of like very.
but it doesn't do anything.
I wouldn't say it's bad, but yeah, it's very
It doesn't do anything. It
not
doesn't add to
memorable in terms
anything.
of the
If you
overall,
had
like,
him
plot
leaving
themes or
there
characters.
and then returning where he needs to be without Imperial muck up, it changes nothing. Like there's nothing about that scene that actually adds to that. That, funnily enough, is actually a scene you could cut out and change nothing about the story. And it's the one that she references as like the one that's a glimpse of how good Star Wars can be.
So we finally found the scene that could be cut.
She unironically
did.
provided an example of an issue she had earlier on, but she's using it as an example of what it could be to be good. Are you
Which-
crapping on my briefcase? What the fuck? Boy,
'cause I feel
like, do you disagree?
I feel like the point of a scene like that would be to establish the capabilities of his ship because they would like come up later or something. But yeah, it doesn't really like come up again, at least in this season. So it kind of feels not necessary at this point.
The
in
thing
time.
with that scene about me is I don't really understand what the purpose of those fucking lasers are because it can't be for what he does. Because it's so impractical that you could actually like spin and hit other ships. Like he got incredibly lucky to hit both of the ships with like each laser. When I think about what they could be used for, it's like maybe clearing debris that you're trying to fly through or something, but it only clears debris in a fucking straight line on each side of your ship. I don't really like understand what the purpose of those things are other than just being a cool visual.
It's the twirly whirlies from The Hobbit.
No,
The spinny winnies.
the spinny winnies.
Yeah. God damn. Imagine picking that scene as your like example of how it can be good versus anything else that's come beforehand. Not the heist on Aldani, not the scenes between Cyril and his mom, not Cassian like
Again,
explaining
it's people that like action because it's action, like not because of any of the context around the action, like any of the character stuff or the story or the plot or anything to make it good. Is he just it's action, it's space battle, that's cool.
Correct
that's
me if
kinda what
I'm
Star
wrong,
Wars
but
is.
isn't that scene
like-
after Luthen's speech as well? In episode 10? Or was that before?
I think it's after he leaves after meeting with Saw Gerrera, I'm pretty sure.
Which scene, sorry?
Luthen's
The-
like a speech in episode 10. Is the Spinny Winnie one before or after that?
I think
That
it's
is after.
before.
That is in episode 11. That is after
Wait.
he talks to Saw the second time.
Oh my
the
god,
second
so
time,
she didn't
okay.
even she watched the Luthen like scene where he's just like explaining his reasoning for why he has nothing left to go back to besides the rebellion. She saw
That's
that
boring.
scene and she still thought the Spinny Winnies was like an example of what it could
Put
be. when
spinning
it's good.
lasers, dude. That's good.
God, you're such a shitty content creator. My god.
it's like, oh, that was really good animation. You can see where the budget went in the entire episode because the entire episode before that
What?
really, really dragged on. There was things that didn't make sense. Like Cassian was in some apartment before
Are
he
you
got
accusing
taken
the show
to
for
this
not
prison,
looking good in
and he
general?
had this box that was on top of this little ledge, which was not very high that anyone could have seen.
And
it's like,
pull up a...
oh,
No,
him and his-
oh my god, hold on, pause it. So, I've had this discussion with other people, I forget who, but people say that you can just look up and see the box, but you can't. Like his box of credits or whatever.
No.
When you see him with it, it's like the top of that shower has like a raised edge and like a lip that he sets it on. I can kind of sympathize with people saying like, oh, maybe it should have been found in like the 30 days he was in the prison or whatever, but you would specifically need somebody to want to clean the inside of the top of the shower,
Yeah,
which
which
doesn't really
might
feel like it
be-
would be part of, everyday cleaning
Yeah,
or
it might be
whatever.
a spring cleaning thing, so he's got like at least somewhere to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
maybe,
you
like,
absolutely can't see it. It's like a foot above eye level, or maybe 2
maybe it
feet
would
above eye
make
level.
more satisfying if it was like hidden better. I could like agree. Like, sure, I don't think it's like a major issue. Like where it's like
And
left
she has the
currently,
goal to
but-
fucking pull up a thing and say subscribe and press the bell notification.
She did it again.
Yeah.
I,
she
but I
put
Oh
want to
my
go back
God.
I think it's just been here the whole time, no?
She
No,
commented on
no,
the
not that. She put another thing up on the left hand side, like a
Oh.
She
a
commented
temporary
on the
one.
laser beam ship scene as like, oh, this is where the episode's budget went. Like the rest of the show doesn't look good at all, apparently. Like this is like the one scene that's like, wow, look the animation, isn't that so good? Well, that's where the budget went. It's just like,
Who
Wait, I'm
ironically
confused.
like watches this
suggesting that-
person?
like the episodes don't really look good outside of that scene. Like,
They look great.
because I would definitely disagree with that. Like all the
Yeah.
episodes look amazing, and like all parts of it. I don't know. What were you gonna say, Boorin?
I forgot. It's fine.
Unlucky.
His girlfriend, or I mean, whoever cleaned out his apartment would have found that box, but it's just conveniently still there, even though an alien is living in his apartment. It's like little things like that that don't make sense. It's like if that was hidden in some secret compartment in the wall, it would make sense. But no, it's literally on top
That'd
of.
be so
A
corny.
secret compartment in the.
Why the hell would he have that? Unless it was like a panel that he could pull off.
No,
like
no,
in
no,
the
no. There's
fucking-
actually a scene in Better Call Saul where they try and do something like that, and the guy who does it thinks he's like really super cool. He's got a compartment behind his couch that he hides all of his money and baseball cards and stuff in. And someone breaks into his house to try and steal his money, but he clears out all the stuff that gets like wrecked, except for the couch, because the couch like stays there in place because he knows that's where like his secret stuff is. The police walk into the house because he calls them because of the robbery. He gives them like a detailed explanation of everything that goes on. So they look around the house, and then they see, the house is in complete fucking shambles, except the couch. They notice that the couch is somehow unharmed. And then they notice behind the couch that there's like a little bit of an opening because like this guy cut a hole into his wall so that he could have the secret compartment. So they move the couch back, notice the secret compartment, open it up, and then notice a whole bunch of sketchy shit inside there, and then they question him about it. So in a realistic situation, when you've got someone like Andor and he's trying to keep something safe and hidden away from the Empire, and the Empire like searches apartment in 30 days or so, if he had a fucking secret compartment in his wall, are you telling me they wouldn't find that? When like Better Call Saul has just like as a depiction of two regular cops being able to figure that out casually, and you're telling me like an entire galactic empire just hires buffoons and no one in their units would be able to figure something like that out? Like, really?
I'm just not really particularly invested in the plot point of him like hiding his box away and then having to get it later. Like it doesn't really feel that important to the overall narrative.
Yeah, but like the idea that he's just hiding it in like a supposedly seeable location just makes it stand out a lot less. It makes it seem a lot less important than if he actually went out of its way to hide it in like a secret compartment as well, because it's like, oh, this person went out of his way to hide
I mean,
something that's
it
supposed to
might be
important.
better like to like hide it. Like I think like. But he doesn't really have a reason to hide it because it's like he's just in an apartment. He just has it with him.
Yeah.
Like it's not. It's like a thing that utmost like I need to hide this away because I don't know, like somebody break in and steal my money or something.
Like,
Like,
I don't think where he hides
I
it
don't
is a
think he
bad
put on
spot.
top. I don't think he put on the top of the shower like with the expectation like this will be a foolproof like hiding spot for when I get arrested
No.
like today later and then like I have to come back in like 2 weeks. I don't think that was like the idea behind where the box's hiding location was. So I don't know. It's just kind of like it's just like a thing that like sure it could have been like more satisfying if it was like more hidden. So we wouldn't have this like it's kind of weird that it wasn't found in that time. But on the other hand, I don't think it's like really significant enough to really like harm my impression of the show. It's a very minor like plot point. I don't think it's like very significant.
I don't even agree that it would be found in the 30 days.
Either.
Yeah. I don't think it's like at a spot that would be checked normally.
Yeah.
Like
Anyway.
if the shower broke and they had to repair the shower, then sure.
Big alien plugged up the shower. He broke
of
the
a ledge
shower.
over his shower. Doesn't make any sense. But oh my gosh, look, Stellan Skarsgård is in his ship and it escaped the Imperial ship. Oh my gosh, it's great. Yay!
You unironically clapped.
Wait, is she making fun of herself, or wait, what's happening now?
She unironically clapped.
It sounds like she's being sarcastic.
She unironically clapped.
Hey, and it's like, yeah, this is overrated. And I mean, I don't understand why people are dying on this hill. But again, when you go from having dog shit to dirt, I can understand where that appreciation would come from. So guys, the moral of the story here is
You haven't said anything.
Your
She's
two
0 for 1.
examples-
She made one example. Oh yeah, I guess 2.
her
We're 0
two
for
like
2.
main props of the show so far is that it was kind of weird that the prison didn't have any aliens, and that the box probably should have been more hidden so it won't be found in like while he was in prison. Like these are like those minor of like nitpicks. I feel you haven't addressed any of the core meat of the story at all. It was just like, yeah, the box was kind of weird. The aliens were as well. I guess like the prison also should have been like run by droids.
There he
I guess
is.
was
There's
the
the little
point.
shit. I can see Grogu in the fucking background. He's behind the Michael Myers painting. I fucking knew I would find it. Little
Yep,
piece
I
of
see it. Yeah.
dog ass
He's
puppet.
behind the Michael Myers.
Fucking
A combination
consumer.
of characters.
that Andor is not the worst show ever made.
Such high
Okay.
praise. Much clap.
Oh yeah.
Thank you
Nice.
for clarifying this.
It's,
You
if
already
you don't
clarified this 5 times now because you said it was dirt instead of dog shit, but sure.
really know too much about Star Wars and how the Rebel Alliance was formed and who the main players were, and if you just want to sit there and just have something on, it's not the
Wait.
worst thing in the world, but
So-
even in our universe, there are just little plot holes that it's like this really doesn't make too much sense.
Sorry, I have to
Name
pause
'em.
this. I have to pause this. Like, is Rick have a hidden thing under like there for a second, or is he like, oh, like if you don't know about how the Rebel Alliance was formed, who the major players are, didn't you mind to his show? Is there like a hidden thing where because the story of the Rebel Alliance here is different from like what is in the EU or something like that? That's why it's bad. It's like a hidden that's what that point feels like to me. That it's different from what was there before, so like it's bad. Like, I don't know if I'm reading too much into it, but that's what that side comment kind of felt like to me.
Weird.
Mm.
I don't know who else she's talking about. Like what, Bale and Leia, I guess.
I don't know, like.
I'm assuming
John
she's
Dogala,
talking like Luke
I don't know, like,
Skywalker, Darth Vader, Princess Leia, Han
I
Solo.
think Darth Vader is a founding member of the Rebellion.
No, but like he is a major player in like the Empire, and the Empire
That's
is
what she
rid of
wants
the
to see.
rebellion. So
I don't think so. I think it's probably more like some of those EU characters, like the people around the table in like the original movie or that stuff. I guess.
but Mon Mothma is a founding member of the rebellion, and she's in the
I guess
show.
Mom Muffin doesn't count. I don't know. I guess like she's like
Luthen
but
is
so-
a
that's what
founding member
confuses
of the
me.
rebellion. He's the one who like creates the rebellion in the first place by strengthening
Well, I
the
think-
grip of the Empire, and he's in the
I think
show.
Luthen's
And ripping in Mon.
I think Luthen's a new character, isn't he?
I don't care about the EU then. Like, he's a founding member of the Empire as far as not the Empire, fucking... He's a founding member of the Rebellion for as much as I care. Like, I don't give a shit about the EU.
So you say he's like a founding member of the Empire? Does that match his image versus Jar Jar like pronouncing Palpatine as like leader? There's like a red circle and like Luthen in the background. It's like he was
there the entire time. Yeah, that's like something you could put like in a fan edit or something. You just put Luthen in the background of all the prequels, and it's like he's here the entire time, guys.
He founded the Empire. Oh no.
He is secretly the.
But yeah,
the
I imagine
Phantom
that's what
Menace.
that point. That's what that kind of aside was. Was that there's like kind of a deeper like motivation there, where it's just like, it's changing up the lore that I like. So I don't like this. I don't like this founding story they're going. It doesn't really like I don't know if you can call it the founding story of the rebellion. It's probably like different people doing different things. It's probably just one segment of it. The rebellion in the lore, as it is currently, basically was a bunch of separated like cells that were all operating on their own, and eventually they all kind of come together to form the Rebel Alliance, which is why it's called like the Alliance, like because it was an
Damn, that's
allied
crazy. That's almost like
coalition
exactly what we
between.
got.
I guess like an allied coalition between a bunch of different groups that came together after the Death Star happened. Or I guess like before the Death Star happened because of the Mon Mothma's speech. Bale was a founding member of the Empire for almost getting Luke killed in the Kenobi show. True. Secret Empire agent.
And I mean, if you're really bored and you just want to have something on and you got nothing else to watch, I mean, have this on in the background. If you're a big Diego Luna fan and you just want to have it on in the background, I mean, it's okay, but it's nothing to write home about. And out of all of the Disney Star Wars shows, I mean, this one clearly, it doesn't have contempt for the audience, which is, I think, why some people are holding on to that hope. But overall, it's...
Since when does The Mandalorian have contempt for its audience? When was this ever a thing?
It's only a thing in TLJ. That's it.
Does Kenobi have contempt
How
for
is
his
this a
audience?
point? I don't
No, I don't think so.
understand. Where's the connective tissue to this point? Like, does
Yeah,
Book of
I guess
Boba Fett
we're
have contempt for its audience?
No, I guess this as Bornson was still on TOJ, even though it was
It's just that's it.
one-off movie. Like it was, and we're still like complaining about it. Like this is like the Disney Star Wars. Like it hates its audience, even though like none of this all the Star Wars after like the Last Jedi had been like very like all nostalgic, fan servicey like type media. But you know,
Oh, hey guys, we made this one movie with a director that has contempt for its audience and it categorically lost us money at the box office. We're going to keep doing that even though we're Disney, we're a super company, we have a monopoly on all of media, and we like money. Let's just keep losing it by the millions and see where it gets us.
well,
No.
Last Jedi didn't money. That was so low.
Solo lost money, yeah, but I'm saying that at the box office, TLJ made less money than the first movie, and then the third movie made less money than TLJ. And then they noticed that, and they were like, oh, maybe we should stop doing that. And then they made, like, Mandalorian, which was, like, a hit.
Yeah,
Sold
I
a
always like wonder about
bunch of
that because
Disney
on one
Plus
hand, it's like
subscriptions.
the drop off from the first movie is like like basically like it was like half of what TFA made. But on the other hand, like TFA had so much hype leading up to it because like it's like the first Star Wars they're getting after so long. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if like if that drop off was like how much is that as expected versus how much of it was caused by the movie itself.
You'd have to imagine a fair chunk of it was caused by the movie itself. Because, like, a lot of people rewatched TFA in theaters. Like, a lot, a lot. I mean, I was one of them. I saw TFA twice in theaters. I watched it again just because I had such a fun time the first time, so
Yeah, you
I
need
tend to watch
someone
it
to
again.
analyze like that data and compare it to other
I don't even know how you
movies.
could. Well, I mean, I tried to, and then I got yelled at because it wasn't from the same IP, so...
It's just like there's not many YouTubers I'd actually trust to do that, especially from the Phantom Menace. So
Yeah.
who knows?
Yeah, I don't really buy the idea that sequels drop off in profit that much, especially nowadays with modern media. I mean, sequels usually end up making bank, especially because the first one was so popular and people like feed into the idea of wanting to see more because of successful IPs like just becoming major blockbusters. I tried using the Avengers as an example, with the first one making just around about the same as the second one, and then the third one making like significantly fucking more than the second one did. But
Mhm.
apparently that's not a fair comparison to make because it's not from the same IP. So I don't know.
Nice.
I gave up trying to use that one. Boorin, you're gonna love who I had that argument with.
We don't need to
But
talk
yeah,
about it.
I'm not gonna mention it. He knows. Well, if he doesn't know, I'll tell him later. But yeah.
It's
Anyways, let's carry on.
just
We know where the story is going. None of the characters are really compelling. The acting actually is, half decent in some scenes, and then it's very clear who is more talented. Obviously, Stellan Skarsgård is like a world-renowned actor, and so he owns every scene that he's in. Andy Serkis, again, phenomenal actor, but people are making a big deal about, oh my gosh, he's Snoke, and he went on the intercom and he did this thing, and like it made his voice sound like Snoke, and it's like
you're talking about idiots.
As far as I'm aware, nobody said this shit. Like,
Yeah, what the hell?
this was probably just like some John random on Twitter who like said that it could be Snoke, but I mean, Andy Serkis came out himself and said it wasn't. Like, this was never really that big of a narrative that he was actually.
I've never
and I mean,
heard this before.
Spoiler alert! Literally dies in the season, so.
Does he?
It's not made super clear, but yeah, he dies.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we don't see a body, so
we don't. But Andy says that he's dead.
There's a very likely chance that he's dead, because what most likely happened is that even though he couldn't swim, he probably jumped anyway. It was my
or just got pushed over people.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I could see a scenario where like he makes it out alive just because he doggy paddles, or like he gets onto a piece of debris or something. Maybe he stays behind and like pretends to be one of the security guards. I don't fucking know. But like, I am not comfortable with saying someone's dead until I see a body. It's just a rule I have with media in general.
Maybe he could have been like saved by someone else who could swim, but based on what his dialogue is like in the early episodes, it is very unlikely that he will stay behind. He like most likely jumped, like even if he would die.
Yeah.
I'll say that he probably will not appear in a Tony Gilroy production. That's it.
Unless it's
he'll
like
show up in the Mandalorian season 3 though.
We saw someone reduced to literal atoms and they survived. So I think Disney could.
Wait,
if it's not headed by Palpatine.
Oh yeah, with the Death Star explosion, yeah.
I completely forgot. Yeah, I forgot about TROS and you reminded me, and I'm mad.
I'm sorry. Sorry I did that to you.
Like it's like I remember TOJ, but I forgot there was like a movie that came out after that. That was like apparently the conclusion to the trilogy. Yeah,
slime, man.
All right.
Yeah, let's keep going. We got 3 minutes of this video left, guys. Let's go.
Okay, and everyone was making a big deal about that scene, and then I was like, what's the big deal? Like, why is everyone talking about this? And I watch it, and I'm like, okay, he was like having a little bit of a mental breakdown, and then he gave a speech.
What?
How reductive can you get?
This is interesting that she saw Buzz, like she's checking out the buzz around the episode before she watches it. Like she knew that scene was coming. And then she watched it. It's still
I didn't even do that with Arcane. Like fuck.
I guess she like he like kind of has like an emotional breakdown and like rethinks his entire life, and then
I wonder
why. Gives, like, a really passionate, emotional speech to like motivate all of the people he's trying to get to rebel against like their oppressors. Yeah, bro, that shit was not very good, you know. Like,
he just kind of has a mental breakdown. So it's like a fucking obtuse way of describing that scene. Oh my goodness!
Not just that, but like that exact morning, he came to the conclusion that he thinks he's already dead, and he's just going to do whatever he can to like stick it to the man who's been sticking it to him for years. So yeah, emotional breakdown is accurate to say the least, but it's also very reductive of what's going on in that scene. Well, that episode, actually.
We haven't talked about the Luthen scene, haven't talked about the serial scenes, haven't talked about the Aldani arc.
But even then, the Kino Noise piece is one of my favorite scenes in the whole show. I love that moment so much. And just see some nerds reduce it down to like, a guy had a mental breakdown. And anyway,
wait, what scene is she talking about, sorry?
She's talking about how Andy Serkis had a mental breakdown at the end of episode 9 because he gave a speech to everyone after he escaped the cell.
And it's the Kino Noise piece, and she described it as him kind of having a mental breakdown.
What?
We'll go back if you didn't hear it.
Yeah, can we back up 10 seconds? Because holy fuck.
Okay.
This is what I mean by skill issue. They don't understand, like, they don't understand what is actually being portrayed. They just missed it.
Listen to this again.
world-renowned actor, and so he owns every scene that he's in. Andy Serkis, again, phenomenal actor, but people are making a big deal about, oh my gosh, he's Snoke, and he went on the intercom and he did this thing, and like it made his voice sound like Snoke, and it's like, okay, and everyone is making a big deal about that scene, and then I was like, what's the big deal? Like, why is everyone talking about this? And I watch it, and I'm like, okay, he was like having a little bit of a mental breakdown, and then he gave a speech that wasn't even that compelling. But
he yelled so loud that the mic fucking cut out.
What the fuck, man?
She just described. She just described the end of an arc in which, like, the majority of the prisoners rise up against their.
I'm gonna be right back. You guys talk about this. I need to go grab a drink.
And then he talks about the nature of humanity and all the different things that follow it, and then they escape. And she refers to this as him having a little bit of a mental breakdown, and then giving a speech that wasn't all that compelling. Okay.
Oh, pain.
Genuine skill issue.
Pain.
She's
I'm
just
in
low level.
pain.
She did not receive this quest. She just nope.
Dude, I feel like your skill issue is insults as a nerd version of this. You aren't equipped enough to talk about this. That's how I feel right now. It's like you
I
aren't
don't even.
you aren't
It's not even
equipped
meant to be
enough to talk
mean.
about this show.
It's not even meant to be mean.
She just doesn't have information.
Yeah, people can just genuinely like just miss it, and
Yeah.
it is a lot of subtext. You
Yeah,
have to be paying attention to the
That's
show, and like
fine. It's
I have the hindsight benefit of watching it fucking 16 times, so like I know everything that happens. It's just like you would think as like a reviewer person, you would watch something at least twice before talking about it, but so many people watch stuff
Even-
once and then never rewatch it.
She's watched half of the entire thing, called it bad, and then
I think at this point she's seen
and
most
then
of it.
missed half of the.
I don't know if I agree. Like, I mean, I can understand missing some things, but the keynote always speaks. Like, it's very like clear, like what's being like discussed and the ideas,
She's
like,
having a
and
mental
everything's
breakdown,
built up
bro.
to it. Like,
Yeah. When I
don't
say
know,
it generally, it's not meant to be mean. With Anna specifically, maybe like it could just be the skill issue.
I consider it, I interpret it as mean because like that's just like a
Well, it's just
I-
like the
yeah, like
answers to these
reductive
questions.
way described as scene that it almost feels like a bit insulting to what's like happening there, like with the characters and the actor and the like director. Like it's just like all it just like just try to describe all the emotion I've put into that to be like, oh yeah, it's now no emotional breakdown, I guess. Like it's like I don't know. It's like it feels so like obtuse that I'm just like, yeah, I don't like. Are you even trying like to understand the show at this point?
It almost
I don't-
seems like she's trying to find the angle to shit on it. I don't know.
Or maybe she's
it's
just
weird.
not equipped enough to like understand the show. I don't know.
I am back.
Maybe she just they like the more complex themes and character stuff isn't for this person. I guess.
Yes, that is what happened.
We're
Like
gonna
it
keep
feels
going.
mean to go there, but I mean, if that's your interpretation of a scene like
But because
that,
there's a
like, I don't
voice
know
to
what
make him
else I
sound like
can
Snoke, people are like
conclude.
kicking and screaming about it on Twitter. It's really not that big of a deal. But again, there's nothing really going on right now. As far as Star Wars goes, it's like, oh, we announce a movie and then we unannounce a movie. Oh, they're literally just
What?
trying to make.
For point
There
of
was
reference,
plenty of other stuff.
Tales of the
released
Jedi
alongside
came out.
this.
Yeah, Tales of the Jedi came out like
Fucking
right
out her
next to it.
ass.
Wasn't House of the Dragon like coming out?
No,
Like,
she
Yeah,
says
I
Star
think
Wars.
that's-
No, she says Star Wars media specifically.
Well, yeah, Star Wars media specifically, but I mean, as well,
but she's
there was a
describing
ton of stuff released alongside of this that I think contributed to
But
its.
she's talking about the
poor
casual
premiere.
fan who doesn't know that much about like Star Wars watching.
EFAP
this.
actually admitted this on their stream that they didn't watch Andor because they lost interest in it because it's like a side character that from a movie that they didn't care about. But another reason why they didn't watch it was because there was so much other stuff coming out around the same time that they had to see. Wasn't so you had She-Hulk, you had House of the Dragon, you had
I think Rings of Power as well.
Rings of Power.
Rings of
as well.
Power, yeah. Was Better Call Saul coming out around that time? Was that before? I don't think they were watching that one. They were
Dude,
watching some.
Swishy,
There was
having to
like a
switch,
full show that they were watching, and I just can't remember what it was. It wasn't Book of Boba Fett. It was something else.
having to switch between She-Hulk, like House of the Dragon, Rings of Power, and Andor. That is such a fucking whiplash of like. It's
Yeah.
like, wow, we just watched something good. Okay, now let's watch something absolutely terrible. Like right after, and it's
Gauntlet.
like, oh my god, do we have to?
There was a new Rick and Morty season. Dahmer came out then. There was a new Cobra Kai season.
I don't think any
there
of
was
them
a lot
watched
of stuff.
Cobra Kai, so.
No.
God of War Ragnarok,
I
God of
think
War Ragnarok, that's a good point.
they watched the first 3 episodes, I think a few days after it came out, but then I think as Mahler said, no one was really talking about it, and I think by that he meant like the other content creators kind of in their space weren't really talking about it, and so they kind of just let it slide. But then after being bugged by people to cover it, they eventually finished the rest of the season. Because there was one stream that they talked about the first 3 episodes, and they talked about liking it quite a bit.
Another reason why they
Um,
actually covered it was because of Critical Drinker covering the show and because of his video on it. Apparently, his video on Andor was enough for Mahler to actually check it out. And he's like, oh shit, yeah, no, this is actually pretty good, so I'm gonna go and watch it. At least, that's how I
yeah, I
remember
think it was
happening.
actually. Yeah, I think that was the case.
Yeah.
Rogue was a better character than Andor. Yes. Yogurt.
I just
Yeah,
had to
that's
take
good.
my hoodie off because
Good.
it was getting hot.
The
But let's carry
news
on.
at the people talking about it, and it's pretty sad because at this point Disney has killed the brand so much that nobody really cares, and the people that do care,
That was the problem that we had, yes. Trying to convince people to watch the show was hard because the IP was fucking so toxic and such a
Dude, the
way
amount of
that nobody
people.
wanted to fucking go near it.
Because like I've watched the show so many times now, and I think it's at like 5 or 6 people that have just been like, I don't like Star Wars. I've talked about the show being good. They're like, yeah, but it's Star Wars, so it's still shit. You finally convince them to watch the show,
That
and
was
then you like
unironically
binge the
me.
entire show in one day.
That was
I was
unironically
not-
me. I was not going to watch the show, like, at all. But one day, I just sat at my desk. This was after my Birdman video had released, so I had a lot of free time. And I just wanted to, like, play a game. But, you know me, I tend to, like, play games with something on the background. So I saw Andor on Disney Plus. I was like, okay, I'll give this a try. I put on as some background noise while I play my game. And then the first 10 minutes hooked me in so much that I paused my game entirely and I kept on watching to see what happened. And then after the first 30 minutes, I switched my game off and I just watched it like from start to finish, like in one day. That's
Yeah,
yeah.
honestly, I didn't really want to watch the show either. I was reaching a point like before the show came out. I was like, okay, I need to be done with like watching like Marvel and like Star Wars. I need to move on. This is not going to be good. I remember it was like Dorothy was just like oh no, like this show's gonna be different. It like sounded like the most massive copium ever. I was like, it's gonna be different, guys.
It's because
you
he
know,
said
they
the same thing for Obi-Wan, and Obi-Wan turned out shit. So we were all like, yeah, bite me
Yeah,
once,
that's-
shame on
that's-
me, bite me twice. So yeah. none of
Did
us
you
were
guys see the
expecting
Andor trailer before the show came out?
No,
No.
I didn't see anything about the
Because
show.
I saw the trailer and I was like, this could be the only good show that comes out. And then it came out and it was pretty good. And I was like,
Well,
makes
to-
sense.
If I
To
found
be fair about the Obi-Wan thing though, he was saying that before the news release that they completely rewrote the show because apparently like, the original thing was too dark. It's like, we can't do that. We're forcing you to change it. And I think after that news came out, then he was like, okay, maybe it's not gonna be good.
I don't know how much of that show you could realistically change in such a short period of time. That entire thing was a fucking mess from the get-go, so
Yeah.
But what I was going to say was, if I saw the trailer for Andor, maybe I would have watched it sooner because I remember a similar thing happening to me when I saw the trailer for Eternals, and like by that point I was like so coped out of my mind on Marvel, like I just wanted to get as far away from it as possible, and I heard some of the stuff around Eternals from friends of mine and from like news articles and stuff, and it sounded like it's just going to be another list of the same sort of bullshit. And then I watched the trailer and I was like, oh, this unironically might be a good movie. And I watched it and I was like, oh, this was a good movie. So maybe it would have been the same thing for me and Andor. So maybe I should watch more trailers. I don't know. I kind of fell into the Uber mindset of I don't really want to watch trailers because I kind of want to like see everything unspoiled for the first time. So yeah, I guess.
I mean, it's not like if something's good, it'll probably be spread by word of mouth. Like, Like, I don't
Andor
know.
wasn't. It took a while
Andor
for
was,
Andor's
okay.
word of mouth to be spread around.
I think it's been getting around the past like few months, and I think I've seen a lot of normie sentiment, like Angry Joe specifically with Mando season 3. They will start to point out all of the bad things, and then they'll just be like, "Man, I miss Andor when like shit made sense and we had actual fucking characters." And you're just like, "Damn, this is like a normie person saying this who would like never
It's a
have
new
this opinion
wave.
under other
Well,
circumstances."
this is like way Star Wars can have characters and arcs and
Yeah.
world building and plot. What?
It's the hardest
Themes?
thing to get people to watch the show.
Holy
Like
shit.
it's crazy. Like when I can get Theo to watch the show with me, who fucking hates Star Wars, and then at the end we've reached the end of episode 6 now, and he's like, "Yeah, this is the most enjoyable like Star Wars thing," and like actually talking about all of the good in it. It's like, damn, yeah, this show actually might be like kind of good.
It's just like turns out you can have all the basic things a story can have and also be Star Wars.
No, but
Like-
Whirvos, you don't understand. This isn't Star Wars. If you took these
Yeah,
elements out, so if you took the show out and you like put it in a universe where there are no Sith, there are no Jedi, there is no Empire, there is no rebellion, there is no character named Luke Skywalker, and then it might be a good show. You don't know, maybe.
It isn't Star Wars because it's good. That's the problem. It's like because it takes the time to tell like an actual story. Apparently, people
isn't
They
just
Star
actually
Wars
care.
because
It's
it's
literally
good.
just something for them to make a big deal about on Twitter. And it's kind of sad that this is the state that Star Wars is in, but I mean, Disney did it to themselves and they sabotaged themselves. They had George Lucas. They had all of these.
There wasn't a
What?
single new Star Wars movie for years after Revenge of the Sith, and that's because a whole bunch of people crapped on the prequels, rightfully so, because they fucking suck.
yeah. George Lucas is
Disney
definitely a fault.
unironically revitalized Star Wars and brought back interest in that IP that has long since been fucking dead. So, I mean, I don't even think you would have a fucking channel if TLJ didn't exist.
I don't
So,
even, is this even true? Because like TFA was really popular, and of course like TLG happened. But then after TLG, like Mandalorian is really popular.
Yeah.
Are we-
Mandalorian was
It's
like
like-
the single most popular piece of Star Wars content like ever at one point.
Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily true for us to say like, oh, if I killed the franchise, no one's interested in it currently.
No, but it's like it's
I
the
don't-
standard bullshit hyperbole that they spout every fucking time to make their points seem more genuine than it actually is. I mean, they can't say anything with substance unless they have stuff like killed the franchise. It's incredibly boring. It's stale. It's overrated. You know, they can't. It's just impossible. With 10 minutes and 30 seconds of this video, she said nothing of substance so far. We have
Yeah,
2 minutes left.
I'm gonna fuck off. So yeah, thanks for that. Good luck.
Thank you. Bye. Yeah. I was gonna ask him if he wanted to like watch the second one next time, but then I thought, yeah, maybe leave that a surprise if we end up doing that. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Her and like the entirety of the Phantom Menace that I've seen so far, with maybe the exception of Critical Drinker on his own streams, because his own streams are like 4 hours long, and I mean like he is capable of like giving proper substance to his points that isn't just drinker man drunk bad. So, but everyone else that I've seen, like as like Gary, like that Star Wars, they all suck. None of them are doing a good job. It's all terrible.
Wait, did you separate Critical Drinker from this being terrible? Because I would disagree with that.
No, I meant Critical
I don't
Drinker
think
on
he's
his
very
own
good, but I think
streams.
I think he's not very good, and I think his main channel content would probably qualify with like the rest of the other people. But his stream content actually is just like different than
Yeah,
that
maybe
type
it's
of
his
content,
stream
but
his stream
maybe-
content actually has like explanations for his points, and he actually goes into a little bit of detail of what he's actually talking about.
I guess
Um,
I'm more familiar with his main content, like that.
Yeah,
Blind
yeah.
Man.
No, his main
watch-
content's not very good. I'm talking
Even though
mostly his streams.
Even though like Shay, I hate Blind Manor and Noob as well. We watched this Blind Manor like critique video and we like disagree with nearly every point. It was
Yeah.
that bad. It's like, what
Yeah.
are you doing?
He has
Or,
many an L, and he'll still be wrong on the live stream sometimes. But it's just like it's different enough from his main content and from the other Fandom Menace content that I think like it is. I do separate him from them a little bit.
to
Like I
quote-
think
or how,
To
Or how
quote
bad-
Anna,
most of like the fandom menace people, they're just dumb. But I don't really get the impression that Drinker's dumb. I think he'll say some silly shit sometimes.
to quote
or
Anna,
how
I've gone from eating dog shit to eating sand.
or how bad his Drinker's Midsummer review was. I remember watching it
Oh,
after I
yeah,
watched
that's
the
silly.
movie, and I was just like, what did you create?
What abomination is this?
It's like, wow, that was an incredible movie, and I see Kruger Drinker, the worst movie this year. I'm like, wait, what? How?
I haven't even seen Midsummer, but yeah, I can believe that being the case. Anyways, let's carry on here.
Is, you know, novels and comic books that Kathleen Kennedy just apparently forgot about. And I mean, they have people that really, really care about Star Wars and the Star Wars universe that are very knowledgeable, and they just insist on not using them because they want to get as far away from George Lucas as possible. So, I mean, they shot themselves, you know, in Minecraft, YouTube overlords. They did this to themselves, and I really
Stop it.
don't feel any sympathy because they honestly don't care about me or any of the other Star Wars fans that have, you know, been Star Wars fans our entire lives. They want to get they want new Star Wars fans that don't know anything about it, and they want everything new and not tied.
You have a Grogu plushie in your background. You like the stupid shit
I always
that they
feel
keep feeding
weird.
you.
I always feel weird sometimes about these narratives of like they don't care about fans, they don't care about the universe. I feel like on some level they probably do care. It's just that like them caring about the universe just doesn't lead to good results sometimes. Like just because you care strongly about something doesn't mean that you can
I mean,
suddenly create amazing stories.
They are
out of nowhere.
specifically hiring Dave Filoni because Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau
It's
are like
really
recognized
popular
as like
fans.
the reason why they still have people watching Star Wars anymore, because they popularized shows like The Mandalorian and The Clone Wars, which is like universally regarded as like beloved pieces of Star Wars content.
Yeah.
These two people are being actively pushed more and more to create more and more Star Wars content. It took something so out of the blue like Andor for people to realize, oh my god, this is actually what good Star Wars content looks like. And then they go back and they watch shit like Book of Boba Fett or Mandalorian Season 2 or Mandalorian Season 3, which by that point somehow was already getting stale and was already getting shitty. And they're like, oh, this is garbage. Please stop making this.
But like yeah, it's weird because the only like real thing I can see where people get the idea that they hate the fans is just from is again it's this TOJ. It's the only thing they could be referring
A
to.
movie that
And
came
even
out
with
6 to 7 years ago.
even with TOJ, like this might be a bit more spicy. Even with TOJ, I don't think I really get the impression from the movie itself that like this is a movie that hates its fans. Like I don't like I think it was just like a misguided attempt to try to like add like depth to like Luke's character and like call in question like the Jedi as a existing order and a force of good in the
I don't know. I
galaxy.
don't think I'd agree with that. I mean, if you're actively going out of your way to say your fan theories are wrong and like you're actively writing your script so that it doesn't sound anything like a fan theory, I feel like there's like some element of contempt in there because you're like trying to separate yourself as much as you can from the fans.
Like he
That's
obviously had contempt online, like with the reaction against his movie, and like he was like very like rude towards people.
what
But
I'm
I don't know,
saying is
like
that
the movie is so,
contempt fed into his work.
I don't feel that sense in the movie. Whereas like this is obviously
Oh,
like
I
being
did.
written for in
I
a
felt
way.
that hard. I felt that hard. I didn't watch the movie when it came out. I didn't watch that movie for years. First time I saw TLJ was in Christmas of 2022. I felt that contempt hard. I mean, they completely fucked up Finn, and Finn was a fan favorite character. I don't think they would have done Finn that dirty if they didn't
Okay,
want to like push
I
it.
don't know. I don't know what the plan of Finn was. I don't know what they were trying to do with him. Like to be
Like
honest,
I could
like,
see what they were trying
think
to
I
do with
s-
TFA, but TLJ just completely shat on that idea, like completely.
I do think I agree with Whirvos that it doesn't really feel like contempt in the movie. I just think Ryan Johnson's incompetent. I haven't
Maybe
seen
that's
like maybe
what it
he said
is,
some
but-
shit in interviews. Like the film doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
But I think it
I
is
agree.
just incompetency. I don't really think it's
Maybe that is the
malice.
case, but like I felt
Yeah,
something was
it's-
very wrong with that movie when I watched it.
the
Maybe it's
reason
just
why I think that's
sheer
because
incompetency.
the way the movie ends, I think, is what makes me see that way. Because the way the movie ends isn't just like, oh yeah, Luke's right, the Jedi suck. Yeah, the Jedi bad. The way the movie ends is like Luke Skywalker's like, oh, actually, I'm wrong. Like the Jedi weren't all bad, and like I'm not gonna be the last Jedi anymore. Rey will continue like the the Jedi legacy, and that's how the movie ends. And ends with the Stormtrooper kid. Like,
And
oh,
then they
like,
kill him.
Like that's the way the movie ends. So that's why I cast you that way. Where I don't think that was intent. I think he was trying to do some weird like, oh, we need to deconstruct the Jedi, but then he did it in a really dumb way that didn't really make a lot of sense. And kind of like,
Oh god, you
okay,
just reminded me of just how fantastic Rise of Skywalker is for making Luke's TIE fighter function, not TIE fighter, Y-wing functional, and he just refuses to
X-wing?
use, well, X-wing. Sorry, I don't know the names of these ships. I suppose it makes sense because the actual like back of the thing is an X. Okay, yeah, that's my fault. I'm stupid.
it's always why I get confused when in TRS when Luke comes out like the fire and like it's like, oh, a Jedi's weapon needs to be treated with more respect. You're like, ha, it's like an FU to Ryan Johnson. But then it's like, wait, is it? Because the way the previous movie ended, like Luke Skywalker was like, oh, Rey, you were right. Like the Jedi, like need to be continued. I was wrong to hide on my island this whole time. Like that's the way the previous movie ended. So it's weird when people were calling it like, oh,
No, I can see why that would be considered as an intentional FU because it's being directed by Ryan Johnson, and Ryan Johnson is very surface level.
You mean JJ
Oh,
Abrams?
fuck, JJ. Yeah, that movie was directed by JJ Abrams, and JJ Abrams is very surface level. So yeah, if that was like intended as an intentional fuck you to Ryan Johnson, I'd believe it.
Maybe that's like the intent behind it. The way like in the context of the movies themselves doesn't really feel like it because it's like it just feels like
Yeah, but
oh
that's
yeah,
when
this
you
makes
look at the
sense.
subtext and what like he's meaning behind the intention and
It
behind
just
the
where
words.
Luke's character was at the end of the last movie, so it makes sense he would like do this now. Like it's just like I don't know, it's hard to say. I just like Last Jedi for me feels more of a product of someone trying to add depth to Star Wars, where he felt like there wasn't depth before, but then he completely failed, essentially. And just made it instead of making a character have like more nuance, instead had the character become contradictory in the case of Luke Skywalker.
Hmm.
They did a fucky. Anyways, we got a minute left.
Child murderer Luke Skywalker. Let's continue.
Chad.
Child
To the
murderer.
originals, and it's
No,
like, well,
Chad.
all right, then you don't want my money, so I'm not going to give it to you. And that's kind of my.
I feel like you watched this movie for free. I mean, the show for free, anyways. Anna, don't kid me. You probably pirated
Yeah.
this shit.
I think that's implicitly what she's saying. She's saying they still didn't get her money, so she probably did
Oh, is
pirate
that
it.
what? I thought she said like, then you won't get my money, like as a result of making bad content. But yeah, if she's saying that, then yeah.
Feelings about it. But anyways, guys, let me know what you think about all of this down below in the comment section. If you guys like
I kind of want to tag her in Mauler's server, to be honest. Just let her know the stream exists.
this video, please
wouldn't.
smash the like
I
button.
wouldn't.
If you didn't, that's okay too. Thank you so much for watching this far through. And until next time, guys, I hope you guys all have a great rest of your day, morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you are in the world. And may the force be with you, because we are really, really, really going to need it. Bye, everyone.
There's something like
That was my
All right,
cat.
guys, I hope you enjoyed my video.
Oh, the
Thank
last
you so
minute
much
is
again
all
for
just
supporting my
Yeah, I
Patreon
remember
chats
this
and
from
stuff,
the
Indiegogo.
actual coverage. I'm not gonna sponsor that.
But I find something pretty funny about someone saying that they're not going to give a company money when their entire background is filled with just like merch from said like franchise. Like I don't know, there's like something funny about
Yeah,
that. to me.
true. Not giving them my money, but I have all these figures still, and I have this Grogu doll.
Just,
Yeah,
like,
okay.
just advertising the franchise in the background. It's like, yeah, look at all this cool stuff I have.
No, but they do that for like every single member of the Fandom Menace except maybe Drinker. I think his room is just like a room.
The
Maybe he
room.
sits in like front of a green screen or something at times to make it look like he's sitting in a bar, but he's just a guy in a room, which is like so much more bearable compared to Soy Boy 3000 over here with like a bajillion Funko Pops in his background and action figures and
Yeah.
posters, and it's like, oh my god.
Wait,
Oh,
sorry,
this is so cringe.
I
See,
just
guys,
read this
he
indie-
knows.
I just read this Indiegogo page. It's like that Star Wars Girl cosplay calendar gamer edition. Want to spend
What?
every day of 2023 with me? Well, now you can.
Oh my god, it's 100. Why is that? Why is it 110.852 USD?
I think it's
By
110,000.
backers, so people paid her $110,000.
Yeah,
Oh,
110,000.
110,000. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Jesus.
It's for her calendar thing. I don't know why she needs $110,000 for a fucking calendar, but okay.
Get your bread, I guess. Holy shit.
Make your money,
I thought that was
girl.
$110. Oh no.
100 people really want that calendar, I guess.
She's not even that hot, guys. Come on. Bruh. She eats doo-doo. I mean, dirt. Same thing. But
Not,
yeah,
not as bad, but still fucking
Are we
weird.
not doing the second video?
no, I wanted to ask you guys, do you have energy in you to do another 19-minute video, or is this something where we should call it quits early and then do another one of these, like, next week or the week after, or whenever you want to do it?
Is the video an Anna video?
Yeah, the
Who's the
next one's an Anna video, because she did a follow-up.
Oh god.
It's a 19-minute video. This one was 12.
I don't know. I
And
mean, I have time. It's up to Whirvos, I guess.
We've been
Or-
streaming
I have time.
for 3 hours now. We've reached the 3-hour point. So, do you want to watch another one and potentially double, maybe even add another 4 hours onto this, depending on how long those last few minutes are?
Me go faster, because the reason why the first one took so long is because most of it was just us discussing the show more than the video. So
You reckon?
yeah,
Yeah.
this way,
All right.
as long as you just don't repeat the discussion, we should be fine.
Ooh, and this one is getting a lot more hate. If I'm looking at the like to dislike ratio, and the like to dislike ratio for the second video is worse than the first one by a chunky margin.
Oh no.
So I think she says some shit.
Does she give examples?
Probably not.
Turns out
Probably
people disagree
not.
more when you give examples. What's this
Okay,
video?
so we're gonna transition. There we go. Boom, 10-hour stream. Let's go. Hell yeah.
You to recommend videos, bait and switch Andor. What?
Dude, so many. Yeah, she thought this show was gonna be a bait and switch for, like, I think a female character, probably Mon Mothma. That's a silly video. I recommend that video.
It's better than The Godfather Andor. What the S?
Okay, I've got the second video on, so if you guys need to go and have a pee break or grab something to drink, do it now, and then when
I
we come
could
back, we
get
can
some.
start.
I could get some food, so I don't have to get it later.
How long are you gonna take to get some food?
Not that long, just like a couple minutes.
Alright. How about you,
I'll hang
Boorin?
out and chat.
All
I'll
good.
hang out and chat. I'm getting assaulted by my animal right now.
Your cat.
Yeah, say hi to the stream, kitty.
Hello. Yeah, now it's a shame Uwe couldn't stick around for this, but he's got his own stuff that he needs to do in his household. I think he's actually
That's all right.
hosting real people, not fictional
God, what
creatures
the
online.
What a weirdo.
I know, right? Imagine actually
Yeah.
having friends. I don't know if they're friends. Maybe they're acquaintances. Maybe they're like the local gas station residents that he just invited over for the fuck of it. I'll ask him later. But yeah, now at the moment I'm 2 for 2 on Anna videos that are just absolute dog shit. I don't know if you've seen my coverage where I talked about her video on
I did.
You did. Okay, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And I don't even need to say anything. There's some shit in that. Like,
Oh yeah, yeah. She
think-
takes a super soldier serum and gets super jacked, and that's supposedly weird.
I think my favorite part about that entire video from Anna, besides the T-Rex screeching, was when she tried to edit Peggy Carter to look like more of a man by giving her shorter hair and, like, quote unquote removing the eyebrows. And she apparently thought that that was a gotcha. And then what I did directly after that was I posted a picture of Luke Skywalker with an edit where he looks like a woman, where he's got like longer hair, a bit of makeup, and I think enlarged breasts. And I'm like, see, I can do that too. Apparently, she
Mhm.
didn't think you could do that on the internet of all places. So I don't know what her line of thinking was there. And I also watched the episode, and Peggy looks exactly like how you'd expect. She's just a buff mommy. That's it. That's
Yeah.
it. And the exact same line of thought was applied in this video, where it's just personal feelings on the show. I think she just didn't like it, to be honest. Like, I think she just
Yeah.
didn't. She wasn't interested. She wasn't invested. She was bored. She didn't have her shooty McBloobies. She didn't have Grogu's on screen doing backflips on Mandalorian kids, hitting them with a dab in Fortnite. So she just lost interest, and then she tried to justify that loss of interest by saying, "Oh, the people behind the scenes didn't know what they were doing. They hired a guy who doesn't like Star Wars. They are trying to. Oh, they hate the fans, so they make shit like Mandalorian." I actually, the start of the stream had me thinking that she was that she was a fan of those shows, and then she's like, "No, I actually think they're kind of shit." So that confuses me significantly more because it's like, well, then why are you so adamant against this show? Because it's actually doing significantly better than The Mandalorian, but you like The Mandalorian, but you think it's shit. Like, what?
I don't know if she actually thinks it's shit. I just think she would acknowledge the silly plot stuff because whenever I checked and I went to her reviews and stuff, and she was pretty positive when it came out.
Do you think she might have
But yeah,
changed her
it
mind
was.
since then?
Well, I know she talked to EFAP, and I know she didn't like Book of Boba Fett, and there's a lot of people that will admit the silly stuff with like Mando's plot armor and still like the show. I
You saw
just
too many
on her what
bricks.
if on your response to her what if video, like I watched that right after watching Puggy's analysis of what if because they're doing that. It's like a person from Maulers, and they do like a 45-minute fucking expose on that episode and why it just completely fucks with Captain America and makes no sense in terms of the
Oh,
characters.
fuck, can you link me that? That would be so cathartic. I
Oh
hate that
yeah,
episode. That episode pisses me the fuck off. And I actually mentioned it. I think I mentioned it in my coverage of Anna's video, but I fucking hate that episode so much. Like, I did an ecom with Sky and Gem and whatnot on first two episodes of What If, and then I think the last two episodes of What If. I hate it. I hate it with a passion. I think my least
yeah. It's a
favorite
48
episode.
minute video.
Yeah, I think my least favorite episode is episode two because of what they did to Star Lord, and they just like slide T'Challa in there like it's fucking nothing. Um, I hate that show. I hate that show with a passion, but not
Yeah, I just
because
linked it to
they.
you.
Yeah, I see that. Thanks. I will watch that when I'm playing Fallout 4 later. But yeah, no. It would actually be kind of because I don't see content of people shitting on What If. And I think it might just be because like no one gives a crap about What If. But I wanted to do a video on What If at some point. And I just never got around to it. But yeah, yeah, that would be nice. That would be cool because that episode sucks. Have you seen it, or have you just seen the coverage on it?
I've seen the show. Yeah, I watched it when it came out.
Are you not just like the biggest fan of how the Watcher somehow has access to like every conceivable universe in reality, yet he doesn't pick like several different versions of Doctor Strange or Thor at like their maximum power, or even Captain Marvel.
Yeah,
He picks out
yeah, it doesn't
like
make sense.
he picks out Captain Carter, he gets Black Widow, he gets T'Challa, he gets Killmonger, who he knows is evil and who he knows is going to like betray them in the end, and he's like, oh, I count on that because now he and Ultron are in an never-ending battle for the stones, and they will be locked away in this realm for all of eternity. And it's like, isn't Killmonger gonna like die of old age before that happens? And then Ultron gets the stones and he breaks out of jail in like 24 hours when Killmonger dies of exhaustion. Like, ah, God, I hate that show.
Yeah, it was pretty silly. I didn't like it whatsoever, but I'm pretty much completely checked out of Marvel at this point. I don't care about any of it.
I don't think there is anything to care about it at this point besides maybe Guardians of the Galaxy 3. But even then, it's like,
I'll only watch that if it gets the EFAP stamp of approval.
yeah.
That's it. I just
I
don't
mean,
care.
No Way Home got the EFAP stamp of approval, and I would
Kind
be,
of.
I would be happy if I didn't see that movie. Actually, no, I wouldn't. Because if I didn't watch that movie, then I couldn't make my advocate video. So I'm probably happier knowing that I watched that. That movie sucked too. They also, well, Fringy's the only one to have seen Eternals as far as I'm aware. Maul and Rags checked out of that movie, and Fringy thought that the movie was bad, and I disagree with a lot of his reasonings for that. So, but
That's fair.
they've been more or less alright on the rest of the stuff. I watched about an hour of Mauler's Doctor Strange video, and it was alright. He got a
It's
lot
a
of the
good
same shit.
video.
Got a lot of the same shit that we had issues with, so that was good. Even some new ones that I didn't even think of, like Doctor Strange being able to change the water-based substance that we call blood into wine in someone else's body because he can do it in a cup with like no issue. I was like, oh
Yeah.
yeah, that actually would be kind of OP if he just turned your brain into jello. So that also makes Infinity War worse because he could have done that to Thanos anytime. So that was funny.
Yeah, and then what's his name? Michael Waldron comes out and says, we need to keep making new powers. We can't have them use the same powers. You just need to keep making new ones.
Oh, I
Ugh,
hated that.
Fuck off.
I hated the idea that they couldn't just have Doctor Strange being competent at like a handful of spells like he is anyways on the comic books and the TV shows. They had to have him use fucking everything and nothing at the same time. Like he kept on using all of these elaborate spells, but none of them were effective, so he had to use other shit. When we already know that he's got like a handful of spells that are like really, really effective that he can use anytime. Like,
You
why
just
did he
cut
think it
people
was
in half with sling rings?
cut people in half with sling rings, use the bands of crimson kabak or whatever the thing is that he used on Thanos to hold people still or teleport them into the sun or using his shadow clone jutsu ability to like overwhelm his enemies, like just stuff like that, man. Even just like energy swords or energy whips or something to like cut people up and just use like basic melee weapons would have been more effective than a cat that he summons from a different dimension to eat a bus in half. Like, what? And then a green energy fireball that he shoots at a tentacle monster that almost kills America Chavez at the same time. It's like, what? What? And then like he summons a handful of dragon. I'm just listing off random shit from the movie, and it all hurts my brain. I watched that movie in theaters, but I already knew that I was in for a bumpy ride, so I went and got myself some alcohol. And then I sit in the theater, get my drink out, and it's not a twist off, it's a fucking snap off. And I didn't have a
Bottle
bottle open
opener.
on me, so I sat watching that movie sober the entire time, and I hated it. I told Uvu how bad the movie was, and that I had alcohol that I didn't drink, and it's like, oh, you gotta watch it when you get home with me. I was like, do I get to drink? And he's like, yes, of course you get to drink, dumbass. So I was like, sweet. So I watched it again directly after I got home, but this time with alcohol, and it was just as painful. But I had friends, so it was fun.
Wait, has Vaughn seen Multiverse of Madness?
Yeah.
You want to watch it again with Uvu?
No.
Because he will ask you.
No, I'm okay.
Okay.
It's
I need to
such a
finish
funny-
Arcane with Uber.
Oh yeah,
it's
true.
such a
And then started
it's-
with me.
It's such a funny movie. It's great.
Oh, is Puggy the one who made the What If video?
Yup.
Ah, fuck. I've been memeing about him, or rather with him in Mauler's server about with regards to Eternals. And he made a 2-hour video on. Oh, fuck. Goddamn. He's not gonna like me if I watch that video. Goddamn. Oh well. Since we're all here and we don't need to go anywhere, can we get started?
I'm ready.
Cool. This content is not for children.
What's up, all me Ewok Tribbles, droids, and what case? It's Anna, also known as Star Wars Girl, and in today's video, I'm going to be doing a review of Cassian Andor.
Does she sound better now that she's not sounding so sick, or has she still got that like muffled thing that Uwe was complaining about? I think she still does.
I don't know.
I'm not an expert in audio, so
Neither.
Yeah, same.
For episode 12, the season finale. But before I get into the review, guys, my channel is Hardcore Shadow Band here on YouTube. So get on. Put my little. You guys probably know I'm not the biggest fan of it, so I want to be.
Just gonna skip it. I don't care.
upfront about that right in the beginning. If you guys are new here, I have found this show to be not the worst thing that Disney has put out as far as Star Wars content, but I think that at least my impression of it was that this was supposed to be a movie.
She's just finished episode 12.
Yeah.
And she still thinks this fucking 12 episode show of about 10 hours worth of content should have been a movie.
What would a movie be about? It's kind of because you'd have to cut like some of the arcs.
Yeah,
You
you're
just-
cutting the prison arc for sure. Or you're cutting, yeah, cutting all like, yeah. What is the show?
What do you have left at that point? I mean, assuming this is going to be like a full feature film of at least like
Well, you can't,
2 to
can't
2.5 hours long, unless you like do a long man and make it 3 to 4 hours. But I don't think
you
you
can't
would.
do Aldana because like it'll just be like, oh, it's literally Rogue One. So like that'd probably be the one you would cut, not the prison one. But then I don't know how the show would even function. Like, so the story would even function.
Yeah,
without
you don't
Aldana.
have Prison Arc without Aldani, and you don't have the rest of the show without Aldani, because Aldani is like what sparks the need for the Empire to like close their fist around the galaxy. So maybe just have Andor kick someone from Fedra. Sorry, not Fedra. What's the name of the Empire team?
Preox Morlana,
Yeah,
the like corporate security force.
yeah. Have
Yeah, Preox
Andor,
Morlana.
have Cassian kick one of them in the dick, and then that's what has the Aldani effect. I don't know. Maybe that's what happens.
I would if I were to adapt anything from a movie, I would adapt the prison arc. That's probably like the like most unique arc in the show. But I wouldn't want to adapt it anything. I wouldn't want to remove anything. The show needs all the parts to it. All of it's like very important to the overall theme of the show. So it's really hard to cut anything.
Nah, it should have been a movie. It should be all cut.
And obviously when Bob Iger came out with the statement about Star Wars fatigue after the failure of Solo, like Solo, a Star Wars story, lost money.
In 2018?
I don't think she meant to say it, but she said Soilo, which is kind of funny.
Soilo.
Soilo.
So they decided to not make movies anymore and not make Star Wars movies anymore and just TV shows because of how popular The Mandalorian was. So based on the pacing and everything that happens, and now I can say this definitively because the entire series is out, this 100% was supposed to be a movie.
Citation.
She says she can. Yeah, she says she can say it definitively because Disney said that they didn't want to make movies; they wanted to make TV shows. But doesn't that help the opposite position that this was made to be a TV show because they didn't want to make movies?
It took. So this movie was in production for 2 years, pushing 3, compared to the 1 year production that you have for the other shows. So this show came out in 2022. So if we assume that the show started production in 2020, 2 years after Solo bombed and 1 year after they decided to stop making movies, then how does this fit your timeline that Andor was supposed to be a movie? When they had already decided they were going to make TV shows because of the success of Mandalorian
Yeah, in
an
the current
entire year before they would have started production.
Yeah, and the story at this point would be like that. It was like going to be a movie, planned to be a movie in pre-production. Which is at that point, it's like, okay, who cares? Like, oh no, like it was going to be a movie pre-production, but then it changed to a TV show. It's like, okay, so they're like, okay, we're going to do a different thing actually, and so they did a different thing.
Also,
Oh no,
why would you make
Ooh.
another movie about a prequel character that was a side character in a prequel movie you already made? Like, that makes no sense. Unless you were going to do something interesting with them. Like, sorry, not Solo. Rogue One was liked, but it wasn't that popular when it came out. A lot of people were like, it's alright. We want to see, like, the more mainstream stuff. This was okay. It was fine. We liked the Darth Vader scene. I think the Darth Vader scene at the end of it is, like, the thing most people reference as, like, the only good thing about that movie, because even when it released, people complained that it was boring. So why would you make another movie set before Rogue One with a character associated with something people consider to be boring. That makes no sense. Llama says in chat that Kenobi was supposed to be a movie.
That is true, but that's a little bit different because it was going to be a movie, and then it was going to be a show, and then it was going to be a movie again, and then it was going to be a show again, and then it got made into a show. But I think the fault is still with Disney. Like, the issue with that is that they took the movie script and then adapted it to a show rather than making a new script.
Skill issue?
Yeah, because
for
that's
sure.
some frustrating game from Anna, but I don't see any evidence for this beyond just like.
No, Whirvos, you don't understand. She's saying it definitively.
I guess
She
she's-
has proof.
The evidence is that she feels that the show is stretched out, and so that's the evidence for why it feels like it should have been a movie. Even though, like, structurally, the show would make no sense as a
That
movie.
beanie, that beanie that she's wearing is giving her 5 extra points in IQ and another 10 into confidence. Okay, she's saying this with high certainty. She knows that the show is meant to be a movie. No evidence. The sources do trust me, but she knows.
I'm curious, Llama, can you link me that wherever you're getting 5 seasons from? Because I've heard 4 seasons, but then when it was approved, it was going to be 2 seasons. It wasn't that. It was going to be. Some people say it was supposed to be 4 seasons. Like season 1 was written as it was going to be 4 seasons, and then it ended up only becoming 2, and they had to like stretch the 4 into the 2. But I think when it was written and shipped, it was shipped as 2 seasons.
Yeah, that's the thing for me. Because there's a difference between it was written and then it was changed to be something else, and they've had to like stretch it out or like condense it or something to make it work. Versus that in pre-production, you're saying like, oh, let's do 4 seasons before anything was even done, and then they like changed like, okay, we're actually gonna do 2 seasons for a movie. Or
Well,
I don't know, whatever.
They
There's a
could
huge difference between these two things.
they could have just had it be that season 1 was supposed to be 6 episodes, and that covers like the start and then the Aldani, and then season 2 would have been like the prison breakout and then the final segment, and then season 3 and 4 would have been what we now know as season 2, if that's how they were going to do it, unless like they actually had a planned out story that was 12 episodes long each season for 4 seasons, and then they had to like change it up. But the
Okay.
6 episode per season one makes more sense to me. 'Cause isn't that what they're doing now with like Marvel and Star Wars? Like each season's like 6 to 7 episodes long.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying. It seems like 8 is the standard for Mando. There's 8 episodes each season, but Kenobi only had 6. Boba Fett was supposed to have 4, and then ended up having 7, because they probably realized they didn't have anything, and then added the Mando bits. Because when Boba Fett was announced at the end of season 2, it was going to be a 4-episode like mini series, basically.
Okay.
But Llama in chat basically just said what I said, except it was 5 instead of 4. So it was still written and shipped as 2 seasons, which I think is the most important part.
Okay, that makes sense. So if that's the case, then yeah, they would probably have just taken those 2 seasons, split them up into 2 extra seasons, but instead of 12 episodes per season, it would have been 6. So makes sense.
And they stretched it out over 12 episodes, and you can really tell just because there's so much that happens in this show that it's just like they drag
Citation, please. Thesis, please.
on scenes and
Thesis, please.
conversations that could have happened. You know, I mean, heck, the first the first like 5 episodes would have been the first 30 to 45 minutes of this movie.
The first 5 episodes would have been 30 to 40 minutes.
Wait, all
What
of
are you
Aldani?
cutting? What
Wait,
are you
what?
cutting? The first 5 episodes, so all of Aldani except for the payoff of Aldani could be the first 30
Wait,
to 45
is
minutes.
Aldani like the opening act, or is Ferrex the opening act? Which is the opening act? I'm confused.
I'm so confused. I don't get it.
I've never
I
heard
don't-
something that unhinged before in my life. 5 episodes of TV condensed to 30 minutes in a movie.
And then it
This
just
is
feels
worse-
like Rogue One. It's just your slide showing between 50 different
The
plot
only
lines and
way I could
planets.
see that happening is if you are what's the name of that company? Not Toriyama. If you're fucking making a Dragon Ball Z anime and you just take the movie and then you take like an hour 30 minutes worth of content and you stretch that out over like a 12 episode season, each episode being like 20 minutes long, then I could see that happening because then you're adding a whole bunch of filler. But how the fuck do you do that with this? Where's the filler? Where's the cut
There's such a
content?
weirdly consistent point between all the critiques of the show that we have watched. Where people are always constantly being like, we need to condense like 3 or 4 episodes into 1 episode or something like that. And then every time it's just like, how?
What are you cutting?
It's like they don't like slower paced media, I guess. I don't know.
And it's weird because I've been watching this with other people who like generally have good taste, and they've been saying that this show is still fast. Like it's not even really slow.
No, I agree. I don't think the show's
Honestly, I would
slow at all.
agree, yeah.
You
I would
get
say it's-
build-ups and payoffs in 3 episodes consistently.
The only way I would say that the show is slow is if I have ADHD brain or if I have TikTok brain, where I'm just used to like overstimulating my senses to the point that I need like constant engagement. That's the only way I would say that the show is slow. Unfortunately, I don't have TikTok, so I don't have said brain.
It's a skill issue.
Anyways,
And I think this was supposed to be like a 2 to 2.5 hour movie, and it got stretched, and you can really
2
feel
hours.
that. And
Wow.
honestly, now that the entire season is out, there's plenty of very talented people here on YouTube that could probably take the entire season and edit it down to 2.5 hours, and it
this isn't The Hobbit. You can't do that with this show.
I mean, let's have the challenge out there. If anyone can produce a 2.5 hour cut of this show that doesn't cut substantive material, then fucking go for it, I guess.
actually
I
competent,
don't
it
believe
was
that you
actually
can do
good.
it.
I feel like a 2 hour cut of the show would just be a YouTube poop. I was like, I don't know. Would just be like to say like some random line said like in conjunction.
Yeah, person in chat, like the slowest scenes for me to the serial scenes. They are, I guess, the slowest because it's 2 characters talking to each other. But like, in terms of what you're learning about the characters, it's very fast and it's very effective. The scenes of him just sitting across from the table talking to his mom are some of the best scenes in the entire show. Like you learn from those interactions that she's extremely emotionally abusive. There isn't really anything that he can say in a conversation to change what she is going to do. She's going to fish for exactly what she wants. Like, I think after the video is done, I'll talk about those scenes specifically and just bring up the lines. It takes a bit to talk about, but like, I don't know how they're like slow. Like, I don't know what people mean when they say that, because you're learning a lot about both of the characters.
You probably mean that
The scenes are like 2 to 3 minutes.
Is dialogue focused, and dialogue scenes feel slower than action scenes, and because there's not many action scenes, that's probably why they think it feels slow. Whereas it's like, oh, there's so much character dialogue. Like, it doesn't matter what the
Yeah.
actual pacing of this. They're not talking about the actual pacing of the story. They're talking just about like the emotional like highs and lows, where it just feels like there's a lot of talking, feels slow. I don't know.
The only
Weird.
piece of content I can think of that I've watched recently that I would consider to be slow would be that Euphoria special you showed me the other day.
Oh
That's-
yeah, and it's an hour of 2 characters talking.
That's slow, but I mean it's very purposeful. It like does its job. It needs to be slow because these characters are like talking about a lot of very important stuff. I can't think of anything like that in the show. Like, sure, everything that they say is purposeful, and there's a lot of talking, but the scenes themselves of them talking go by very quickly. And they get across a lot of information to you. Some of it not necessarily spoken, but they get a lot of information across to you in a very short period of time. Where is
Yep.
the slow?
probably be it's not my kind of thing, but it could be decently entertaining, especially if you get one of those really talented editors. I personally can't stand editing, so
I
I wonder why she doesn't do scripted content.
I really respect people that are good at that, and I already have a feeling that some people are going to do it, and it'll probably be much more entertaining than the show that we got. Now, like I said, it's not the worst show.
And this has nothing to do with anything she said. I just think she looks like a thumb.
I kind of want to see a YouTube poop of Andor now. I want to see a YouTube poop of the cereal scene. Where it's just the one thing that's asking the same question over
It's
and
just
over
Cyril
again.
eating cereal the entire time. He says nothing.
Yeah, he's just looking at the one like cereal poet. Like it's like he just asks the question again. He's like eating. Like that'd be great.
Cyril's mom asks him, "Are you eating enough?" And he's just eating cereal. It's actually a wholesome conversation between a mom and a son asking him if he's eating enough.
I wish I had had skills and talents enough to make a video like that. Those YouTube poops are so funny. Boorin, have you ever seen the tragedy of Dark Sand YouTube poops?
I have, yeah.
No.
They're so good.
Definitely not the best show, and I think a lot of people that have been getting, you know, shit on by Disney for so long and told like, hey, this thing that we're presenting to you that's supposed to be Star Wars and is actually dog shit, and you know, they're force feeding you dog shit, and then you get something like Dirt.
She somehow made the exact same video yet again.
Yeah.
And it's like you went from dog shit to dirt, and it's like, oh my gosh, this is so much better, this is the bestest thing ever. So there's people out there that I think it's kind of that Stockholm syndrome thing, that because it's not the worst thing on the face of the planet, that they're, you know, just overpraising this and, you know, not really acknowledging any of its flaws. Now,
she has yet to list a single flaw. Single one.
Yeah, it could have been condensed into 2 hours.
The flaw of the show is that it's too long.
That is out of the way. Let's get on to this episode. And oh, by the way, there's going to be a lot of spoilers, so just FYI.
Oh my god, are we actually going to get specifics? That would be amazing.
On this episode specific, there are issues with this episode, so I'm wondering if she's going to actually talk about them.
So the whole big thing is that Cassian's adopted mother she died, and they're going to have her funeral on Ferrix, the planet that they were living on. And the whole part of the funeral thing is that they basically put...
Is she reading off notes?
I don't know.
Her eyes seem focused on something in the background, so I'm wondering if she's reading notes, which is fine. I recommended that like an hour ago. But
put your ashes into like bricks, and then you become part of the city. So that's the whole thing, and they needed to get permission from the Imperial people to do this, and they never usually do, but they're going to. And it's all a ploy to catch Andor and to trap Andor, because they know that he will be tempted to go there, you know, to go see his mother's funeral. It's kind of like Robin Hood, when, you know, they tempt Robin with the tournament, the archery tournament, because Robin Hood's like the best archer in the land, especially in Nottingham. So
how does this have anything to do with that?
But sure.
What? I mean, sure.
Kind of a rough comparison, but I get it.
I don't, but all right.
It's
weird to compare someone's mother's funeral to an archery tournament, but
it's like, oh yeah, I love going to my mom's
funeral.
I love going to my mom's funeral. I'm the best at it. I go to all my mom's funerals. No one can beat me at funeral going.
Into coming out and you know, competing in this archery tournament. That's basically what they did here. They used
basically the exact same thing. The context is not even that all different.
Bait to lure out Andor. And then this is my thing. This is the Star Wars universe. There's no hollow security of any kind. Like, they know that he's going to show up, so why wouldn't you have... I mean, this is just with our...
They have security.
He didn't finish. She didn't finish her point. Yeah, there's literally security everywhere, and they're waiting for him. I don't know what she means by hollow security. Like,
it's like an entire parade of stormtroopers or like just guards just there with like batons and guns. They're ready for him.
What does hollow security mean?
I think it's just normal security.
They don't know where he is, and they're trying to draw him out. He's already arrived on the planet
I guess
unbeknownst
like
to them.
scanners,
So
possibly, like they can like scan for him or something.
what
Yeah,
are
I
they
don't even
supposed
know
to
what she
scan for? His
means.
bad breath?
I
Oh,
don't know.
there's a person hiding in this particular room with a body heat signature that we maybe think is Andor. Let's go and
You can
investigate
scan
it,
his,
and it's
you
just
can scan
Jim, the
his,
local crack addict.
you can
Sleeping
scan
in his
his
attic or some
genes.
shit. Hold on, let's see if she like substantiates this at all.
Our technology
Yeah.
today, there's cameras everywhere, and you're telling me the
Wait, what?
Star Wars doesn't have today technology.
Well, also they just like moved into his location like recently.
A lot of the
That's
technology in Star Wars is very analog, and I think they do that on purpose to make a lot of the scenes more suspenseful because they know that our main characters can like move past it, and their technology is also limited, so they have to do a lot of thinking on the spot. But if
Not
you
only
had
did this like they move in recently, they also like have like they moved into a location where the locals do not like their presence at all. Like I don't know if they had time to like set up this like camera system or something to like
Hold
on all these buildings to be like, oh yeah, we can just see him wherever he is, even though he's already hiding in tunnels and avoiding the streets and stuff.
So, like, maybe I'm wrong here, but she spent the entire last video and part of this, maybe not part of this video, talking about how, like, the creator doesn't like or care about Star Wars, they don't know what Star Wars is, etc., etc. But now she's appealing to modern tech as, like, that this should be a thing in Star Wars. Like, but they're not FaceTiming in Star Wars. Like, this is like part of what Star Wars is. It's like a mix of old and new technology. Like, they have certain things, but they don't have other things. Like you're talking about, like analog screens
you
instead of
you
digital
need to
screens.
have
And things
a
like that.
certain level of internal consistency with the original trilogy, and the original trilogy didn't have this technology. How are you supposed to implement technology that did not exist in those movies and not try and break continuity? It's what I said
Yeah.
in the last video that we covered of hers, with the droid thing. The Empire didn't have droids at that capacity, so why introduce them in this show? She's fucking
It's
up
a
her own
rabbit
points.
it's a rabbit hole argument because then you get into like a weird territory when you just assume that they have all modern technology, which is like, oh, why did the Empire even bother with Death Star? Just have like a fleet of like Star Destroyers just have 100 nuclear warheads and just drop them on a planet. Like that should probably deal with them pretty easily.
Why do they have X-wings which are loud as fuck? Just get stealth bombers and just bomb them from orbit.
Yeah, you can get a really weird rabbit hole this way, where it's just like, why don't they have like advanced like AI that manage parts of their society?
Why don't they
Like,
have
maybe it's because of that.
RCXD like fucking C4 race cars? They just drive them around and bomb people in their houses. Turn this into a Black Ops 2 multiplayer map. Be great. Yeah.
Was they want to play boring games like holographic like chess instead of like cool video games with high definition graphics?
Video game.
Imperials, the Empire don't have all of this security footage or security holograms of, with freaking AI.
Security holograms?
Dude, they just arrived at the planet. Why do you think they have this like fucking like mass security like for
What
like
the
oh
fuck is
the
a security
Ukraine-
No, I like-
hologram?
Whirvos, you literally just went and talking about like how silly it would be to suggest AI and shit like that, and then she just says it.
like not only does AI in that capacity not like I mean the droids kind of have intelligence, but like, the AI we're talking about is a kind of different type of AI that's not really like the non-physical type of AI. It's
I
not
had
really
a-
present in Stars Universe.
I had a conversation with one of my friends about because we were talking about whether or not the Empire should be able to like scan prison records to match Cassian Andor's face with like his face in prison, but like my response was basically like it's just not something that's ever been established in Star Wars. I don't know why like that would be the case. Like we don't really see facial scanning technology outside of like confirming that you have a face.
Yeah, I was about to say the Mandalorian
that's
episode.
It. So
I mean,
I don't know why we're inventing technology that we haven't really seen. I don't know what
just
she's
like
suggesting.
the idea of Darth Vader using that face scanning thing, and he's
Yeah.
like, "How am I supposed to get past this thing? I can't exactly remove my helmet or I'll die."
You would think they would probably have stuff like that, just because, like, obviously you would. But I have no idea how their databases work. Like, it could be the case where they can't really easily transmit data across planets, and so, like, you can't just access this like galaxy-wide internet database where it's just like, oh, here's the face. That might be the case. I don't know how their like systems work at all.
Neither.
But that'd be like the justification for like it's like, oh, like their data is hard to transfer like cross planets, so it's like it's not as simple as just like, oh, we just access the data that Imperial Central database for criminal like faces.
Well, they do mention it in I think it's episode 7, that Andor had shaved recently, and then that's how they like connect him to Aldani, because the people who like took over Aldani were all shaved. They use that like minor detail as a connecting point between Cassian's adventures and what happened on Aldani. So it's
Well,
not like they
the
have no
point-
information.
The point I'm making is that like that I think we're all making is that Star Wars' technology is like simultaneously like more developed than us and also kind of underdeveloped at the same time. Whereas there's like, yeah, they have like starships and I guess sci-fi like society, but also
It's
feels like in a lot of
stylized
places-
technology.
And in a lot of places, it
Um,
feels like they're kind of underdeveloped technology-wise, or they don't have things that you would kind of expect if they, like from a super advanced society. And it's just kind of just part of the universe.
I don't know if it exactly fits, but retrofuturism would be a word, yeah.
Either way, I think we're arguing semantics here with someone who's clearly not very smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, the AI hologram security.
Hollow security, whatever the fuck that means.
The known Star Wars security system.
Security hologram? What the fuck is that?
Guy that's gonna hunt down and like face match Andor.
What? Wait, I need to go back a second. What the fuck?
Don't have all of this security footage or security holograms of, you know, with freaking AI that's gonna hunt down and like face match Andor.
What the fuck?
I guess
Never
like,
something we've ever seen in Star Wars, so I don't understand how
I
like
guess, like,
this was
random-
proposed as an issue with Star Wars, like
Is
that
she saying
they don't
Faye-
understand Star Wars. This never happens in Star Wars.
Is she saying face match? Like face recognition? Or is she
I
saying
think
face
I think what
smash?
you're saying it would essentially be like a bunch of where essentially like drones flying around or like scanning people's faces and then like trying to match like find Andor's face like and match Andor's face.
I mean, we do have something like that in the Phantom Menace with the droids that Darth Maul uses, but those are more for recon and not like for scanning people with a face.
yeah, the closest we have are like those probe droids, but those are like really just reconnaissance teams where you just look. They just have a camera attached and you just look through the camera and be like, okay, we see a bunch of people. Like that's kind of what those are. They don't really have the ability to scan things. You never really see that. be the
Whole
case.
point is to bait Andor and have them not know that they're looking for him.
Yeah,
I don't know why we're gonna send out like Andor just like shows up to the planet. There's a bunch of fucking security everywhere. He's like, all right, well, I'm out, I guess. Like,
That's a good point. There's a fucking like droids flying around and like scanning people and be like, wow.
They specifically grant the Sisters of Ferrix permission to have Minerva's funeral essentially because they want to use it as bait. So, the impression I got from that is that normally they wouldn't do that, but because it's a special occasion, they do give them the permission to do it. They like,
Yep.
They fluff it up to make it look like they're still, implying heavy security on it like they normally would, but it's just a cover up to hide like there's snipers inside the buildings and like the actual stormtroopers on the ground. So
Yeah.
But Cassian is aware that something's going on because he gets informed about it, and he's also smart. So he, instead of going out in the open, he like surveys the area from like a secure position where he can't be seen. Like the episode starts with him in the sewer, being able to look out into the open area with like maximum cover. So yeah, even if they employed all of this technology, he would probably have seen this and then like stayed hiding or fuck off entirely.
Like, you gotta be fucking shitting me, right? And before you argue, like, oh my god, Anna, they
Also, isn't he intentionally looking
No, I
for,
wanted to hear that.
No. Isn't he also intentionally looking for Luthen?
who Andor? No, he happens to see him.
Okay, right. Yeah, I'll go back a bit.
with freaking AI that's gonna hunt down and like face match Andor, like. You gotta be fucking shitting me, right? And before you argue, like, oh my god, Anna, they've never shown any AI in Star Wars. I'm like, okay.
Oh, okay.
She's talking directly to us.
Yeah, what's your counter argument?
Okay, how do you think that the computers would pick out Anakin and Palpatine in the Jedi Temple? They would have face recognition of some.
They have cameras.
What? Yeah, it's
Wait,
just
what?
like a holo recording.
Is that the holo security that we're talking about?
Yeah, it's not like an AI specifically picking them out. No?
I think they like asked the computer for maybe. I'm trying to remember that scene.
Don't think they do. I think Yoda just like alludes to that Obi-Wan wouldn't want to see the tapes. Pretty sure it's holo recordings. I don't think it's like AI face scanning technology.
You don't even see Anakin's face.
Oh,
It's
that
like-
too. So
Like he's kneeling down. You see Palpatine, and it's like his face is covered. It's a camera.
plus Palpatine's face had just been severely disfigured.
Yeah, no AI is gonna recognize that shit.
I can't remember the scene well enough to say like confidently yes or no.
Let's
thought
see
it
her
was that.
counter to our counter, I guess.
Because I guess the thing I find here, and it just goes back to my original argument, is like we're comparing the security of the Jedi Temple, like one of the most important places in the entire galaxy, to the security of like some random
The town of Ferrix.
town that just got occupied only recently. Like I don't know. I feel like they probably that wouldn't have set up such an advanced security system, or may not even had a reason to like initially. Like
Nah, they
I don't
should have
know.
built an entire Jedi temple in the middle of Ferrix. Just so that they could have the security system.
Some kind that would hone in on Anakin and Palpatine amongst all of the clones and all of the other, bad guys that came in.
It was in the fucking throne room. I mean, not the throne room. Palpatine's. I'm just gonna call it the
Chamber.
fucking throne room. It was in Palpatine's throne room. Okay, there were no other clone troopers. There were no droids. There was no one else in
no.
that fucking room
Wait,
besides.
no.
Wait, hold on. That
we're talking
actually
about-
makes me has a question. So
We're
wait,
talking
how
about
did they get recordings from Palpatine's chamber room?
Did they?
Yeah, because it shows Anakin kneeling for Vader, I'm pretty sure. Unless that's specifically from the temple.
I thought this recordings were just him killing all the.
No.
like, the
There's two things that they see. So Obi-Wan sees Anakin accepting the role of Darth Vader, and then he also directly after that sees him killing younglings.
I have no idea why the Jedi Temple recording would have a recording footage from Palpatine's like fucking room, unless the Jedi were actually like fucking spying on him.
I'm watching it
That'd
right
be
now.
funny. That'd be funny if that was the case.
Yeah, if into the security recordings you go, only pain will you find. It's security recordings. Yeah, and it's showing him cutting down other Jedi, Anakin. I think if I'm being best faith, because this isn't a scene that we see in Palpatine's chamber, Palpatine goes to Anakin at the temple afterwards and tells him this, but still, it's not AI.
Oh, okay, so it's not actually Palpatine's throne room. It's
Okay,
something
yeah.
else
Person in chat
entirely.
confirmed it as well. Yeah, it's not from the temple. That's what I think.
Okay, all right. But still, I mean, our initial point was that this wasn't AI, and it's just a random security footage thing that picked up these two people interacting. So I don't understand what the point is. Not to mention, like, holographic technology in Star Wars has always been wank. Like, there's no real consistency on how it's used or how you're supposed to place yourself when you're in front of one of these things, and like you don't really know how it works as an outside viewer. And I don't really think anyone who like does the holographic stuff for the movies would really be able to tell you how it works either, because it's kind of just whatever. Like, you can either have a full body version of yourself but like miniature, or you can have just the torso and up but you're like 6 foot tall in a big ass room like they do in Empire Strikes Back when Vader talks to Palpatine through the what you call it, the
Yeah.
holographic thing. So
But
yeah,
see-
it's not very consistent.
But even then, even beyond that, like, even if all this was even there, like, what would that actually change? Because from what I remember from the episode, it was like mostly like hiding out in like tunnels and buildings and like attics. Like, would it doesn't even work if he had just some cameras watching the street? He's avoiding the street already. Like I don't
Imagine how
understand.
useless that information would be to you, because the holograms don't pick up like uh other details like walls of furniture or something. They just see people. So even if you had this holographic tech and they see Andor running, that's all it's doing. It's just seeing him running. It doesn't tell you where he is. So it's like, well, congratulations, you're very useful technology. I just see him standing there menacingly. I don't know where the fuck he is. I suppose the best faith interpretation you could have like is, oh, this is security camera number 32 in sector B. It's showing us
Like
live footage right at this moment. But like,
this is like amazing. It's like wrong on like every level. It's wrong by the Empire's motivation for even being there in the first place. It's just wrong by where like how Andor's hiding anyway. It's just wrong based on like the technology being described not being like available. It's wrong, and even if they had a technology, like would they have already set up here? It's just like wrong in like four
It's
or five
wrong with the
ways.
example she brings up as it being the case or being something that exists.
This is such a weird point.
All right, let's keep going.
And helped and stormed and all of the dead Jedi around. There's definitely AI, so don't even give me that shit.
citation, please.
You tell me that the computers on the ships don't have it, that the droids.
Yes, onboard AI is different to what you're suggesting with holographic AI because there is no prior established AI responsible for the fucking security recordings. Luthen is also like one of the only people, if not the only person we've seen with onboard AI that he specifically made as a countermeasure to Imperial fuckery. You daft twit.
Yeah, onboard ship AI is very rare. I think I would see Luthen have it.
Onboard
He
ship
probably just
AI
has
is also like
security.
relatively new. It's only something we saw from Solo, where they took the AI from that B2 droid or whatever its fucking name is, the one with the plate head, and then they stuck that
Yeah.
into the onboard thing for the Millennium Falcon. That's like the only other
Okay.
example I can give or
Like
know
computer
of.
ships don't have onboard AI. We've never seen that. So like I don't
No,
know.
anytime I can think of like a computer telling a ship to go somewhere, it's usually a droid that does it. Like in Empire Strikes Back, Luke asks R2 to take him to Dagobah. Or like he says he's gonna go to Dagobah and he doesn't manually. I can't remember the exact details, but I don't remember them ever like asking an AI to do it unless it's a droid.
Yeah, or it's the droid itself is the ship, like the CIS ships and stuff.
Yeah. So
Yeah, it seems to be a very like rare like thing to have in the universe.
AI just isn't a thing. At
So
least
we're
not
0
to
for
that
3
degree.
on points overall, just keeping track. For both of the videos, we are 0 for 3 on correct points.
Don't have it. Like, come on, give me a break. So before I see people screaming about that in the chat, use your fucking head.
We did. Anyways.
We did.
Use common fucking sense and put,
We
Oh,
did.
common sense.
Yep. Yeah, that's another one.
1 + 1 = 2. Okay, so now that's out of the way. That's stupid. And of course, Andor shows up. Everyone is at the freaking funeral except Mon Mothma.
Why would Mon Mothma be there? Why are you mentioning her?
I
What is the point?
I just find out Luthen and like there are two girls over there, I guess.
Saw Gerrera isn't there.
I don't know. Cyril is there. Cyril is there. Yeah, Saw
Leia is
Gerrera. What was Saw Gerrera? True.
Anton Krieger wasn't there because he's dead, but he's not there.
His sucker's on the screen right now. Can you possibly forget about him?
Disney Plus wasn't there.
Because Mon Mothma is, she's got a little itty bitty, like 2 scenes in this entire episode, which is the entire time, even though Stellan Skarsgård got the freaking money from the whole heist that was like the first half of this entire show. Mon Mothma needs like 400,000 credits and she needs.
The reason why he got the money in the first place was for 2 reasons. He needed to finance his own operations, and he wanted to cause immediate results amongst the Empire so that he could skyrocket his operations, building up a rebellion.
Dude,
Mon Mothma is funding her own side projects, and she needs her own money to do that, and she's trying to gain access to her own money through illegal means, and she's trying to do it in such a way that she becomes less suspicious from the Empire.
This
Both of
is
these
Yeah,
so
independent parties
she
can do these two things at the same time and still decide to work with each other. You fucking pelican.
This is such a funny point for like multiple reasons. For one, I can't imagine like okay, we just did this risky operation where multiple rebel operatives died. We finally got all this money that we can use to buy more equipment and more supplies for all like the Rosos and like our kind of like circle. It's like, yo, cool, but I actually need that money now because I need to pay back like the bank. But not only that, I can like downstream from that. It's really funny. Where it's just like, oh shit, just like one system got robbed. It's like, oh no, and then Mom was just like, oh yeah, I just suddenly got a bunch of money from nowhere. Damn. Oh, I have
Weird how
money in
that
my bank account.
happens. The Lord
weird how that
blesseth and the
happens.
Lord
Like,
giveth away.
it's like fucking suspicious as fuck. Where it's just like, yeah, I just have all this money. It's not weird.
It's kind of like how people
Don't know
were
where it
trying
came
to
from.
defend Cyborg and Snyder Cut by saying, oh, he would have, like, made sure that the woman he just gave, like, $1 million to would be completely fine and taken care of and no one would ask any questions. It's like, $1 million goes missing over here and you suddenly end up with $1 million over here, spontaneously. I wonder how that worked.
It's just such a funny one. Warren, what do you have?
I'm really interested if she's gonna touch on what actually happens in that episode or touch on like what it means for Mon's character. I'll talk about it if she doesn't. I just want to see if she even says anything about it.
Needs to move money around because the Empire is watching her. She has to set up some shady deal with some dude, and he's like, oh, but we have to have our teenagers betrothed to one another.
Yes, because he wants something out of the deal. He's doing her a favor, and he is doing it as a result of her like meeting a deal, a specific like set of circumstances that he wants to happen. He doesn't want her to pay her. He doesn't want any sort of specific favor from her. He just wants to introduce his son to her daughter and see what happens because that is his only condition to doing her a massive, very illegal favor. I wonder. I wonder. Why am I explaining this?
How would you get all the money from Aldana into your like, bank account? How does that even work? You just like show up with all the credits.
It's a physical currency, and I assume that they can just what's the word I'm looking for here? Launder it through a whole bunch of other means. Like, I mean, he's a businessman. He's probably got a
Well,
whole
no,
bunch
I
of
can
other
I can
business
understand why
partners,
this
so-
guy would have a system set for how he could like move credits around. But I'm talking about like if Mon Mothma was you already used the credits from Aldana, how would she do it? Like to just like take the ship full of money and just show up. It's like, yo,
I don't even know how. Well, that's probably why she wasn't informed of the entire thing. She had like no idea what was going on, and I think a big reason for that is because she wouldn't be able to help in any meaningful way. Because how can she? How is she supposed to launder that much money? She's a politician, not a banker, which is why she literally hires someone who is good at laundering money, and he's a banker. Like,
I'm still waiting to see if she's gonna touch on the dynamic and if she's gonna talk about what it means for Mon's character.
Oh, wait, that's
Still
true
waiting.
too. The guy himself was like literally a banker. I completely
Yep.
forgot. But yeah, because the idea was that we'll just like move your payments into like the kind of like because their system they're using is like an omnibus like system where they move everyone's payments simultaneously, so it's hard to detect anything individual.
and
A
even
book of
then she
business that
covers
is incomprehensibly huge.
even then she covers her own butt by what's the word I'm looking for here? She throws her husband under the bus by like blaming him for gambling addiction that he never did, and that explains how she lost so much money because she needs to lose money in order to make money. That's how that like entire thing went. She like had to explain how random amounts of money just left her account, and that accounts for more money coming in. So, yeah, she thought about it. She did a smart.
And because of all the money and everything, she knows that the Empire is watching her. She has a conversation with her husband in the back of their car, and they
So you do know that this happened, yet you still question why she's getting her own source of income. Really? You goofball?
tell the dude that she knows is a spy to like shush it. She's like, we want privacy. So he puts up the privacy shield and he can actually hear everything that she's saying. And so she basically does this whole setup, which is her husband is gambling again. And so when he goes and reports it to the Imperials, they're like, oh, that's why they're doing all this shady banking shit, is because her husband is getting into gambling problems and we need to investigate that, even though he's not. And she just found a way to get through that. And it's like, again, Coruscant, the place that would be full of
Wait, what
security,
was the
you know,
criticism?
I think she's saying it now.
hollows.
Yeah.
And like, really? Like, give me a fucking break. They would have been
Okay,
able
so
to
pause
tell-
it. She didn't talk about it at all. So, like, I think what's super fucking interesting about the Mon dynamic, especially in this last episode, is typically with the mother-daughter or father-daughter, father-son relationship with, like, traditional, like, arranged marriages and power dynamics, is you have the parent is the political controller person, and they are kind of using their child as a pawn against the child's will to gain whatever favor or political access they need. It's kind of flipped in this scenario where it is the girl who wants to be a part of this, and rather than do any action, Mon just kind of has to sit back and let it go through. And it's, I think, specifically important because Mon would absolutely really want to fight against her daughter doing exactly this, because it is very emblematic of like Mon's relationship with Perrin. When they have their specific conversation with like a bunch, I think it's a couple randoms, they walk over to the window and Mon kind of has to put on a face and act like her and Perrin are like really cool or whatever, and they reminisce about their old days, about Perrin being the Academy firebrand. And when she says that, you can see in her eyes that she once saw something in him. Like, she was invested in him as a person when they were younger and they got married, and then he, you know, tuned out, lost that whatever passion, and kind of reserved to more of like Cassian's mentality of just eat, sleep, survive, not care about any of the shit that's going on. And that led to like very negative impacts on Mon's life and being kind of stuck in that relationship and being unhappy. And she thinks that this is exactly what her daughter would be walking into and probably is walking into, and she can't stop her from doing it. We don't talk about any of that though. We're just like, our criticism is really question mark.
Well, it's also the echo of the Luthen thing about like kind of setting your life aflame, where like she's kind of like, you know, like setting aside her own values and what she actually kind of like wants for like the. But
If
like,
you're not, if
better
you're not willing to
security
surrender
for
your
position.
consciousness.
Yeah, surrendering your consciousness basically.
Yeah,
for
but
the
have you considered
rebellion.
the fact that Coruscant has holograms and holo security?
Wait, sorry, what was their point about Coruscant having holograms and holo security? I'm curious.
Yeah, just back it up like 20 seconds.
I don't know what this is like criticizing exactly.
Yeah, we'll go back.
her husband is getting into gambling problems and we need to investigate that, even though he's not. And she just found a way to get through that. And it's like, again, Coruscant, the place that would be full of security, you know, hollows, and like, really? Like, give me a fucking break. They would have been able to tell especially since they're watching her and everything that she does. They're watching him and her daughter and everything that they do. You're telling me they didn't find him? Oh, there's random time where he's not accounted for, that he's out at, you know, Canto Bight, or not Canto Bight, that he's out on Coruscant gambling. Oh yeah, and they threw in Canto Bight. And then the end scene is there's no dialogue, it's just her and her husband and their daughter all dressed up, and then they're introducing the daughter to the
sorry. The argument against like Mom Arthur fabricating a story about the husband secretly going out to gamble, like on and trying to do secretly so Mom Arthur doesn't know, is that, well, we didn't see it happen, so how could it have happened when it was done secretly?
I think she's implying that there would be enough like security tapes to know if he was actually like gambling. Like they would know he's not gambling because they wouldn't be able to see him. But like we don't really know that they're following his every move. All we know is that they are surveilling Mon. I don't know why they would be following like the daughter and the husband.
Not just
especially
that,
if,
but
like they know about the
her
relationship with him.
dialogue is specifically written in such a way that she's implying that he has a previous history with gambling, and that it was something that used to trouble their family immensely, and that it's something that cost him like a shit ton of credits that he might have even gone into debt with. And if they
All I know is
if they
that-
have record of that prior history, then they don't even really need to look it up that much, because they already have an understandable motive for where that money went. Not to mention, Mon Mothma is pretending like she knows that she's not currently being surveyed, and they are under the impression that she's actually a lot dumber than she gives herself credit for. So why would they look into it more than they really need to? Like, their entire
Yeah, I don't
job is
need.
just to survey her, not to like outright stalk her.
Yeah, this isn't like an
exactly.
aggressive probe. Like from what you're saying, it's just basically a security inquiry because like there's been like suspicious activity in her like bank account. Like that's essentially what it is. It's just kind of like just like a security inquiry. Like okay, well let's try to figure out like what's exactly happening to his money. So we'll plan some people to like listen. We'll plan people at the bank to like kind of tell like what she's doing. We'll plan like a new driver for her to kind of like listen on some of her conversations. Maybe like a servant or two or something like that. Like
I don't know
it's
how
just
much
like
it even is
information.
banking, by the way. I think it's a lot more about just finding political traps. Like she is a thorn in the empire. She is an irritation, as she puts it. Like
That's true
she's
as
constantly
well.
doing
Yeah,
anti-imperial things. They could just be looking for dirt to like try to tank her campaign or something.
yeah. There's looking like oh, it's just this bank activity. Like oh, like this should be a thing that allows us to like arrest her or something. Like if we find out she's doing something illegal, that's
When the
possible as well.
driver when the driver goes and tells Blevin says Mon Mothma is of great interest here. Having her husband dig a hole for himself could be like very beneficial to us. Like I think what he's implying there is like he wants some sort of dirt on her to ruin her campaign or like maybe run a different election
Oh, that's
against
an
her or
interesting
something of the
point.
sort.
Actually, is that not? She
Yeah.
wasn't necessarily doing something to cover it up. She was actually giving them what they essentially wanted, which was like the dirt, even if it's kind of like not true.
Yep.
But like
It's
having
so
like a
weird.
scandal where your husband is a gambler is like way like that's bad. And oh, we found out you're funding the rebellion. So
It's so sad that she's like kind of like half laughing as she's like, oh, there's just like the next scene has no dialogue and it's just like him introducing whatever. When like,
yeah,
man, you're just undercutting the acting and like the presentation of that scene and like what is actually the substance of it. You didn't talk about it at all.
Cameras, though, man. Cameras.
yeah, that was a good point about like what their actual motivation for investigating her would be. And that, like, from their perspective, it's like, ha, we found the dirt. Well, from her perspective, it's like, okay, hopefully just like misdirection will work. So like, what I'm really doing isn't found out.
Kid that they're gonna betroth her to, and it's like, oh, yay, great, that was fun. So that's what she did in this
It
episode.
was
The rest,
incredibly
everyone-
meaningful. It was incredibly meaningful. What do you mean?
You're just saying shit at this point, aren't you? I can see why your like to dislike ratio just skyrocketed this time. Like, fuck. A lot of people thought you were very cringe for this take.
Everyone here was at a little powwow funeral session. Oh, this dude whose name I can never freaking remember, the dude from Rogue One that they cut all of his scenes out, even though he was the most interesting part of the trailer, like because he was like Jin's father figure. They basically earlier in an episode they set it up to where the Empire accidentally killed one of his men, but then they made it look like he just died in the ship, and then they set a trap for him, and so they say in just
Wait,
a
what?
random line
What?
that him and all of his men got killed, which we know is not true because
Whoa! Shit, this had to have been on a second monitor. She's like, not only did she miss that this was Anto Krieger's group, she missed like I guess the entire explanation of like the first scene with Saw where he's trying to get Saw to work with Anto Krieger, and then the second scene where Saw's like, okay, I'm ready to help him. Let's do this, and Luthen's like, no, you're not going to. We're gonna let him die.
They actually just
Like,
missed the whole
what
fucking.
the fuck?
It was like a genuine like 5 to 10 minute conversation
Did
about
she
this
just
whole
like
thing.
get up and go and have a piss while the scene was happening?
It's funny because you really like that one scene that happened immediately after like the action scene with the lasers on the ship. I'm like, oh, that was kind of cool, but then like the whole like scene preceding that, apparently she completely forgot about.
She
Oh
into
my
a
God,
vegetative
you're missing, like,
state.
It's like 15 minutes of screen time.
Yeah, but there's no lasers and there's no shooting, so I didn't care.
It's incredibly important to like Luthen's speech and all of his interactions with Saw.
No one
Oh
in
my
that scene was
God.
cute enough for me to pay attention. What can I say?
No wonder Luthen's speech is boring. 'cause
Look, man,
he's
she has a
fucking
fucking blow-up doll of Grogu, not of Sol Guerrero, okay?
Oh, that hurt. That was painful.
It's quite cringe.
Because there's more than just like missing like a small detail. There's a whole like set of scenes dedicated to this Krieger subplot. that would completely you just apparently just skim through and just didn't listen to any of the dialogue.
Oh my god.
because he's in Rogue One. So it's like, all right. So this chick who this
Cinta,
chick
I
is
remember
in
her
love
name.
with, and she's like, she cares more about the mission, and this whole chick is being butthurt
Bex, I remember her name.
because this chick cares more about the mission than her, even though she straight up told her.
No, it was Bex,
Wait,
the
who?
lady with the black hair.
Yeah, Bix is the person above them.
Oh wait, who's the one at the bottom?
Vel.
Val. Fuck.
With the blonde hair, yeah. He was
Yeah.
like, I remember her name. It was not her name.
Damn it. I remember Bex though.
Three women characters for Shinny keep track of.
So many people to keep track of. Like I know their faces. I'm terrible at names. Like names are just something I struggle with like for ages. It takes me a while to like remember your name.
That from the beginning, and she has to reiterate that every fucking time that there's drama between them. So
Yes.
Every time. It's twice.
It's
2 times. Yeah, 2.
It's also during like really important moments in their relationship where one of them is like considering giving up and just wants to like have a cuddle time because they've gone like 6 months of just really stressful work trying to infiltrate Aldani and steal their shit. They've lost several of their partners along the way and she's just kind of tired, wants to have like a little chill session, and the other one's like, we agreed since we met each other and since we started this entire thing that the rebellion comes first, everything else is just a bonus. And they're currently on rebellion work, and they cannot do anything until the work is done. She's very dedicated to the cause, and Vel knows this. So she has to remind Vel on occasion that this is something that they do because Vel is kind of like questioning the entire thing and wants to just like have a moment of peace and quiet. And she gets that the second time they have the argument. She's like, bitch, get here now. And then they do the thingy off screen, I think. Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, they have human characteristics. People get sick and tired of the situations that they get put in. Maybe talk about it with their significant other, with a friend. And then the other friend's like, oh, dude, you gotta chill. It's nearly over, man. Or they go, oh, you know what? Maybe you do need a break. Yeah, go have one. Here's a Snickers. You're not you when you're hungry. Like, what's the problem here? It's just two characters behaving in character and doing character-based things.
I wonder.
I wonder what the
she
issue is.
has been watching. She's like, they're all in the hotel, and it's like, okay, let me be broody the rest of the episode. This dude is obsessed with Andor. He also has been stalking blonde Imperial chick. He shows up, and his big thing is that he saves her. So of course the funeral, it then turns into a all-out shit show because they show the mom's like message. I guess she recorded some kind.
He saves her. That is how she describes his pay. Like, I think him running for the grenade in that scene is actually, like, really impactful. Like, he has gone from this very nervous person who has to collect himself between, like, walking in a room in that first episode where he's about to go in and talk to the monitor guy, and he's, like, has to collect himself to being, like, fully confident in making the decision and, like, running to protect people. But, nah, saves him, Keck.
Kind of hollow message, and she starts talking to everyone. She's like, F the Empire, which basically leads to an all-out fight and an all-out riot, and they
No,
it
it does not lead to an all-out riot. It's the kicking of the droid that leads to an all-out riet.
Her way of summarizing the story is just feels so like twisted, or it's just like his mom, makes like a
But
speech.
this is the kind of
and it's like,
summary
"Fuck
you would
the
get in a
Empire,"
high school
and then
English class from
there's a
someone who
riot.
read like the back of the book the day before they were supposed to like give a report on the book, and they're like, oh well, I like the part where Andor's mom, she did a speech, and the speech made everyone like real angry, and then like the angry people, they like picked a fight with like the main bad guys, and like that
Like,
one dude who was like obsessed with the main character. He was there, and he like saved. It's the exact kind of thing you get from that kind of situation from just
Like, it's
someone
that
who does
all
not
need to
care.
come. if it's that all the commentary you're gonna have on the speech, or like the lead up to it, or like the people first, and like or anything, like it thinks it's like a vapid summary, where it's like, yeah, you know, these things happen. It's like, well, what about the meaning behind it? It's like, now we're moving on. I'm like, oh,
Oh, what? You want no substance?
no substance.
Had the Imperials set up like literally with like the police guards, and
Oh,
they
no.
made it seem like go back during all the riots in like Portland and stuff, and it's like,
Oh,
I
my
hate this shit, dude. I
God.
hate this shit. This was before that even happened. This was written and filmed. This was the first thing they shot in the show. It has
Right.
nothing to do with any of that shit. It was filmed in 2020.
Yo, I can't believe riots were invented in 2020. Holy shit.
Bro, it's politics brain. Like, they think it's like them commenting on the George Floyd protests. This was written and filmed before that.
You don't think that like there's been imagery of like protests that may like turn a bit violent, and like police coming in who are also a bit violent, stopping
I
those
come from
protesters?
South Africa.
This
The first
just
thing that
haven't-
comes to
hasn't
mind when
happened.
you see something like this is like apartheid and everything that happened there, like all the police riots and shit that was going on there, and like
Yeah, it's not like this is like a common
Bruh.
occurrence in a lot of countries. It's not like the fucking like there's like a huge event in like the fucking
you could look at the Hong
2000s and
Kong shit that went
2010s
on in
and,
like was it 2019? Like that would probably be more direct
Look at
inspiration
the
for this
fucking
kind of
Arab
thing.
Spring, or like any like fucking like uprising in any like state in like the modern era. You would see this imagery, but no, apparently it didn't happen. No, 2020, I guess.
Very
Is
sad.
America's the only country in the world? I don't know.
How is this person regularly invited on EFAP? How do they like see her content and go like, yeah, this is who we want representing our brand? Like the fuck?
I don't know. It kind of confuses me.
It's very stupid.
like, oh yay, that's what it is. But and then they have like one of the kids just pulls out a bomb, and to be
Just pulls out a bomb out of nowhere,
pulls
like a
out
rabbit
a
out of a hat.
Just
Hold on, I want to
pulls
see
up-
if she.
She's
if
just
she
say
comments-
she's gonna say 2 3.
Oh no, she's about to bite and blast us. Watch out.
Oh shit.
Portland
I
and
think she-
stuff, and it's like, oh yay, that's what it is. But and then
That's what
they
it
have like
is.
one of the kids just pulls out a bomb. And to be fair, this kid, his dad was tortured and killed.
Okay,
So
there you
this
go.
kid
Wait.
Oh, to be
Oh, I
fair,
thought-
he had motive and incentive to do this thing. However, cringe.
I thought she was gonna like point out like, okay, to be fair, the bomb was in the earlier shots. That wasn't like it just gets pulled out of nowhere. I thought that's what she was gonna say, but I guess it's like kind of there.
like pulls out a bomb that he just casually made in his shop, and then he throws.
Yeah, let's see how you can do that. If you can
Just
make
kidding.
bombs,
What?
improvised explosions exist. There's a reason why Molotovs are really popular. And like
Ted
people
Kaczynski
more
says
violent riots in
hello.
Norwood.
Throws it at the Imperials, and it sets off all of their grenades, and then the entire set is covered with smoke. And I was like, oh, that's great. Great job, Disney. Way to cut corners and just make everything smoky. So that way
What does this mean?
I remember hearing this. At some point. She's saying that they only did the smoke to cut costs of the action budget. I don't know what that
How
means.
the fuck did they cut costs on the practical set?
That's yeah. She must not know. Like she doesn't know.
She doesn't know. It's so weird to accuse Andor of all shows of cutting corners. That's such a weird empathic critique for me. Like, wow, that show feels really cheap. It's just
Not
like,
just that,
what?
the scene isn't covered in smoke for that long. It's only covered in smoke for like a handful of minutes. And then the smoke subsides and then it goes back to everyone beating the shit out of each other. I mean, like, how
Yep.
many shots do we get between like what's going on the ground and then the drum man is like furiously beating that drum and then he like kicks a stormtrooper out of the fucking bell
Yeah.
tower and it goes back to like just random fighting in the streets. It's like, there
Yeah.
isn't just smoke for all of it. What are you on about? What glue are you
The whole
sniffing?
idea is that there's a lot of like it's like riots are really chaotic, and so there's a lot of like visual stuff happening. There's all like it's a whole mess. There's a lot of like people fighting. There's like shit being thrown. Like maybe like someone has a bomb they set, or like some like explosion. And now it's like smoke. Maybe people shooting. Like it's supposed to be really chaotic, and the smoke kind of adds that sense of chaos. I don't think it was there because he specifically wanted to hide, put a smoke screen and hide like the extras, so they didn't have to like show action or something. I don't know.
You don't have to have more special effects and everything going to be hidden in smoke. I'm sure that was a fun day on set, or probably a week on set, where you just constantly have smoke machines going. So that's why I picked this picture, because I thought it was kind of funny and ironic, because there's a bunch of freaking smoke, and I was like, oh, look at foreshadowing the finale. It's all smoke. So everyone's running around.
It's like 45 seconds of smoke, but all right,
it's like 45 seconds
in a 56-minute episode.
It really isn't that funny. It's like I don't think anyone watching that episode was like really like invested in the smoke subplot. I'm gonna be honest. The whole finale was smoke. Damn, I love that last scene where like Andor like goes to talk to Luthen, and the whole ship is just filled with smoke, and you can't see what's happening. You just hear them
because they wanted to cut. They wanted to cut costs on this insanely expensive show.
I like the part where
her daughter with the Urkin, but the room's filled with smoke, so you can actually see properly.
I like the part where Andor gets sent to prison, and then like as soon as he gets electrocuted on the floor, they start throwing smoke in his face to make sure that he's aware of where he is. Yeah, the overuse of smoke, man. What can I say? That feeling when he was like swimming away from the prison, and as soon as he like went under the water, he got hit by a wave of smoke. There's fucking smoke everywhere. There's smoke in space. Luthen flew through it when he like blew up those TIE fighters. Yeah, smoke everywhere.
I don't get the like latching onto the like a couple minutes of smoke and saying that the whole finale was like this. It's really bizarre.
I'm still just mesmerized by her thumb-like appearance.
And smoke, and of course, because she's an Imperial, like the mob is like after her. This dude saves her and like pulls her into a closet, and they're like heavy breathing, and you can just tell that like he wants to kiss her, but he's looking at her all creepy. Like,
I don't read that from that scene whatsoever. People read like all this romanticism into them. It's weird.
It's hard.
I think that
I
scene's
would be
great at
so
portraying
creeped
shock.
out if they started kissing, because it's like
Yeah.
she already considers him to be like a creepy stalker kind of guy, and she just got mauled by like a crowd of people who wanted to beat her to death with sticks and stones. And she grabbed like a wrench because she wanted to like smack him in the face, and he's like looking at her, like trying to hold her still, like calm her down, like hi, it's me. Chill. No need to do that.
Yeah, and she's in
violent
shock.
shit.
Well,
Yeah.
She acts that scene incredibly well.
I get why people are saying it, but like obviously they didn't kiss because A, like the characters haven't developed that yet, and B, if it did, that'd be really fucking weird. Because in the context of the scene, they're just pretty much having a panic attack because her life was like suddenly like in danger. She was like probably could have definitely died there, and so like so you can see when she's like fucking like breathing really hard and when they go through the door, like she's basically having a panic attack in this scene.
I think
like Cyril's just kind of like trying to calm her down, but also kind of like looking for a bit of approval, where it's like, hey, I saved your life, like like he's trying to prove his usefulness, I suppose.
I think it would be really cringe if they tried to develop a romantic thing between the two, because I really like the idea of Cyril just being like an upstanding guy who like takes appreciation for people who like stand by the same principles that he has, and like he shows his appreciation by like saving them in moments of need or helping them with their pursuit against Andor. Like, if they made this a romantic thing, I think I would be put off by season 2 significantly more, because I like what they're going here with just the upstanding Imperial guy. Like,
I completely agree. Like, he sees himself in her. That is when they have their first
Not
exchange
like that,
when she
though.
brings him in for questioning. Yeah. When she brings him in for questioning, the first like kind of thing we get is she's like, what's in Blevins' report that like I need to, what's not in Blevins' report? And he's like, I don't know, I wasn't allowed to see it. And she's like, you signed it. And then they kind of like share two looks of like Dedra being like, people throwing shit under the rug, and then she later brings it up with when she's talking to you, Lauren, saying that there's a lot of facilities that are just not reporting losses because they don't want to look bad. She is the Cyril of the ISB. She's trying to point the shit out, bring it up. She has her sense of justice. Cyril is the exact same way, and he notices that when she immediately is like taken aback by that. And then he's like, oh shit, you're just like me. Like, I know there's other people like me that exist, and you're one of these people working for like this institution that I, respect and whatever. Like, he sees himself in her. He sees her almost as like a personification of his sense of justice.
Yeah. And I hope they don't do that in season 2, because Andor as a show seems like the kind of place you would go where it avoids the tropes and it avoids like the stereotypical shit that you get from Hollywood. Like, they're going out of their way to make like a Star Wars story that most people don't even associate with Star Wars anymore because of how different it is. I really like that.
It'll just be distracting. Like, I don't
would
think
be.
we're really, because I think it distracts from both of their characters, and also just kind of be weird in general. It turned what was essentially like a weird like stalker scenario into like, oh yeah, they have a romantic relationship now, and he like,
Yeah, he basically becomes an AOT character by that point.
shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Like, he's literally been stalking her. I mean, he's been stalking Andor, but he's been stalking her, and she's like, oh, I guess I should say thank you. And it's like, oh my god, everyone is so incompetent. And Andor,
What? What's the connection there?
Rescues
Wait,
her
what?
from a group of like 10 armed, angry protesters, somehow manages to get out completely like unharmed, completely incompetent.
That's like, and that's one of the issues with the show is like, there's a weird cut there where she's like swarmed by 5 or 6 people, and then all of a sudden Cyril's just like has her by himself and like moves her over. But that's not what she's talking about. She's talking about like just the scene in general. She's not actually pointing out the issue.
Maybe everyone. No, I'm not gonna say that. Never mind. Ignore what I was about to say.
saves Bix, this chick here that was in that that one Wizard of Oz show that like nobody knew about that failed that my best friend made me watch because she's obsessed with Wizard of Oz. It was okay. That show was actually like more entertaining than Andor, but
I'm sure. Yeah,
I'm sure it was.
yeah,
You've
I'm sure
gotten
it was
like
much
4.
better.
You've got 4 out of 4 points wrong so far. So yeah, I'm sure what you have to say is valid. Grogu, fucking plushie owner.
so this chick Bix, he comes and saves her from the hotel, and she's like, I'm all fucked up and I'm all tortured and I can't go with you because they'll just come back and they'll get angry. So he saves her. All of his friends get
What?
Yeah, how terrible it is to see this character just like completely brain fucked and, having Stockholm syndrome, wanting to not leave and stay. What a terrible thing. How funny that is.
I like this stuff around screaming ammo because we don't ever hear it, and so it just gives left to the imagination. We see her what she's like before and after, and it's just horrifying. It's like, oh my goodness. This is the effects the thing would have, but then apparently it's like, she's just kind of like sad, I guess, and doesn't want to leave.
Imagine how awful that must be to like hear the sounds of dying alien children and like play to such a like high pitch that it drives you insane.
Yeah, it seems like that. I think the idea is that these aliens have like a defense mechanism where hearing their screams is like very like psychologically damaging. Now, like make you try to stop. I think is like the idea, and it's usually record that and are just like forcing you to listen to it on loop. Like it's like, oh yeah, 24-hour YouTube video loop. It's like, no, stop.
Alien children screaming ASMR.
Alien children screaming like fucking music loop.
Alien children beats to listen to while sleeping.
Yeah, alien screaming lo-fi mix.
Lo-fi pics.
out to the shipyard, get on a ship, and he leaves them with it. He says bye to the droid, and he's like, I'll find you guys. I'll find you guys. So he leaves. Stellan Skarsgård, who showed up to kill him, and these chicks were both supposed to kill him. Like, everyone needs to kill Andor. And this is the big climactic moment of the show, guys, even though we know that he survives because he's in Rogue One.
Well, to be sure, they don't need to kill him. They're there to capture
You also
him 'cause he
don't
doesn't
know if
break.
that actually is the real Andor. Could have been a clone that Skarsgård's character made using leftover technology from that other planet that I can't fucking remember that made clones. Could have been his twin
Most-
brother named Bandor. You don't know.
Most
Dumbass.
good faith Shandy response.
He shows up in Stellan Skarsgård's ship, and
You paused.
I didn't.
Oh, I was muted. My bad. I don't understand the show is inherently not interesting because we know the character survives. Like, that's never really struck with me.
No, me neither. Especially because
So,
you can apply
like-
that same logic to a movie that you've already seen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I don't understand this. This is kind of a more spicy take to have. I never understood why, like, on some level, like, people think like spoilers. If you get spoiled on something, like, I understand why people don't want to get spoiled, but like people actually get spoiled on something, like ruin the movie because like, oh, now I know what happened.
Oh
so
yeah,
I
no,
can't-
I'm the same way. Like I
like,
I
wait, what?
prefer to not hear spoilers because I like seeing something for the first time the way it's intended. But if I get spoiled on something before I see it, I don't care too much. I don't.
It shouldn't ruin the experience because like instead of like not knowing what's happening, you kind of know what happens. That kind of builds anticipation in a way.
Yeah,
Where you're just
yeah,
like-
absolutely, absolutely. And an example I'll
Yeah.
use here is I got spoiled on the Red Wedding from Game of Thrones before I started watching Game of Thrones. So I already knew that that thing was going to happen like season 3 or 4. So I started watching the show, I started getting really, really into it, and I got into it despite knowing what would happen, and I still really, really liked the character stuff that was being done. So when it happened, I was still, as upset as I probably would have been if I didn't know it existed. I might have been a little bit more shocked if I didn't know it existed, but I still was like, damn, man, this sucks. So, yeah, I don't really get it. Like, I remember when Infinity War was coming out, there was a story of a guy who, like, walked out of the theater and, like, spoiled that Thanos won at the end of the movie. And the appropriate reaction that he received from people outside the theater was that they started beating him up. And it's like, oh, some people think it's justified to beat this man up because he spoiled the movie when he walked out of the theater. I'm over here thinking, wow, you people are fucking crazy. How do you just beat up a random guy just because he
Yeah.
spoiled a fucking movie for you? Seriously?
But in the context of this show, it's just interesting because the whole idea behind it is just like we understand that like he's like the hero who like selflessly gave his life for the rebellion and Rogue One and he dies like giving the rebellion what they need. But the whole point of the show is like okay, let's actually explore that. Like how would a type of person come to being? Someone who's just willing to just throw away their lives for a cause. Like how does someone like that get created? And that's what this show is for. And I find it really interesting that exploration of like all the things that happen to him in his life and how that leads him down that path. Like I don't know, like that's interesting. Like just because it's a prequel, like it's like we know what happens. Like I don't know, is that the reason why the prequels are bad? Because like we know Anakin will become Darth Vader. So actually, it's like really like boring. That's why the prequels are bad, I guess. Like fundamentally, like yeah, they're bad for other reasons. But I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with this. Oh, how does a person become this like monster that we see in the original trilogy? Like that's interesting. It's interesting to explore. It's because we know what happens. I mean, the path to get there isn't interesting in of itself.
Yep.
And especially
Yeah.
with all the yeah, like I don't get because these conclusions can be satisfying, and sometimes they can actually, if it's done really well, it can enhance those later moments in the story. Or it just that's not that way to prequels. So like, just like you could like enhance like the ending of Rogue One where Cassian died is probably like even though the movie's not that great, it's probably more impactful. Now that we're more invested in this character after watching this show, it's just like it's like seeing him like kind of finally like give his life to the rebellion after we see him at the very start, like rejecting that and wanting to like kind of survive and just live. It's probably like really satisfying to see him like kind of complete that like character arc.
I mean, imagine how annoying this line of logic would be to apply to fans of particular shows or TV movies. Like, Imagine saying this stuff to a prequels fan, like, "Oh, I don't understand why I'm watching The Phantom Menace. I already know that Anakin grows up to become a serial killer who murders
I don't want a
Ben."
Jedi get killed. Like, who cares? It's like,
Like,
okay.
yeah, cool. The other person's just gonna be like, "Well, I liked watching the movie and I think it's pretty good, so I'll go back and watch that, you weirdo." Like, this is stupid. This is logic you only have when you have no point.
But apparently, if the main character isn't like a threat of dying at any point, and it's like, oh, there's like no stakes. So it's like, I mean, there's still stuff that could happen. Like, not only is there a bunch of side characters in this story that could actually die and do actually die in a lot of places, like stuff could just happen to Andor in general. It's kind of like horrific. It doesn't need to just die outright, but it could be like, oh, he went through this traumatic thing that happened. I mean, the prison itself was kind of like traumatic in a way. Like that whole like experience was like, oh my god, it was like fucking dystopian. Jesus Christ. And we can just kind of understand his headspace a lot better if like, yeah, the Empire probably needs to go. Like, if this is the type of like life you would just can expect, where you just randomly get thrown into like a super dystopian like person that
That's
just work
actually
you
a
to
really good
death.
point because I didn't really know that that kind of prison facility existed in the OT. Like, I never really got that feeling. I always just thought, it's just standard fascist imperial government that just told people to do something or else planet go bluey. I never really thought about a prison like that that just took away every single fundamental right you ever have. Period. Like, I'm glad that the show introduced something like that because it makes the Empire significantly worse as a result. It makes their actions in the OT even worse as a result, and I appreciate that. Like,
And I think it's interesting that like in the middle slash beginning of the series, Andor he says it to Marva, like Marva says people are standing up and he says and getting killed for it. Or when he's talking to Nemec and he's kind of like telling him about, what's gonna happen if you end up poking the bear, and that's kind of his whole thing is to just eat, sleep, survive, do what you want, not worry about the bullshit. And then he realizes like it doesn't even matter if you're doing it or not, they will just come and fucking yoink you.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Pokeball you off the street and throw you into prison.
stinky Star Wars Andor show, no good. Very boring.
Yeah, true. It's very boring.
Stellan Skarsgård turns around
Cassian
and
can't
Andor's
die.
like, "You came here to kill me," and he's like, "Well, yeah, basically." And then he's like, "All right, I'll make it easy for you. Go ahead and kill me." And then the screen goes black and it goes to credits, and that's the
It's not what happens. What?
Wait, that's just incorrect. Wait, what?
That is just wrong.
I don't use this word very often, but I'm going to use it here. That is objectively incorrect. That is very, very wrong. Like, that is categorically wrong. That is just false information, my gal. The fuck do you mean? Ugh.
You're missing a lot of words there. Many words.
You're missing a very, very specific choice Andor gives to Luthen and that particular moment that makes Luthen smile. And perhaps even put the gun down before it cuts to black.
He smiles and then fucking shoots Andor 27 times in the chest.
27 times in the chest and 13 in the head, just for good measure.
And then it cuts to black and it's like Andor season 2.
And then he like grabs a needle and like he draws blood out of Andor and then he just labels it test subject number 1 and then it cuts to black. We actually do end up just with a Cassian clone. Maybe that's how they make season 3 and 4 after Rogue One. They just have a clone army of Cassian Andors.
Yeah, let's bring into Picard season 2 writing. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
season finale of Andor. And I personally, not to toot my own horn, but I think my description was a little bit more exciting. I think I added a little bit more pizzazz.
You added nothing. You added
you
nothing.
literally removed. You left out so much. There's so much you did not talk about. It is the opposite.
This is some Lily
You are doing
Orchard
the
level
Spark Notes.
shit right here. My god. I'm just gonna toot my own horn by promoting my own shitty writing like it's the best version there is. My goodness. That was nothing. that was so bad.
Why?
That's hilarious. That's so funny.
Oh.
That's so funny that she went there.
This is a very ironic Giga Chad meme. This is the I removed context, I badly explained a scene, I got things categorically, objectively wrong, still think it's better leaves.
I think I added some pizzazz. Yeah.
No
Alright.
pizzazz.
I mean, that definitely was funnier. That explanation and then, follow up point. That was definitely funnier than Andor. I'll give it that. Just not, I think, what you intended.
Zazz to it than, or I guess a little bit more enthusiasm than the actual show.
No.
You have 1% like 0.0000. Yeah, 0.0001% of the enthusiasm as the bell tower man. Okay, calm down.
Oh yeah, the bell tower man was the most enthusiastic person I've seen in media in ages. Besides someone like maybe Damon.
To see his enthusiasm, dude. I was like, when he's like up there getting ready, I'm like, yeah, I'll smash the fucking like.
People complain about that guy. Unironically,
Oh, I know.
They're
Those
like,
people are stupid.
Keck
He's
hammer guy. This guy sucks. He's stupid. It's like,
He's
such a
good.
great pod. He's like so good. Unironically, he's like one of my
he
favorite
cares
characters.
about his job. It's important. It tells you a lot about the town. Like, it's neat.
My man's
Someone
just-
complained that in the finale, he doesn't hit someone with his hammer. He kicks him off the edge, and that's bad.
Why would he
they should have
blunt
used
his
the hammers.
perfect instrument? Why would he harm his instrument in such a way by bashing it into the face of some stormtrooper?
Instead of using one lethal attack, he uses a different lethal attack. Wow, this is a
Why didn't they just shoot him, Keck? It was also something I heard.
Oh yeah. Sure.
Well, he's probably like goes on the tower and be like, arrest him. And like, yeah, put your hands up. And he just like, kicks him off the tower.
Why didn't he just throw the bell at them? Like the whole bell? The thing he was hitting. Why isn't he just strong
Why didn't
enough
he,
to
like-
throw them at it?
Why didn't he put his head on the bell and then hammer his head into the bell? And then he says it's John
True.
Andor in time.
It's Sean Andor.
Andor's all over the place.
Oh,
He just says his hammer time and then like jumps off the tower and fucking plunging attacks into like 4 stormtroopers, killing all of them instantly. And
Why
then,
does-
and then like a TIE fighter that's like incoming to like stop the riot, he like throws his hammer at it like he's Thor and it takes it out.
Why doesn't he just
Man.
turn into the attack titan and you see Big Girl starts playing in the background?
True.
He does the Palpatine-tism spin off the top rope.
With the hammers.
Yeah, with the hammers.
Oh, that's a proper YouTube poop right there.
I
Yeah.
don't even know how you'd create that.
I don't know either. Like, you would require talent beyond talent. Talent squared. Talent cubed.
But I will say, the end credits scene, which was about 5
Shut the
seconds.
fuck
Oh,
up.
here it comes. Here it comes.
Oh god, the Star Wars theory
If
tism
you say this
shite.
is the best, if you say this is the best scene, I swear.
Seconds long. After all of the credits, it's literally just a shot, and it's zoomed in of droids building things, and then it slowly zooms out, and it's the Death Star over the moon of Endor with all the Ewoks. You don't see any of the Ewoks, but we all.
Oh, wait, she likes the Ewoks? Oh, no.
Woman moment.
know where it is. And so
Yeah,
it just
you can't
zooms
say
out and
that.
it shows the Death Star, and the Death Star is all complete, but they're building the little crevice in the Death Star where, you know, it shoots out of, so the weapon of the Death Star basically. And then it like zooms out from the Death Star and it like does this really cool like effect. I don't have like anything round around me, or else I would, oh, I guess we'll just pretend
Grab the empty space inside your head and use it as a canvas.
that my not round glasses
Wait,
case
is it
is the
actually
Death
being
Star.
constructed
So
around
like
Andor?
the camera's right here, and then it pans like down, and you could see like all the parts aligned, like it's kind of like an eclipse thing. But that part was cool. I was like, this is the most exciting part
Come
of the
on.
entire show.
Oh my.
Oh, but like,
Literally, just because it's the Death Star. That's literally it. That's the standard.
That's
it's like,
it.
oh, it's
Orin
cool
just
'cause-
comes in anger, like, ah!
they showed me the Death Star. It's so frustrating. Like,
They showed the Death Star.
because I don't have enough fingers on my hand to count how many better scenes there are than
Grab
that
your
scene. That scene is
toes.
like extremely low on the list. I don't have enough appendages, phalanges, and toes. There's so many scenes that are better than that. It's like kind of neat. Like I saw, I was like, oh, that's kind of neat. And then I thought about it, and I was like, okay, that's kind of neat. But fuck, man, like the
This is like
Luthen scene.
This is like a test. I feel like if your favorite scene from Andor is the Death Star like after credits scene, that's all I need to know about your standard. Like that's all I need to know. Like I
I
don't
mean,
need
yeah,
to know anymore.
probably. My litmus test for this show is always the serial scenes. If people say they don't like the show, I just ask them to describe what that scene is trying to portray to the audience. And I haven't gotten a single person that hasn't liked the show that has given me like a coherent response on what the scenes are actually saying.
You know, they were
I had
eating
one
the
person.
cereal.
One person said, "Oh, the mom is really relatable. She's really funny." That was hilarious. That was really funny.
That
Because the
person just
preceding
has a
conversation was great. One person said that he has a family. That's what it was trying to portray.
Dang.
Yes, a family.
I want to
It
ask
was
Anna
great.
what her thoughts on the serial scene is. I want to see what she says.
I don't think she
It's probably
remembers
going to be
what the
something like,
serial
"Oh, he has a
scene.
mum."
Yeah,
Just
that's it.
that.
That's the usual response. Like, oh, he has like family, and like they kind of have like a back and
She
forth.
forgot about the whole scene with Saw Gerrera, so I don't know if she remembers the the serial scene. I'm gonna be
Rude.
honest.
She didn't. She thought Anto Krieger was Saw Gerrera, but you know.
This woman gives fucking second monitor users a bad name, I swear.
I can't believe Saw
Okay, the
Gerrera
second,
died in Andor.
Shandy. That's a talk we'll have at a separate time.
Hey man, I've done good so far, okay? If it makes you feel any better, I watched Arcane for the first time on an iPad.
Oh no.
And some of you in the comments are going to say, you're over exaggerating. I'm really not.
No, you're not over exaggerating, you're just wrong.
You're just
I'm
wrong. You missed
really
a lot
not.
of it. It's a skill
I
issue. Sorry.
actually, had a response. So I was like, "Oh my god, it's the Death Star!" And I got excited, and it got me in the fifis because I know the light it's closest to.
I don't like how she says fifis.
That's a thing. I think it's a young person thing.
Yeah,
it's weird that
Fifi's-
she says it, given she's like a right-wing-ish type of person. I don't know, but she's the conservative anti-woke person.
Fifis means like
when I've only
feelings or
heard
like
from
your
Yeah,
emotions.
yeah.
But I don't like the way she says it. It makes me feel like she means something else.
I just love this reaction to the Death Star. Like it's really like the shit I got me was like the way the TIE Fighter and the Star Destroyer were like kind of presented in the show. I was like, oh my, like oh what, like wow, I'm actually interested in these vehicles again because I used to find them cool, but then they kind of got lame, especially in like the sequel trilogy. It was like, okay, there's just fucking 100 of them, and then they all fight, and it's like blah blah. But seeing them like kind of like used in such a way where like even with one or two, it was like really scary, and like it just like the Star Destroyer just like descending on Aldani. It's like, oh shit, the Empire's here in force. So it's like I love those things but it's because it's like. Yeah, because they actually feel threatening. You can't just like destroy a Star Destroyer. It's like a fucking garrison that's just like battleship that just descended on your planet. Like, what are you supposed to do against it? Like,
One of
or, like,
my favorite scenes is the loading of the TIE fighter in episode 6, where you see the
Yeah.
guy like going through the full ladder into the cockpit, adjusting and then launching. That
Oh, yeah,
whole
that was-
shit is sick.
That was really cool. It reminded me of that one like TIE Fighter animation, like fan animation. That's like here on
Oh yeah, I
YouTube or
know
something.
which one you're talking about. That shit's cool.
Yeah.
I just want to point out that her room looks like a giant fire hazard. Like there's so many small lights and shit going on in the background that it makes me feel like her room is just warm as hell. Like I've
Her-
got my 2 monitors plus my PC going on in my room, and it's it heats up my room real fucking nice. Like it's toasty, and yeah, I had to take my hoodie off. It was cold outside today, but I got into my room, sat here for like a solid 30 minutes, and I took my hoodie off because I was starting to sweat. I can only imagine how fucking hot it must be in that room with all those little
Her
lights.
room looks like a mimetic hazard from the SCP Foundation. Like if you're ready to walk into this room, you would be like psychologically attacked. Like it's just like you need to be careful.
I can't believe she said the Death Star scene was the best. Like, come on, there had to be something else.
No, I can
It's-
completely believe it. Yeah,
I can believe it, but I'll never understand it.
I won't.
I genuinely prefer the scene of Luther just chilling on the ship in episode 1 or 2 as the guy's just talking shit to him. Like, just a
Yeah,
regular civilian guy just talking about his day and talking about, like, the state of the economy and the weather and shit like that. And Luther's just like, grunts and nods. Just doesn't want to talk to the other guy. That shit's fun. I like it. I saw that scene.
Yeah,
I
he
was
has
like, oh,
no
this is
idea if he's like a spy. This guy just gets over to me, starts asking me about my personal business. You're just kind
yeah.
of like, okay, man.
Turns out he's just
All
like a
right.
normal dude. He just wants to like have a conversation with him, and then Luther's like treating it super seriously because there's like, yeah, I have to treat it super seriously because if I don't, then I might die.
I still find it funny. I know it's gonna make the video they started this like call, but like the Star Wars theory guy, like how you said he found this show to be really boring. I find that just so funny. Like where it's just like this show has like for a channel called Star Wars Theory, like the show like it has like probably some of the most depth out of like any like Star Wars property. Maybe I actually like made some like fringe book or something, but like it's like nah, it's really boring. I don't want to talk about the show. It's like wow, okay. Like
Yeah.
of any show, this is like the one that would be like down your like content alley, but it is also like the one where it's like nah, it's boring.
Whirvos, have you not heard about the bricks and screws meme?
I don't know what the bricks and screw thing is referring to.
Oh
Okay.
no.
Oh no. Okay, should we save that until after this?
I don't know. I kind of yeah. Okay, we'll
I'll just
finish.
touch on it briefly.
No. What we'll do is we'll finish Anna's video as quickly as we can, and once that's done, then we'll cap off the stream with Whirvos' reaction to that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Let's carry on.
Original trilogy.
Reminder for
And
bricks.
yeah, it was cool, like seeing the droids building it and then like zooming out. Those were some pretty shots. So in my opinion, that was the best part of the entire series. And yeah, special effects with no actors and no dialogue and just cinematic shots of the Death Star. Sorry, I like Star Wars and I like the original trilogy, and this show didn't do it for me.
That's all the
Now, it's
original
completely
trilogy
fine if you
was.
enjoyed it. If you liked it, I'm happy for you that you were able to get entertainment from this. I definitely did not. And this is not for me. It wasn't made for me, and it didn't really appeal to me. And like I said, this wasn't the worst thing that Disney has put out, but it was very obvious that this was supposed to be a movie that got stretched out into...
She has still yet to mention a single scene that needed to be cut out, explained why that scene needed to be cut out, and how she would transform the scene to make it shorter. She hasn't done a single example of that. How do people watch her content? I don't understand it. I've seen 3, maybe 4 videos from this person, and they've all been terrible. How the fuck do you have 242,000 subscribers? Besides people, like, enjoying your horny posting. I don't get it. You're not even that hot. No offense. I don't get it.
It's the anti-SJWs, you know?
Yeah, the anti-woke. It's the
Twelve
anti-woke, and then
episodes,
also she's a
and I
woman.
think that
Like
this
it's
movie...
those two things because people have this thing where it's just like, oh, because like a minority speaking out gets an anti-woke, that like is like gives us more credit. And I think that's also like kind of a like an attraction to your content like type deal where it's like, oh, you know, anyone can like hit on She-Hulk, but it's like, oh, like, you know, they say it, we're all anti-women. It's like, well, here's a woman on our side being anti-She-Hulk, like type deal. It's like, see, that proves
I
our
just wouldn't
point.
take anyone with that frame of mind seriously. Like, oh, you're actively giving ammunition towards the people who say that you're anti-woman. You're like, oh, I'm not anti-woman. I'm going to listen to a woman say that the show's bad. It's like, why do you care? Just say that the show's
Yeah, it
bad for
doesn't
X
matter.
and Y reasons. It doesn't matter what gender you are or what you identify as. Like, who gives a shit? The show's bad. Deal with it. If anything, if you say that the show is bad and you don't appeal to the, oh, well, I need to have a woman's opinion, a woman's perspective to actually justify my take, then you're actually making Disney and Marvel look dumber as a whole. Because it's like, yeah, you don't need that outing to make your opinion seem more valid. You don't need to justify what you say by saying, oh, well, I have the approval of women. Like, bro, try harder.
movie or this show is in desperate need of a good editor that could edit it down.
Oh, no!
Yeah, it's just back to the editing it down, but we like
Edit it down, just remove scenes.
just edit it down, forehead.
Just edit it. I had to hire an editor for it.
Into a movie, and Disney might be able to put something like that out, and I don't know. I would say like hopefully be successful, but I don't even freaking know about at this point. Like after watching that, I don't know if I would want to watch a 2.5-hour movie of it. most likely not. But yeah, so that's my.
I will agree with you there. I would not want to watch a 2.5 hour video or movie of this show because I would be missing so much context for what's going on. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She just skipped over most of the plot lines of the entire episode.
Attention span
Most of
a
the beats,
thumbo.
most of the payoffs. She didn't talk about the musical score at all, which was actually the first thing that they did for the show, was record that musical piece.
That's interesting because I would have thought that they'd done the script first.
Like the one in the parade.
Yeah. What I mean is, like, it was their first thing that they did for production.
Oh, right. Well, I guess that makes sense because if you have the finished script and you've got like a general idea of what you want to do, it makes sense to make your music and then like frame your scenes around the incorporation of it because that's what James Gunn does. He writes his script, and after he writes his script, he kind of like looks for music to fit the scenes that he has. And if he has a specific song that he wants to incorporate, then he changes the scene in such a way that it further incorporates the music.
Okay, I'm back. Oh, you're doing more
He's-
of this creature?
We're just now finishing because the remaining 3 minutes of the video is going to be the shout outs to Indiegogos and whatnot.
Apparently, this person also thinks that the Death Star scene at the very end of the credits is the best scene and most entertaining scene in the whole show.
I mean, it's a really good scene, but she probably doesn't think it's good for the same reasons.
Uvu,
She said, "Oh, it was the Death Star. I saw it and I got
Wait,
excited." That's what she
Boorin,
said.
do you want to tell Uvu about the scenes that she got wrong and why?
What did she do?
Oh my god.
Do the Saul Guerrero one first.
Sakura
Oh
was
my-
funny.
Yeah.
What did
So
she think of like? What did she think
po-
of all of the good things?
No. So hold on. She shows a picture of Saw Gerrera, and she's like, yeah, like him and his whole crew, like they supposedly died. Like they had a pilot that got they like fouled the ship and whatnot, and then yeah, like him and his whole thing is dead. But like we know he's not dead because he shows up in Rogue One. You know.
Humongous skill issue. Did you just not watch
Just-
the show?
She skipped like 4 scenes.
Dude, and then
What?
her description of the ending was hilarious. Where it's like, and I was like, "You can wait, kill me or you can take me in," and then apparently it cuts to black. Like after he says that,
Yeah, the show ends with Andor saying, "You can kill me," and then it cuts to black. There's no
Yeah.
"You can take me in." That's it.
Okay.
The Anto Krieger, like confusing the Anto Krieger and Saw stuff is like hilarious to me because it's like 15 minutes of material and it's like vitally important to so many character arcs, and I don't understand how you could miss it.
just didn't watch.
Because not only is it's present in their first conversation, it's present in their second conversation, and it's present for like all of Luthen's monologue.
Just missed it. It's pretty easy.
Skill issue. Genuinely. I think we called it at the start. Just skill issue.
It's just a genuine skill issue.
And the second one that I wanted to mention, and this one I think is probably the funniest of the two, is she summarized the ending scene of the show as Cassian meets up with Luthen, asks Luthen if he wants to kill him. Luthen goes,
Oh, that's what we
well, yeah,
said.
kinda. And then Cassian says, well, shoot me, I'm right here. And then it cuts to black.
Yeah, that's
Wait,
what
was
we
that right?
said.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I must have blacked out.
No, wait,
I mean,
another
enough
funny
anime
I
one.
had a
But-
Biden moment.
I think it was from this video. Like, another funny one was like she was like, "Oh, if Mon Mothma has a money problem, why isn't she using the money they just got from Aldani?"
Oh yeah.
Like,
Hmm.
what?
And unironically, Biden blasted me. I'm not feeling too good. My brain is melting. But yeah, okay, so
What
those
else?
were the...
She described were you here for the Kino Loy that she described Kino Loy's speech as
Yeah, we had to
Yeah,
like
yeah,
rewind
as a
it
little bit of a
back.
mental breakdown?
Yeah,
Ubu was here for that.
Okay,
quite
yeah.
funny.
And then you left right after, yeah.
And then the
Quite-
last
quite
one
the
I
take.
remember was like in the last episode where they're trying to find Andor. Why didn't they use hollow security like AI driven like drones and cameras to scan faces to locate him?
Okay.
The first 5 minutes of this video were her basically saying the exact same shit she said the last video. Verbatim.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Like,
That sounds about right.
the exact same, like, just people got so used to watching dog shit, and then they were given dirt, and they were like, "Oh, this is the best." The exact same thing. The exact same thing for like 5 minutes straight.
Yeah, and so yeah, that's a basic summary of where we are.
No. We haven't got to the best point yet. She thinks that the first 5 episodes of this show can be condensed down to a 30-minute segment at the start of a 2.5-hour movie.
2 hour to 2.5 hours.
Incredible, like galaxy brain take.
What the?
It just
fuck?
becomes Rogue One, where you're just
It just
slideshowing between
becomes-
10 different planets.
No, it becomes TPN season 2 in the last
It does,
episode.
It becomes the end of TPN. I mean, that doesn't exist. No, it doesn't exist. TPN season 2 doesn't exist.
Like
Oh
the
my god, I agreed
actual-
to watch that with you, didn't I?
Yeah,
The
and you
act-
fucking gave up Arcane in return.
Actually,
I've still
The
got
actual
Violet Evergarden to
slideshow.
show you too.
Oh yeah, I'm down for that.
We got 4 minutes left of this, maybe 3 because of
yeah.
the fucking promotion thing. We still need to explain like the last 2 things that we made reminders for. So let's go.
Yep.
My feelings and my 2 cents on this entire show, would not recommend. And I honestly wish I could get that 12 hours of my life back, except for the 5 seconds.
I unironically wish you got those 12 hours of your life back too, because then that would mean you didn't have to make these shitty fucking videos, and you wouldn't have to give such a drastically stupid anti-recommendation to your fans. My
Yeah.
god.
It's sad how many people probably didn't watch the show and just clicked on this because of algorithm and then didn't end up watching the show because they think it's bad.
She still has the fucking Grogu puppet in the background.
Its eyes look horrific.
It looks like she's eating his soul, like, permanently. And then you've got this tweety bird-looking thing in the front.
Why is her face always the most prominent thing in her thumbnails?
Because it's a thumb. She looks like a thumb.
The Death Star. So yeah, everyone, let me know what you think about all of this down below in the
Okay, I think
comment
it's
section.
over.
If you guys liked my video, please smash the like button.
No, it can't be over already. Is that 3 minutes of fucking ads?
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you
I
guys-
guarantee
That's
it
okay
is.
too. Thank you
No
so much for
way.
watching this far through. And if you guys haven't already, maybe take a minute, smash the subscribe button, and ring the bell for
doing
notifications.
that.
Make sure that bell is set to all. That way you actually get notifications when I post videos and live streams. And until next time, I hope you guys all have a great rest of your day, morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you are in the world. And may the force be with you, because we are really, really, really going to need it. Bye, everyone.
She says that in every fucking video.
What's up,
Yeah,
everyone?
I hate.
Okay.
Is it
well,
actually 3 minutes of ads?
We're
How?
Yeah,
I don't know, but we're done on that.
it's
Fuck that.
3 minutes and 3 seconds of Indiegogo ads. I hate it.
How?
What's
So,
with
like,
this
one of the
calendar?
things that I think is lacking from the finale is I really wish we had a scene
Wait,
of Cassian reacting to...
wait. Before you're done, I need to point out something. The amount of money from our backers went down from 110,000 to 83,000.
Oh no, it's decreasing.
Oh my god, wait, you're right. That's kind of hilarious.
I don't know if it's maybe just the way it's framed, as in like they need to reach this amount of money, and the fact that it's going down is actually a good thing, or not. But if it's actually what you
maybe.
and me think it
The
is,
number on
then
the
that's
top
funny.
left is the total. The number on the top left is total raised.
Yeah, they've raised 83,000 and the goal was 10,000, so they've done 8 times the goal for the calendar.
No, Uwe, you don't understand. In the last video we watched, which canonically came out before this one, she raised 110,000 for the
Canonically.
exact same thing.
Technically? Well, maybe she released them in different orders after making them.
Canonically.
Oh wait, no, the last one that we watched was her not even finished it yet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she had
I've got-
seen 11
I have
episodes
no
of it.
clue what happened then. Time Matrix poll.
No
Or she
idea.
screwed up. Her editor screwed up her Indiegogo. And
I like the most bad faith interpretation was how people have refunded their donations. He's gone down to 20,000.
Is it that bad faith though? I mean, she made some really terrible shit.
No, because we need more evidence in order for that interpretation to actually be viable. But like,
Yeah, I think probably. But I think in that finale, which of course she didn't talk about at all, you're missing a scene of Cassian reacting to Marva's words. We don't really see it.
extra
It's more
month
the
added to calendar. Star Wars Girl's going to invent a new month.
that foreign
so you
I'm
can-
interested. I'm
I'm
interested.
sorry, I'm
Word
sorry.
play.
God, Warren.
Wait, what is that? Extra
don't know.
month?
You have a calendar that's 13 or 14 months, I guess. I don't know.
Hey yo.
Anyways, what's your thing?
We don't see that at all. I think it's a perfect time to just like see him walking through the hotel and have a couple flashes to the flashbacks, kind of contrasting how the situation is similar between the Republic coming to Cassian's town or planet, assumingly making some mines and then abandoning it for some point, and then coming back later to have more of a harder fist. And that's kind of similar to what happened with Ferrix in Marva's speech, how she says we kept the trade lanes open, they left us alone, but now they're here and they're here to stay. I think you can have a lot of good payoffs of like at least just one scene of just showing Cassian's face, because he can hear the words. It's being played on a large broadcast. Like Bix can hear the words. He's walking through the hotel. We just need one scene of that reflection.
That money shot, man.
And then I think we're missing a scene of Luthen reconvening with Vel. And I think I would have preferred the ending situation to not just be them trying to kill Andor, but more just trying to convince him to come back. They don't really need to kill him. They can convince him to come back, especially because they know he's a valuable asset, and they just he pulled off the Aldani heist for him. He's better alive than he is dead. And it allows for that situation to play out a little bit differently, where they show up as, we need to find him before the Empire does, and try to turn him. If he's not going to come, we kill him. And after all of the shit goes down, they maybe like Luthen sees Cassian leaving with Bix from the hotel or something, or just they don't see anything and he reconvenes with Vel and is more like, okay, shit is fucked. You know, the Empire doesn't have him. They're dealing with this shit now. We just got to get out of here and hope for the best. And then you have a little bit of extra buffer time, because as the finale is structured now, it's Cassian goes from hotel to the shipyard, has that conversation with Bix, sends them off, and then goes from hotel shipyard to Luthen's scene before Luthen gets from Riot to his ship. Seems like Luthen probably get there a little bit faster than him. But if you have them meeting up and reconvening, it would make a little bit more sense. Because right now I just have to assume that they would. Because there's no way they just leave separately and don't reconvene or talk. Like, they have to talk before they leave, I would assume. That's like kind of my biggest issue with the finale. There's other small stuff, like the scene I talked about earlier where Dedra kind of just gets taken away from 5 people. Brasso headbutts a stormtrooper, which I think is a bit silly.
My god, that happened.
Yeah, like I saw it and I was just like, what? Like, I didn't think this would be something we would be doing in this show, but we did it. And then there's
we know Brasso is big dick, but like, come on.
And a big
I
head.
think there's one other thing. Marva's speech should be restructured a little bit. You can shift one sentence, because as it's structured, the speech is clearly anti-imperial for quite a while.
Yeah.
And they don't really do anything to stop it. I'm willing to buy like 15-20 seconds of speech, just because they're trying to stretch it out as much as possible to find Andor. They don't want anything to pop off, because they just want it to go silently until they get Andor. But for how it's presented, it goes on for like a little bit too long, I think.
I agree with that.
I think that's it.
Well, you've managed to give more concrete points in like 2 minutes, explaining why there was a few problems with the final episode, than she's managed to do in 15 minutes of her second video, and then like 13 of the first one.
They're real.
I mean, you didn't mention once that it was boring. You didn't mention once how you like the Death Star. You didn't mention how you like pew pew laser beams because you have the attention span of a 4-year-old who.
You didn't mention the hollow
sugar.
security.
You didn't mention the spinny
hollow
winnies.
security tapes. I would like a scene of them acknowledging the call, because Cassian calls in to shipyard runner. Forgetting his name, I know it. And
wow,
Cassian
Boorin,
keeps saying
you've
no
seen the
names,
show
but they
16 times and you don't remember the name of this particular character. For shame. Dog wielder. He's an Elden Ring enemy. Were you going somewhere else with that?
Well, yeah, he gets called and he has that conversation with that guy, and it doesn't seem like the Empire's aware of it, even though Dedra had already asked for like full surveillance and everything. Seems a bit weird. I feel like we should have a scene of the Empire listening into that and being like, okay, he is on his way. Get ready. Because yeah, as it is.
Yeah, and that probably
Just
wouldn't
don't
have
really know.
changed that much.
Extra month added to calendar.
Stretch goal,
Hold on.
90K. I still don't quite
Anyway.
understand why she needs $110,000 in order to make a calendar.
Well, it's like everyone's paying for the individual calendar. That's why. But anyways, tell me about Brick.
Oh
Brick
yeah,
and
right. Reminder for
Screws.
Brick and Screws.
His name was Zan Wen. That's his name. It's a weird fucking name, but
Zam
Brick
Wan,
and
thank you,
Screws.
ma'am.
Zan
Tell me-
Wen from Zan Wen Freight.
Tell me
Yeah.
about Brick and Screws.
Okay, so bricks and screws.
Oh, not this.
Get
thing.
ready, chat.
Do we-
We're showing it live.
Let me see if I can find the actual clip of him saying it.
Okay, well then send it to me, then I can add it to the watch together.
Yeah.
Okay, you've added it already. Cool.
What is
okay.
this?
We've already had it.
Wait,
What-
what is this?
Is he getting pranked?
Why is there some random fucking bunny ad?
I don't know.
Okay, I
Who
got it,
added
I got it.
this?
Probably Evan.
Property of.
Okay, copy link.
Oh my god, volume.
Okay. Is the stream just seeing a random audio currently? Like,
I-
what's happening?
I don't know what's
You're supposed to
going
have
on there. Okay, so I'm gonna
Alright.
activate the thingy-mabobbus here real
Look at his
quickly.
face.
Okay,
Star Wars
chat.
thief forgets that.
This
Bricks and
is
Screws
the
have always
infamous
existed in
brick and
Star Wars.
screws comment.
Wait,
Yeah,
so-
he's
what?
made a lot of really dumb comments about the show, but this one is particularly silly, and for some reason it's defended as like, oh bro, it was an offhand comment on a live stream, like it doesn't matter, but he hasn't really walked it back. Like he still just he'll like meme on it and kind of joke, but he'll still hold the position that it doesn't feel like Star Wars and shit like that.
So just for
Um,
context, for those of you who don't know, this character's name is That Star Wars. Oh, sorry, not That Star Wars. It's Star Wars Theory. He is probably the most popular Star Wars content creator on YouTube, and he holds a lot of sway in the Star Wars content creator community.
Sadly.
Sadly, yeah. He watched, was it episode 8 of Andor?
Yeah, and he said
Yeah.
it was the most boring shit he's ever seen. Completely worthless episode. Let me go watch Tales of the Jedi because that's what Star Wars is meant to be. I've had a lot of fun with it recently.
That is indeed what he said, yes.
Meant to be
He,
Count Dooku, like
Complete
fighting
nightmare
people
fuel.
randomly.
he preferred watching Tales of the Jedi compared to episode 8 of Andor. Now, that was the one where Kino Loy and Andor discovered that the prison is going to keep them there essentially forever, and if they ever figure out that they get...
No,
No, that's the other one.
that is episode 9.
Isn't episode 9
Oh,
the one
episode
where they
8.
break-
It's the one where he first.
Oh,
gets,
right, yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, episode 8 is just the introduction to the prison.
Yeah.
How is
Yeah.
that boring? Really not like it, because I can maybe understand maybe stretching it up to 9 because it feels like, oh, we didn't progress that far in the prison side of things. But episode 8, the introduction to prison is fucking spooky as hell. It's like, oh my goodness.
And I'm
it's like
pretty sure
a
we
Star
get the
Wars we haven't really
scene.
seen before.
We get the scene between Mon and what the fuck is his name?
Luthen?
Mothma,
No, not Luthen.
Saw Gerrera,
No. How am I spacing on his name?
Palpatine.
No.
I believe he's in the show.
Is it like her old, like, school friend?
Yeah, it's her friend.
Yeah, I can't remember his name either, but...
Take Colma. Yeah, his name's Take Colma. Yeah.
Oh, the banker man.
Yeah, we get their scene talking about politics
Yeah, that's
and that whole introduction. That scene is amazing.
All of those scenes are great. Really good double speak happening, and then it's like the
All right,
funniest thing
let's-
that we know.
Okay, well, if it's double speak, then people aren't going to be understanding what's happening if they're not paying attention.
Yes, if
Well, that's the
they're a Star
problem.
Wars fan, then they won't understand what's going on. You're
the
correct.
thing is, no, it's like there's an undercurrent in that scene because we know that Mon Mothma knows everything about the rebellion, but she has to present herself as someone who knows less than Mr. Toy or whatever the fuck his name is.
I thought you were about to say
And
she
then he's like-
knows less than Mr.
It's
Toilet.
like my politics are a bit too strong for your taste, and Mon's just like, kick.
Anyways, let us find out
$100,000 in debt.
the brick and
Sad
screws
tech
critique.
debut.
Chat, you're not ready for the brick and screws critique. It's honestly like next level Giga Brain.
I don't know what this point could possibly be.
Screws in Star Wars. You're not supposed to have screws in Star Wars. You're not supposed to have like brick walls that we would see in everyday life. Those things don't exist.
Oh, it's so silly, man.
You're not
It's so
supposed to have
funny.
screws in Star Wars. You're not supposed to have brick walls. Like, this man is... Oh, he's a
Every day.
genius.
Everyday life things like, you know, basic like architectural like building like techniques that have been around for like centuries. Like, you know, those don't exist.
None of the prehistoric species in this galaxy ever built pyramids before. It's just a very
Like, literally
uniquely
just
Earth
No, they
thing.
put their pyramids out of spears.
I'd immediately be like, no shot there isn't bricks somewhere in a Star Wars, like George Lucas Star Wars movie of all like the like temples and like, you know, like palaces and all of that. Like, it's like no shot that's true. Of course, it isn't true.
After
why-
this, people rightly blew this shit up on Twitter. It was hilarious. He was getting universally clowned on, and he's been universally clowned on for these takes, even in his own audience. Not universally, I guess, but like a lot of people clowned on him. And he came out and made a video of just like, you know, this is really fucked up. Like, I just like, it was just my opinion that I just like said on a live stream. Like, I don't understand why people have to be so mean. Like, you just let me have my opinion, blah blah blah. Not realizing that holding that position means other people are allowed to have their opinions as well. And what you said was really fucking dumb. Like, people are allowed to point it out. And contradictory to like the movies you really like, which are the prequels.
I hate
And
that
even the OT.
I hate that bubble of like, oh, it's just my opinion. Like, you're not like, I'm allowed to have opinions. Like, no one's like fucking debating you that you're like disallowed from having opinions if you're a kid. They were just saying that your opinion's fucking stupid. Like,
Yeah, exactly. And he does this shit all the time. He'll always hide behind "it's my opinion, it's my opinion. Just let me have my opinion, whatever."
because
without
people
just
think
talking
that
about the opinions.
people think that because something is an opinion, it means it can't be wrong. That's why.
Yeah.
Which is like not true in any like academic like discourse like ever. But like I don't know where this like phenomenon came from. Where it's like, oh, because it's like a subjective opinion I have, it's like it can't be wrong because it's subjective. It's just like, what? I mean, people disagree on subjective things all the time. It's like a driving force in like any like philosophical, like political, like anything. Like, what do you mean? Like, what? But yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why.
Man
Just,
wasn't
like,
even a clown this day. He was the whole circus. Full
I know where-
makeup and everything.
I don't know where the idea of subjective things can't be like disagreed upon or like considered wrong or anything. I don't know where that came from, but it's like infected all of media discourse.
I'm very disappointed because we didn't hear a single Anna screech this entire time. I was looking forward to hearing at least one.
Thank God. I hate how she does that shit. She like goes on Twitter with the intentional bait opinion to bait John Random into calling her a fascist, and then she's like, "Look at all of these people. These are all of my opponents. They're all just this random person on Twitter who calls me a fucking arsler, and like this is representative of everybody that hates me. Let's keck point at them."
Heck,
like, man,
point at them.
I know exactly what you're doing. Like,
Yeah.
It's a classic content technique. Just bait people on Twitter.
Oh, but
And
damn.
Disney does it all
That
the time.
was 5 hours and 20 minutes of pure unadulterated, unaltered. I almost said a few like different words there. I don't know what I'm trying to say. That was cringe. That was high military grade weapons plutonium cringe. That was extreme.
Why would you ever say that like bricks don't exist in Star Wars like that, like so confidently? Like that's like one of those things where like
No. It did the exact same thing that Star Wars girl did. He didn't like the show, he didn't like the episode, but he didn't know why he didn't like it, so he tried giving the most obscure reasoning for why in real time, so he could justify why he didn't like it to his audience. Anna did the exact same thing, but instead of it being live, she recorded herself doing it live.
like I can't imagine like if you were asked that question, like are there any bricks or screws in any of the George Lucas Star Wars movies? And they're like, oh, I don't know, chief. Like I don't know how you'd be able to copy. So you're like, yeah, I'm 100% sure there are no bricks in any of the George Lucas Star Wars. It's just like.
I
Like such a
watched The
specific
Phantom Menace at
detail.
0.25 times speed, and what I discovered will shock you. And it's just a screenshot of like bricks everywhere.
It's like such a specific detail that you would probably just not know. It's just like I can't say confidently either way. So it's just weird to hear him so confidently be like Star Wars doesn't have everyday things like bricks or screws. It's like, really? Are you sure?
Apparently, he also said, and this is according to Llama Prop in the chat, he thinks that Andor is a forgettable show, and apparently he got upset because people said that he said that, and that he apparently was taken out of context. So, all right.
Yeah,
You could
it's always the thing. It's just, oh, it's a live stream. You're cutting out context because I've praised the show in other areas. But it's like, but your overall sentiment of it is that it's not a good show.
and your reasoning is terrible for why you think it's a bad show.
Yeah, it's really bad. All right, can I rant about the cereal scene and then we can get the fuck out of here?
Yes, you can do a quick rant about the cereal scene. Go for it.
I think like a lot of people, even like EFAB, which I got kind of mad about when they phrase this relationship as like a back and forth, which I don't really think it is. I think it's extremely one-sided, and Cyril's mom, her name's Edie, is extremely emotionally abusive. The first scene that we get of their dialogue is just them sitting at the counter talking, and it's just after Cyril has gotten his coworkers killed and been disgraced from his job and position of power, that like the one thing he clinged on like in his life, gets disgraced, has to go back to live with, this woman. And she says, "You're slouching. Is that how you've been presenting yourself to the world? It would explain a great deal. Being a leader isn't something one just turns on and off. By the time you've remembered to sit up straight, it's too late. You might as well wear a sign that says, 'I promise to disappoint you.'" And you're just like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, given the circumstances of what the fuck is going on, like, this is a horrible, horrific thing to say to somebody. And then she says, "Shame we couldn't have seen more of each other while you were flourishing. I'd have the memory to sustain me." Basically, how dare you? We didn't get to see each other while you were in this position of, where I could be proud of you, and now you've basically come back. And he says, "Well, you could have come anytime you wanted." She says the generic platitude of any civilized being knows no open invitation is no invitation at all. And then she says, "My assumption is you have no prospects for the future. So what are you worth? What are you gonna do?" And then he tries to bring the conversation back to its original point of, "I had a spare room." She sighs, hits him with a, and then he says, could have visited anytime you wanted." And then she hits him with another platitude of, "I know what you tell me. I intuit the rest. I intuit you have no future prospects." She's back to, "What are you going to do? And what are you worth to me?" He says, "The lightest jab of all time. I'd forgotten the precision of your predictive powers." And she's immediately taken aback and is like, "Oh, you've remembered how to mock me." And then you can see he's immediately just like, "Okay, it's going to be the exact same thing it was." And he says, "Forgotten how sensitive you can be." Like, he knows exactly how these situations are going to go. She's just going to completely steamroll the conversation with whatever it is her agenda is, and there's not really anything he can say that's going to change the conversation at all. And then she says, "Again, perhaps you've forgotten my question. Do you have even a single prospect before you?" And then he gives the basically non-answer of, "I'll find a way." Basically mean I have no answer. And then she's immediately like, "I'm calling Uncle Harlow. I'm calling in the family favor," which she then uses to hold over his head.
Was that a Mando reference?
Uncle Harlow?
No, was that a Mando reference? "I will find
What
a
do you mean?
way."
No, that's just what he says. He says, "I'll find a way."
Yeah, I know. Was that a Mando reference in the show itself?
No.
Was there a whistle played at the end?
Wee! I can't imagine. I'm gonna edit that in right afterwards. The fucking whistle plays.
The YouTube poop. Andor YouTube.
The YouTube poop
But then
energy is strong.
She basically just is gonna call in the family favor and then hold that over his head for the preceding arc that he has. And this is absolutely not the fucking place he wants to be in. He probably got this job on this other planet to get away from her, and now she's here. I think it's a really strong motivator to push him to that scene in episode 9 where he goes to Dedra's office and like grabs her outside of her office and talks to her. Really, really important. I think their dynamics like really deep. It humanizes him a lot as a character.
Yeah,
That's it.
I can see why people thought that they had a good back and forth initially, but upon repeated viewings, I do agree with you that I think people just don't get the same sort of dynamic between the two as people who like pay attention to what's going on a little bit more, because it's like, as you said, a very abusive relationship. Cyril doesn't really give as he gets. He kind of takes a lot more than gives out, because when he does give out something, she gets offended immediately, and
Yeah.
she takes the intended offense meant by what Cyril says and then applies it back to him like 2 or 3 times higher. So it's not a good relationship. It's very, very sour.
The
But yeah, I mean,
dialogue is good at showing the physical abuse, or the emotional abuse, and then the physical things that they do with like the opening intro we get to Edie is she slaps him in the face and then hugs him immediately after. After this like grilling that she gets here, she like passes him the plate of food. And it's the thing of it's the abuse cycle. You beat them down and then give them a little bit of, aftercare or food or whatever it could be, just some sort of care, to make them think that you're actually there for them. But he knows exactly what it is, why he tries not to accept it. It's
did he
like
say?
in the next conversation they have, he's like slurps his cereal to try to avoid hearing her, and it was universally memed on when the episode came out that like, oh wow, he's just like slurping cereal. This is so cringe. I don't understand like what's going on. It's like he's slurping cereal to like escape emotional abuse. It's kind of sad.
Yeah, it's kind of cringe when hard work and like attention to detail like that just gets ignored by like the majority of people watching your show. But that tends to happen when the majority of people watching your show are normies, because your product is attached to an IP that specifically caters to normies. But yeah,
Yeah.
it is what it is. But with that said, I think it would probably be a good time to wrap up now. We've been going now for I think 5 hours and 30 minutes, almost 30 minutes. I had a lot of fun chatting about the show and Anna's terrible videos. It was fun chatting to everyone. Yeah, Boorin, do you have something that you would like me to advertise that people can go and check out? Do you have like a YouTube channel or a Twitch or something that I can put in
Not
the
really. Nope.
description? No?
Not yet.
Okay, well, in that case, Boorin is a very welcomed guest that I hope appears again in the future. Maybe when we talk about Andor or something else that he has particular interest in. Maybe a potential Arcane stream when we get past watching that again, and my opinion inevitably gets changed, or his gets changed. We'll see what happens. Uh, Whirvos, did you have anything that you wanted to add?
Bro, I don't know if I want to rewatch Arcane or not. I haven't. It's like one of those things where I'm just like I didn't like it like either of the times I watch it, and I don't want to go
You've
through
seen
it
it more than
again.
once.
Well, I watched the first half of it, and then I didn't continue it, and then I watched the whole thing with you and Ubu, like when you guys wanted to watch it.
Right.
So
Okay.
like, I didn't watch it twice. So I watched like 1.5 times. But it's like one of those things where it's like I was like pretty confident I dislike it, and it's like kind of really hard to like get myself like with the idea of like, oh yeah, like maybe I'll watch it again and maybe it won't be like it'll be good actually. And it's like that's like such a hard like thing to buy into. It's the same problem I have with like Evangelion currently, because I need to rewatch that before I watch the rebuilds, because I don't remember a lot of it. But it's like I didn't like really enjoy my time watching it, so it's like really hard for to be
I
like, oh yeah,
didn't either. I get what you mean.
rewatch
First time I
something.
watched Eva, I didn't really like it. It actually took me watching the rebuilds before I went, oh, I see what they're trying to do here. And then I went back and watched the original with like that frame of mind presence, and I was like, oh, okay, I get what they're trying to go for here, and I appreciate it a little bit more. I still don't know if I like it necessarily, but I appreciated it more the second time around.
But it's like one of those things that's just like a hard ass like invest that much time to something when you're like already had a bad experience with it, and you're just like,
Yeah.
like, do I actually want to do that? Like, I don't
I
know.
mean, you always have crab
Arcane is
lady to
really
look
good.
forward to.
Yeah,
Crab lady.
Crab drinker. Well, that's why I want to watch season 2 because I feel like she's gonna be a major character in season 2, and just like this one was okay. It's like that character is essentially like the demon of that like universe. It's like the energy she gives off, and that's why I'm like, yeah, I can't wait.
Crab
Can't wait to see more of
lady.
this character.
Yeah. No, that's fair. I'm willing to give Arcane another shot. You know, I'm more than willing to accept if I'm wrong about my initial criticisms. I still think a lot of the stuff that I had issues with will be prevalent when we watch it because it's mostly to do with logistics, and logistics are kind of harder to get right, even if you have context for some of the stuff that might change how I look because the way it's done there is very intentional. It's more so the character stuff that I'm willing to be changed on. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Uvu, are you there? And if you are, do you have anything that you want to add? No, I guess not. Okay, so yeah,
There's a funny comment. By the way, I was looking at the comments of Bricks and Screws. There's this funny thread where someone's complaining about how Disney Star Wars fans can't handle any criticism.
Oh
and then,
my god.
and then he did, and it was a back and forth, but and then he tried to argue that like, oh, George Lucas set like up the rules for what should and shouldn't be in Star Wars, and Disney would break them. For example, like he said there would be no glasses in Star Wars, and Disney broke this rule. And then someone replied like, well, wasn't he involved in those Ewok movies, and wasn't there like a character that had glasses? And then he's just like, well, George Lucas is allowed to break the rules since he's the one who created them in the first place, but no one else is allowed to break the rules.
God.
It's like, what? So he created rules, but he's allowed to break them, but no one else is?
George Lucas says that there's no underwear in space, and Disney decides to canonize that there is underwear in space. Oh, that must have been such a horrible fucking decision to make.
It was that's just funny, like back up. Like, it's like, oh no, I've been coward. What did I do? Oh, whoa, only George Lucas can break the rules because he created them, but no one else can. It's like, what?
What a stupid fan base.
Sorry, this is a funny thread I was reading in the background.
No, it's all good. But with that said, I do have maybe 1 or 2 more streams planned. I don't know when I want to do those ones. I want to cover the Synthetic Man video on The Last of Us. But before I do that, I probably want to rewatch the show and maybe play through the games again, just so I'm a little bit more prepped for that, and that's going to take some time. I do have a video that's coming out hopefully next month sometime. It's the Amazing Spider-Man video. I'm working on that currently. I'm going to be no-lifing it for a few weeks just to get it out as quickly as I can. But besides that, not really much else going on. There's a new NÄBULA movies which I've been involved in, which may or may not come out before or after his Flash Season 4 video. So there's that to look forward to for any Madvocate fans who watch this. But yep, that's us for today. So I think we are done. Anyone have any final thoughts or words?
Clea is the best girl.
Clea is the best girl. Okay. Bye. Everyone say goodbye. Makes me sound a little less
Bye.
awkward.
Bye.
Bye.
You will not say goodbye.
He's saying goodbye in spirit. Or spirits, depending on how much he's